It is now 20 past 11 on Friday, the 26th of December, Boxing Day. And when I say 20 past 11, I mean at night. For the rest of you slow coaches and the rest of the world, and that's only because we see the sun first. All I have to say is catch up. Now, I'm hosting this hangout. I've had an interesting day today. I had a couple of good hangouts. I hung out with Five Dinners and the rest of the gang at the old public house that he hosts. And that was awesome. It's great to catch up with everyone, say Merry Christmas and Happy Syphilis and all the rest of it. And then, then I joined in with, I think Teacup was hosting one in the afternoon, and struck a few interesting people over in Canada and America and Texas. And yeah, I would have liked to have continued that, but duties and obligations that I have here in regards to having to feed and look after my family come ahead of the hangout, so I had to stop. So, long story short, I thought I'd host this one. The main service being hosted by that handsome fellow down there holding the law book in the other picture. God damn, he's stunning. Back then I think he still had a good set of teeth on him. But yeah, that's just my other account. So I would host it with this one, but God, hold YouTube and their censorship, got a copyright strike, can't host a Google Hangout because I can't post it on my YouTube account. So I used my secondary account, or I could use one of the fucking multiple other ones I have. So it's not really a big issue. It's just again the perception that they can censor me. And they're not censoring me, they just make it a little bit more difficult, but I still do what I want. So fuck them. Now, I'm not too sure. I've set up a new circle of friends on Google Plus, I suppose would be the correct way of putting it. I'm uncertain as to how to invite them in, because the circle of friends I created is on this account, whereas the server on, or the one doing the hosting on this account, Mark Man, the other account, doesn't have that circle of friends set up. So what I'm going to try and do is invite them in another fashion through the Google Hangouts selection. So I'll go to Hangouts there. If I just go to my Google page, and then go to Video Hangouts, I should see the other account on that one, the one we're on. Ah, yeah, sure enough, there it is. Well, that's all good. So now all I need to do is invite others. So I'd like to know how to do that. This is as a guest, which I'm not going to be able to do. So if I go to people, and that should give me 5 people picked into my circles. Now squad because I'm done blind. Then I've always been half blind. 3/4 blind of that eye. So yes, I see the same amount as I do there, as I do there. Moving on. Gosh. It's, lots of circles. We're going to pick this one. Okay, so if I highlight all of them, and then drag them down into no, no, not going to work. I think I know what I might do instead. What I might do, just go there, go to phone, Oh, I don't know where everyone else disappeared to. You've all got the option to pop in and say hi if you wish. The links are on the comment sections of the YouTube clip or on the Google Plus promotion about the event. I am going to screen share some shit while I wait for either if anybody wants to join in, just join in. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Alright. You just try me bike because it's fucking with it.
Kind of worked. Bit of feedback on that, eh?
Feedback, yeah.
Yeah, feedback sounds overdriven.
How about now?
It's a bit better now, yeah.
Because yeah, right.
What are you out to, Gary?
Pardon? What was that?
Yeah. Oh, I had a few interesting chats today about law and bits and pieces with various people, so I thought I'd fucking throw a hangout together. So I was going through them all and picked out everybody's name and threw it out there and see who wants to be whatever.
Yeah, what crazy bastard went out here?
So, pardon? Whereabouts are you, Gary? In England?
Yeah, Liverpool.
Oh. Where's
Scout,
that?
yeah. You don't know where fucking Liverpool is?
Well, being in New Zealand, and I don't ever get to England much, so no.
So did you do fucking geography in school?
They did teach geography back then, yes, but I can't say. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can tell you where anywhere in New Zealand is. You go ahead
You've
and
heard
ask
of the
me.
Beatles, haven't you?
Hey?
What have you of the group, the Beatles?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know, they're from
Hmm.
Liverpool.
Oh no, I get it.
Yeah. So we're about New Zealand, guy.
All right. Just quietly having a midnight nightcap. Everyone's quietly gone to sleep, so I get to utilise the computer and the bandwidth and not fuck off the wife. Well, he gets annoyed when I use the bandwidth doing hangouts during the daytime, which is when you guys are usually doing your stuff at night time, eh?
Yeah, well, it's
Do
more here.
you
It's
join me?
It's 20 to 11 a.m.
Yeah, in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're 13 hours
Boxing
behind me.
Day.
Yeah, we're just finishing our Boxing Day.
Oh, I usually others on, yeah.
Yeah, I'm ahead of you by 13 hours. So I always used to tell you guys in England to catch up, but you never will. Yeah. Did you get up to much for Christmas, Geza?
I don't do it.
Nice quiet one.
Well, actually, I can't shake the fucking nuts. I'm not fucking celebrating all these fucking, crappy fucking rituals.
Mm.
You know what I mean? These days,
Nice.
I fucking says, mother. Man, I fucking do all this shit.
Just a minute, Gary. I'm just going to go and get my headphones so I can hear you a bit better because of the delay in time. It makes it a bit hard to hear on the speakers.
Yeah, it's a bit hard. You're a stuff, but I can get to you. I broke my headphones.
Right. So yeah, I've invited like 40 or 50 odd people just to see who the
Yeah.
fuck comes in.
No one fucking likes you.
Hey, it's alright. No, no loss or fun. I'll just do a screen share and start playing videos if no one joins in, so I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Let's get off my note. I look at it as their loss, Gary, not
That's
mine.
my session.
Yeah. Right, we haven't
I've got
some.
to wait. I've got to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. Or warp. Say a warp. So it would be better. I'll say some warp things. So be warm.
Pretty good.
You know, like Christian, are you?
Me? No.
Like, no.
No. No. Well, I'm a jack of all trades. I know how to wire your house.
I want to put you to fucking test.
But yeah.
I
can.
test everything. I test everything. Doesn't matter what it is. Put it to the test.
Yeah, very muffled, Gary. I heard something about test. That's all I heard.
Put everything to the test.
Yeah, no, I haven't done any electrical tests or anything like that. I've just
no, not electrical. Everything. If you say to me that you're a Christian, okay, I'll test you.
Okay.
By your actions, I'll know if you're a fucking gobshite or you're a Christian.
Oh, okay. Well, I wired this house. I built this house.
Because I've had death threats from Christians. Because I proved that they were a Christian.
Okay.
With the old Bible. With the old Bible.
I like to do it all myself, Gary, so if anything goes wrong, I can fix it.
Yeah, I'm like that. I'm a fixing person.
Like
I'm
with this.
into physics and engineering and like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love playing with... I make hydrogen generators and blow myself up out in the shed quite often.
Yeah, nah, don't fuck with that.
Hydrogen generators are fun.
Here's a bit of advice for life. Keep your eyes simple.
Oh, the isopropyl.
Simple. Keep your eyes simple.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because when you look into the laws of physics, even if you look at an atom, its actual working is very, very simple. But,
I got into basic physics and I know what goes bang, but I learned basically from my mistakes. You know, like when I first made my hydrogen generator, I forgot to put a flashback arrestor on it, and of course you can't smell or see hydrogen, so I lit a match. Needless to say, there was hydrogen. It blew up. My wife was picking bits of glass out of my throat for a few moments. Blew up my computer because it was right next to it. But yeah, it was a learning experience.
Yeah, I've had hydrogen both before. Yeah, does it legit? Yeah, look like a cartoon, don't you?
I've got electricity in my car. I got the old 240 volts in the car with the inverter and stuff. That's fun. If ever I come across someone that needs a clamp ground off or something, I just whip out the angle grinder and plug it in. No trouble.
I've been doing them magnetic motors and Newman motors and shit like that.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm learning the hard way how to fix my ride-on lawnmower. Whenever it dies, I just learn how to fix it.
Yeah.
That's all you can do, eh? It's too fucking expensive. Like when I built my bathroom, I So it's a bit of a story attached to this one. We have a washing machine that's 600 wide, and we have a door in the bathroom that's only 500 wide. So when I built the bathroom, the washing machine was on a concrete pad, and then when I built the floor, I lifted it off the concrete pad onto the floor, and then built the bathroom around the washing machine. So when it crapped out, I had no way to actually get the washing machine out of the bathroom to be serviced. So I became a washing machine fixer-upper and learnt the hard way. Now I can completely rebuild it, because the amount of times I've had to keep fixing it, you know. But now I've just whipped out the chainsaw in the end and cut a big fucking hole in the wall, so now I can just throw that out the wall with her.
Yeah, I did. Fuck off.
Yeah. If you need a door, make one. Yeah. Well, that's what this whole house is. I mean, it was a single, two-story, single sort of room dwelling with a stairwell going to an upstairs attic for a bedroom. And over the years, over the 18 years, we've had 4 kids. So I just add an extra room every time we had another kid. Need a bathroom. We had the fucking long drop for the first 10 years. I was carrying a fucking chemical toilet every 5 days. Hail, winter, sleet or snow, fucking out to the long drop to empty it. That got a bit much after 8 years, so I started digging up. So I dug myself a hole and made myself a septic tank. Took me 6 months to dig a 5 foot deep, 2 metre square fucking hole. I dug it.
Well, needs must, mate. You've got to do it.
Mm. And then all these people go to me, don't you need a permit? Oh, you'll get in trouble. You'll get in trouble if you do that. I'm sitting there, I'm still waiting to get in trouble.
Land. It's not their land. It's not even your fucking land. Well, I was there before you, and it'll be there after fucking you.
I don't own it. Yeah, I can't take it with me. I can't move.
You are of the land. That's where our bits come from. Our planet.
Yeah, and I go back to the land when I'm fucking dead.
Too fucking right. Excuse me a minute, I'm going into the kitchen to make a cup of tea. I'll bring you.
No, go for it.
I'll show you my man cave.
Mm-hmm.
My crazy house. What is it? This is my man cave. Can you see it?
Oh, yes. Yes, mine's the same. Mine's got washing hanging in it at the moment, too.
Yeah. There's my wave bench there. Oh, there's my fucking glasses. Let's see what I'm back and doing here. There's my wave bench.
Oh, nice.
No, that tent. Can you see it?
Yeah.
That tent there. I've got that as a sound blasting tent.
Oh, really?
Fucking yeah, fucking cool. Bit busy in there, like when you get in there, but just a job. You change all that sound.
Yeah. Yeah, but it'll keep once, that's the main thing, isn't it?
What was that?
Yeah. Brilliant.
Typical fucking English extension.
I think all the people I was talking to earlier have all fallen asleep. They were up until 5 o'clock in the morning UK time, fucking yakking to me. So they must be well asleep by now. I don't get how they can stay up all fucking night. Just
sometimes I can, but I'm usually that bleeding stoned. I just pass out.
Oh, I might have it now for a nightcap, but it won't put me to sleep. It makes my mind more active. Sometimes you can have things that have the reverse effect than what you want, which is good. Just get more work done. Like sit here.
Good. There's kettle being boiled. Can't hear you.
Go for it.
Fucking facts, Dun, 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 dun. What
So,
music get into?
music,
Music, yeah.
anything, anything, mate. Anything that's easy to listen to. You
Yeah.
know, these days the most music I get to listen to is my daughter when she's playing the guitar or singing me a song, and I prefer that than fucking any noisy shit anyway.
It's okay if they can play and sing, but when the little bleeder starts, over, it's like, yeah, that's lovely, yeah, 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 no, then you shut up.
Mm.
Oh, play.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, they've all got my musical fingers, so they like to play out on the piano or they'll pick up the guitar, and all of the kids like it. But Isabel's only been learning for 9 months, and she's already playing, you know, playing and singing, performing on stage. So, got to give her fucking points for that one. For a 12-year-old, mate, she's not shy. So, yeah.
Oh, okay, now it's getting cold.
But
So we're
30
going
degrees here today.
well, that's what we too, I don't think we're, no, we haven't allowed that other house, winter. We haven't got fucking years.
Mm.
No,
Yeah,
just
no,
snow.
I've been watching all the freak weather around over there. It's been fucking chilly,
Yeah.
and they're all sitting there
So,
freezing. They're all sitting there freezing their asses off today on the hangouts, watching me walk around in a fucking singlet doing the gardening in the beautiful 30-degree sunshine.
oh, yeah, you bastard. Jammy
Oh,
bastard.
some mothers do have them.
I'm fucking, like, got a quilt wrapped around me, got that fucking ass on. You bleed nose coat, something like that. Fucking freezing. And you're sitting in rows of heat. Like, see what, man? Turn the fucking aircon on.
Okay. Yeah, no, no, these days I'm either, if I'm not looking after the family or looking after the wife's in a wheelchair, so I sort of pretty much do everything, look after her and the
Yeah.
kids. But yeah, if I'm not fucking looking after them, I'm out building or creating or making or doing something in the garden or doing something outside or
Yeah.
smoking a fucking joint.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
You
you
know.
got that's my breakfast in the morning. It's my lunch. It's my dinner.
Then, cup of tea and a split.
Well, here's the trick thing, right? So if a law is considered a custom within a society, and every family is its own society, that each member of that family owes duties, obligations, responsibilities to that family through blood as a family, right? So if there's customs within that family, so in other words, we'll say the word hypothetical just to throw it in there, but without it doesn't matter. So hypothetically, if I've been smoking pot for the last 19 years on a daily basis with my wife, without any interruption, and my children have been brought up right throughout that time, and they have seen it as a daily basis, and it is what they consider a general custom within our family, then can anyone hold any other person not of that society judge us? So in other words, within our family, if we smoke pot and it's a general occurrence and the kids have never seen us without it,
See,
is it not
you're
a
saying there,
is it not a custom of our society?
see, like, that's what it is. It's a tradition. Now, a tradition could be right, or a tradition could be wrong.
Mm.
It's not what you got your tradition is or what you think your law is. It's the difference between right or wrong.
Exactly. And I'm doing
What am
no
I?
harm.
Well, are you doing any harm?
No, of
Well,
course not.
say if I'm smoking cannabis, okay,
Mm.
so, yeah, I'm harming my body. If I'm taking cannabis correctly, eating it or turning it into oils, I'm not harming my body.
No, you're helping. there's
I'm
always
helping.
more help. There's more help than
Yeah.
there is harm
But
as
I'm
far
just
as.
saying, but if you use it as a smoke it and I use tobacco as a burning agent for it, I know the
Okay.
tobacco will harm me. So if it harms
Mm,
me, it'll harm people around. So it's
mm.
wrong. But if I
See,
use it as a cigarette,
I don't smoke tobacco. I just smoke straight pot. I don't have any additive. So to me, a straight joint doesn't do me anywhere near as much harm as what a tobacco cigarette would.
oh yeah, point taken, and I do agree. I do agree. But if,
Mm,
as I say, if you do drink knowingly that we're using something what does cause harm, we're
sure.
not too afterwards ourselves, but if it cause harm around it, that's wrong. As
I
you
mean,
say,
I'm not.
you're using its natural process,
Mm,
natural plant in its natural form. So you're
sure.
not having any additives on your bit of paper,
Mm,
which is
mm,
probably made from natural substances anyhow. So I agree,
mm,
but I
mm.
don't agree where I would use two substances. One is beneficial for me, but I'm using another substance what's not beneficial for me to get it into my body. E.g., tobacco.
Well, I mean, that's.
It's right or wrong, not tradition. Now, it might be
Mm.
tradition in your house that when you come in, you give each other a hug and pat each other on the arse.
Yeah, but they would have no domestic
But
authority.
socially
They
outside,
would have.
it may not be right.
Well, they have no domestic authority on the private property anyway, not unless they have evidence of a crime.
Well, it's not private property, is it? Because it's not your property or their property. It's just the air.
Yeah,
Fucking
but no,
live.
no, 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 no. I get what you're saying, and I'm not saying I believe that point, but I'm saying it's according to their rules that they have to follow. Their rules say that they have no domestic authority on private property. Doesn't matter what I believe. It's because they are the ones that
No,
are claiming authority to be able to walk
same
past.
as we say private property. Am
Sure,
I allowed to do what I like on my land?
of
No,
course you are.
I am not.
Who says so?
I could do something on my land that will cause harm or damage to someone else off my land. So am I allowed to do it?
Well, not. You're saying if you're going to cause harm to someone else, then no, because that's sort of
So I'm
like the
not allowed.
golden
I,
rule: cause no
I'm not,
harm.
so I'm not allowed to do anything I wish. So I have to be restrained by what I call common sense fucking
Yeah, do
laws
no
that
harm. Do
do
no
no
harm.
harm, cause no harm. So if I decided, oh, do a bit of geology, I've got oil on my land, I'll dig it. But while I'm digging it, I go to the water fucking table and start treating the water table. The water table feeds all the fucking land. Have I got to like to fucking go down and get that oil and fuck everything up? Let everyone else know I haven't.
Mm.
That's
Yeah,
only
I get
because
that.
so we haven't got the right to do anything we fucking want. But always
No,
like
no, no.
I want to be free to do what I want. Well, I really fucking can't because it's happening now with all liberalism and I can do this and I want to do that. Well, it doesn't fucking work. Try it with your car.
Mm,
You leave the
mm,
oil right and pour in Coca-Cola and start your engine and start revenue. How long will your engine last?
mm.
Okay? Because a part of the system has been removed and something different has been put there in its place.
Sure.
So
Well,
it,
something needs to be replaced.
so everything is a system. Your body's a system, your home's a system. So it has to run correctly with the correct parts in the correct place. Otherwise,
with
it'll.
with equality and ebb and flow, give and take. You know,
Well, same with the Earth going around the sun, and the moon going around the Earth.
exactly.
No, you can't just think, I'm going here, I'm going, I'm fucking fed up, fucking going around, you cunts, fucking chasing me down this fucking star. Oh, I'm going on here, I'll see you next year. What happened to the fucking year?
I get your point. Yeah,
So we have to live by laws. We can't just do what we fucking want.
of course. But
So
what
all is
the
like free fucking spirit and I want to do this and I want to do that. You need to have the fucking put against the fucking wall and I go to whack on the head. Excuse me, knobhead.
Mm.
You can't do that. Like it cost the machine for fucking break. Well,
Yeah, I totally get your point about the sort of, it's almost like a residual harm that could happen anyway,
Pardon?
isn't it? So you're saying it's kind of like a residual harm. Even though you might not be affecting someone directly, you could be affecting everyone indirectly.
But we can't do what we want. We can't go round and do these immoral fucking things for a few fucking bucks. Because some arsehole thing says, get rich or die fucking trying.
Mm, mm,
With children, they're very, very young. I'm 54 years of age, right? I am 10% grown up and 90% away with the fucking mix it. But I admit it.
yeah.
So, I admit it. I've been on these fucking sites, right? And called myself a fucking coward. And I've told them why. And what happened? Silence. Fucking not aware. One person popped up, 10 out. And we started talking. Right? And what I said, I am Gary Walton. I live at 21 Weaver House, Ribble Road, L25 5PS, Gatwick, Liverpool, Merseyside, England. All my stuff, my Gmail, my fucking Skype, everything about me. Okay? Through my actions and my inactions, I kill people and children around this world. Against constitutional sound, non-aggression pacts. Right?
Yeah, sure, I get the point.
I am a child murderer.
Every single taxpayer is.
I am ashamed of myself. Not a fucking thing. Because as we all know, because it applies to me, and it applies to fucking them. But people don't want to call themselves cowards. It's up to reality, because they're cowards.
We all have to take responsibility for ourselves.
Well, yeah.
And our inactions as well as our actions.
When you type on these fucking news sites is, let's go kill the politicians, let's go kill the fucking bankers. Well, two wrongs don't make a fucking right. First,
yeah. If they want to go kill someone, then they're just vindicating or giving justification as to why the other ones did the killing in the first place, because they're lowering themselves to that same mentality.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
Exactly. Ironically, I said the same thing to my 9-year-old when he smacked the 7-year-old in the head today. But he hit me first. Two wrongs don't make a right, son. Simple.
Don't.
No.
Don't make it right. So like, I've had death threats off people. I've been hacked unbelievable how many times. Okay? I've been on a live show in the chat room, and the host has sent me a private message threatening to kill me. So I just copied and pasted it and put it back in the main chat room. So,
good on you.
Christian.
Yeah, exactly. I've had the very similar thing with a video I had a hate, sort of a hatey, nasty fucking thing telling me that I should have fucking, he hopes that every waste of oxygen that I was using and all that sort of nasty shit. So I just made a video of his clips, and then I made a video of all of the friends that he's hooked up with and all of his profile, and put it straight back on, say, look what this guy says. Put it back out there in public opinion. Because if he thinks he gets to talk to me like that, then everybody can see how he gets to talk to me like, including all of his friends and all of his contacts. And he even worked for Repco. He labelled it, he was a Repco agent. So I sent a copy off to Repco as well to let them know what one of their employees was acting like offline, using their name in vain because he was calling himself a Repco agent at the time. What a fucking idiot. You know?
Arrogance. Self-importance.
Credibility, mate.
We need to learn humility and to humble our fucking selves.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be the keepers of this fucking planet.
It's what I find. It's what I find with these hangouts. There's so many of them with very steadfast and very hell-bent sort of lines of thought about statutory code or natural law or whatever, and they will scream at you through the hangout to get it into your head, and they just don't seem to fathom that they are perfectly entitled to their opinion, but you're perfectly entitled not to have to fucking share it. And no matter how much screaming you do through their fucking camera, you're not going to be able to get it into their head. In fact, you're going to put them off if you keep yelling at them. Do you know what I mean? It's just
You know what
the
it is?
mentality of...
No, it's not that. It's that. Your heart. What's in your heart? Not in your fucking mind. What's your desires in your heart? That's what's running it.
Yeah.
And we're giving over to our own heart desires.
Mm. And if you don't keep yourself... Sorry. Yeah.
But we are children. We're not grown up. We're not smart bastards. We're just arrogant little children.
Oh, mankind in general needs to grow the fuck up. I'll totally agree with you on that one, mate. All need to pull our fucking heads in and smack them together. The amount of bullshit we have done in general to this entire fucking planet and to each other is just unexcusable, in my opinion.
I sit there like that. I watch TV and I feel fucking hopeless.
Mm.
I'm like that. Well, fucking late up.
Mm.
Like I've been treated like that. It's like, you might be yourself. I take everything apart. If I can't get
See,
over this physically, I can take it apart mentally.
Oh yes, I can break it. Well, I mean, I build computers for fun, so I mean it's one of those things where anybody that can take apart something and analyze it step by step and figure out how to put it back. If this goes like this because the next step has to be like this. It's that simple, basic fucking logic that has lost in this generation. It's common sense. It's step by step process, understanding that this goes here, otherwise the next one can't get cause and consequence. And so many people just don't have the analytical mind to break shit down anymore. If the answer's not in a book, and they can't find the answers already worked out for them, and they can't look it up somewhere, then they don't know how to work it out in their own head. And that's when...
Right?
Yeah?
Do you believe you're going to create it?
Yeah, well, I'd rather create anything that I want, or wish for.
No. Do you
Sorry, I
believe
couldn't
in
quite
it?
hear you.
Do you believe
Do
in
I
it?
believe in a creator?
And if so, why do you?
See, of two minds on that one, to be quite honest with you. Now, because I'm analytical. I mean, I believe in seeing is believing. I have to, if I can't scientifically prove something, so therefore, and I've never really met this big guy up in the sky, if he exists, or wherever he hangs out. And then I heard another definition of God just the other day, where God is just electricity. He's everywhere. Electricity is in everything. It's in us. It's in anything. All right. So energy is God. And I thought, well, that's an interesting concept. So God is ever evolving. God is whatever you believe him to be. And the beliefs can evolve just like your thought process can.
Whoa.
So you've got that part of it, plus.
No, you use the word. I need you to say that. You just use the word evolve. Yeah.
Well, because you're evolving. Man is fluid. He's ever changing.
What does the word evolve mean?
To me, to evolve is...
What does the actual word evolve mean?
My interpretation of the word evolve is to be from one point to a next point that is slightly better than the previous.
How?
So to increase.
In what process was he from that to that? What was the change? What made the change?
Well, that would depend on the individual and the process. Like, for instance, every
Oh,
individual
no,
can have a belief that
no,
can
no, no,
change.
no, no, no. Well, that's not evolving. That's creating.
How do you mean? If something exists, if you believe something and then you find out some more information and all of a sudden that alters your belief in some way, then that
That's
belief
the belief.
is evolving from
That's the
something.
belief.
Or
That's
metamorphosing
not
from one.
evolving. Evolving means that there's change without any intervention.
So it changed without any intervention.
Yes. That's evolution.
That's a good definition. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll agree with that. Yeah. Change without. Yeah.
No, so things without any intervention. Okay? So if there's no intervention, okay, from another sentient being to tell you that you're wrong, so you can have a mindset change, okay? If
Hmm.
there was interception, interception was from another human being, another thinking mind. So it wasn't evolution, it was progression to thought
Progression. Okay.
and the logic,
Hmm.
experience, test.
Yeah, well, I mean, I learned from my own personal experiences. If I'm not going to take some other fucker's word for it, I'll do it myself and learn. I'm practical
It's
minded
easier to make,
in that regard, you know.
like it's easier to make gas. It's raining outside your window. I wouldn't take your word for it. I'd go and look. Then I
Mm,
would, then I would go and find out the process of why it just rained.
sure. It's
Okay,
my colloidal silver is a good example. I saw the clip, went and bought the silver rods, made it, then learned a bit more about it. Then bought a distillator because I could have absolutely neutral water. Then made the colloidal silver, bought the parts per million meter. You know, I progressed in learning how to do it just because I saw it. I didn't take some other guy's
I'm,
word for it. I bought it at the shop and it was crap. It was absolute crap. So I thought, well, there's got to be something better. And what was supposed to be 10 parts per million of colloidal silver was 98 parts per million of something in the store-bought liquid. So if it was 10 parts per million colloidal silver and it tested at 98, what were the other 88 parts of if it was supposed to be neutral water? So that's what made me suspect, so I just started making it myself because I knew what I had.
yeah, you made
I
it
could.
because you have a thinking, logical mind.
It's
To
same with
actually
the house.
you make
I built
yourself
my own
answer
house.
any. This is not right. I'll play with it.
Yeah,
Oh fuck that, eh?
I'll tweak it.
Order, order. Okay, right. Mathematics.
Yeah, I
Right.
love maths. That's one of
Yeah.
my strong points. My grandmother
Time.
taught me maths when I was a wee boy. I used to lie in her bed when I was a wee kid doing the
Everything,
times tables with her.
everything has pi in it. You are built in pi. Distance
Mm.
of your eyes, your nose, your mouth,
Yeah, the
ears.
Fibonacci's the
Mhm.
God number.
Yeah.
Was it 01618?
So,
Yeah.
so look at everything. The Earth, the universe, the planet, timing. It's all maths.
Mm. It's all
It's
scalar,
all, it's
one way
all
or another.
weights and measures.
Mm.
Okay. You're making a pie. Okay. Okay. You got all the ingredients. You store all of them together, do you? And just fucking throw them in the oven. Do you?
Mm.
What do you do?
Yeah.
Lay out the flour. Lay out the other ingredients. And add them at certain times. Weights and measures. If you just throw them out to
Exactly.
fucking get it's not going to be a cake. No, is it?
No, no, you're right.
Yeah. Unless
So
I
it's
put,
all
unless I do all the weights and measures, it won't fucking work.
and keep
So
record of it for others to learn from that.
at the universe, if all its weights and measures were correct, it wouldn't fucking work.
Yeah. So it all
You could
boils
go,
down to
go
that, doesn't it?
to your box, right? Get your angle grinder and cut a fucking feet out of your fucking flywheel and see how your
Sure.
engine runs. Because it's right, I want it's flat. Because it's weights and measures are fucking wrong.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely right.
There's an intelligence. Big my ass out because I was an atheist, but unfortunately I'm a nosy twat.
Mm.
I like to take everything apart, every fucking thing, everything
Well, fuck yes.
like that. And I know if things work and they don't work, okay, I can go and
That's
get a 100-piece jigsaw puzzle. Okay, come in here, open the box, and go fuck off, and they're all thrown on the hole on the floor. I could do that for fucking eternity, and you won't all fall on the floor and go together in the pit. You will if I sit there and fucking get it.
yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Why? Because I have a reasoning fucking brain.
Mm.
I can reason. Ah, that
Yeah.
was say true.
That's how I. That's how I learned. That's how I taught myself computers back in the old days when they had 286s and 386s and 486s before Pentiums and Celerons and dual processors and quad processors and hex processors and all the fucking rest of it. You know, they had the old 286, 386 computers and they had the old ISO boards. You know, the ISO and PCI boards. You'd pull them out and stuff. And in the old days, they had jumper settings for interrupt requests, IRQs and IO ports and stuff for your jumper settings. Well, back in those days, I didn't know anything about it. I just pulled them apart. And then I pulled all these funny-looking jumper things off and wondered, what the fuck was I doing? But then I spent 3 months reading everything I could to figure out how to put it all back together again. And I kept putting it back together, and I kept fucking it up, and I kept learning each new fault I did. It's just fault-finding process. And by figuring out and each time, I learned each time what I was doing wrong and how to correct it. And just it's that simple. If you can't pull things apart and put them back together.
Keep your eyes simple when you do things right. Look at it the most simplest way.
Yeah, well, when I used to repair brown goods for a job, videos, stereos, laser cleans, you know, all that sort of shit. And the very first golden rule was a visual inspection first. You visually look at it first. You don't just tuck in there with a screwdriver and go hard. You look physically, because it could be something as simple as a dry joint on the circuit board that's causing the problem. You might not have to rip the whole thing apart if it's just a dry joint, you know. Simple things confuse geniuses, so you just rush in there thinking you're just going to go for it and killed yourself 4 hours of your life.
Yeah.
You know,
arrogance, because of arrogant fuckers.
Yeah, I mean, I do it myself. I could be arrogant sometimes and think I know what I'm doing, and then realise, oh, it's the lead. You know, sometimes the lead will still get me.
Because we're arrogant.
Yeah. No, I just get so used to it being a more difficult fault that I don't think for the simplest solution anymore. I go looking straight for the hard fix.
Because that's the way to change it. You can keep your eyes simple. If it works, don't fucking change it.
The simplest answer is usually the correct one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that Occam's razor?
It's correct.
I'd say that would be a smoker's cough, Gary.
Never. What about me, do you think, Dad?
Oh, I have no idea. I just had that certain hack about it, you know?
Yes, that's that one.
See? I don't do that with this shit because there's no tobacco in it. The wife does, of course, because chicks can't hold their smoke. We'll agree on that one. Chicks just can't hold their smoke. So the wife obviously always coughs her cuss and guts out. But me, nah, just doesn't affect me. I just sit there and tell her to die quietly for fuck's sake, you know?
No. Tell her what's the TV. All the hand guys, shut up. Yeah. Push it outside. Chain it outside to the fucking girls here.
I can't. Well, I mean, she plays Warcraft all day because she's stuck in the wheelchair and waiting for operations and doctors and National Health Service, which is a fucking joke. So you know, but so I'm outside doing my hangouts with the laptop. So yeah, I take all the people that are sitting inside in front of their computers and shit. I take them outside and do the gardening with them while I'm doing the hangout. I'd rather be walking around or out in the shed or doing something than like I am now. It's only because it's 11:30 or sorry, 20 past 12 at night now that I'm sitting in a nice quiet room. Otherwise, I'd be outside in the sunshine with, with no shoes on, enjoying fucking earth
Yeah,
underneath my
you
feet.
jealous. I'm fucking sitting here freezing me balls off and you're in the hot place.
Sorry, I missed that. Sorry.
And you're over there, nice and warm. I'm over there freezing my ass off.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah,
But even when it's winter, I'm nice and warm. See,
yeah,
I decided the best place to keep warm would be in the lounge. And some people would say, "Oh, you need a permit to put a fireplace in." No, all I needed, funnily enough, was a pair of tin snips and a couple
yeah.
of tools to cut a hole in the ceiling, and I didn't need a permit at all. I just put a
Huh?
chimney through the fucking roof, and what do you know? I had a potbelly sitting in my lounge, working brilliantly. Nobody got any richer, didn't have to spend any money, don't need a bit of paper to say it's okay either, and it
Oh, yeah.
still works.
Look on
It's
your
been
D,
in there
right?
for
Did you write your own everything? Yeah, I can build my fireplace. Thank you, sign me.
I believe I am exempt from this permit. I do not need permission. Why? Because I say so.
Get over it. Leave
Yeah,
on, bitch.
yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, I did that with the dog. We had my wife got a reminder to register our dog. Well, her little thing,
Oh, that's
if you
your
called it.
fucking dog.
Yeah, and and I just ended up ringing up the dog control, the Auckland Council, and asked to speak to the senior dog control officer, who happened, and the guy happens to be called Lee. So I said to Lee, who was acting in his capacity as a dog control officer at the time, I said, Lee, mate, you're just a man like me, right? And he goes, yeah. I said, so you're equal, same as me, right? And he goes, yeah. I says, oh, okay. So then can you tell me whereabouts you derive the authority to tell me that I have to register my property as a dog? Uh, well, if you're a
Yeah,
person, and he goes, if you're a person, you have to register your dog. I says, look, I don't care what you want to class me as. I know I'm just a man, equal to yourself. So, as I said, where do you derive your authority to tell me what to do? Are you prepared to
yeah,
take liability over with your actions? Click. Just hangs up.
yeah.
When as soon as you ask them to take liability for anything,
That's it.
for especially for a corporation, they no way they'll run a country mile,
Yeah.
and then you don't hear from them anymore.
They put the human being on the spot. Think, like over there,
Hmm.
uh, I ended up getting sent to some company. And I was dragged me into this little town centre. Give me a form to fill out. Put my name on and the date and give it back. You haven't filled it in, Mr. Robertson. Well, I'm not filling it in. Right? Help me
Hmm.
get back to it. I'm not going back to work. I've been signed off for life. You
Hmm.
know, I was going to speak to some fucking
Yeah.
fella. No. So we went, blah, 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 government. Don't mention the government to me. I don't work for terrorists and paedophiles. I don't take instructions from the media. They'll do is murder. Stop the interview.
Just tell
So,
them to go and get government and tell government to come right here, right now. I want to speak to him or her, whichever it is. Tell them here, right now. Oh, they're not available? Oh, well, you'll do then.
you can start it on again. And I just said to him, no, I found out the fella's late, and his name is John. I went, right, listen, I said, I'm telling you now, I do not give my consent to you or your private company interfering in my life or my benefits. If you do, I'm going to hold you personally responsible. And you
Yeah, just
directly.
give
That's it
them
then.
notice. Just give them notice. They give us notice, so we give them notice. It's a fair world. It's like when the cop put the speeding ticket underneath my wiper blade because I wasn't winding my window down at the time for him to give it to me. He stuck it under the wiper. So I got out of my car, I chased him down the road, and I stuck his ticket back under his wiper blade. And then after he ran over my foot, he left with it still stuck under his wiper blade. And he still tried posting it to me 3 days later. So I just sent a little note to him back with, because it was in an empty envelope, just the ticket, addressed to a corporation called M. Keen, whoever the fuck that is, and it was
Yeah.
sent to that with and a PO box number on the back, meaning I'm taking no liability for this. And it didn't say who it was from. So I just sent a nice little, golden rule, mate. If you're going to do business, you've got to know who you're dealing with, eh? So I just
Yeah.
sent back a little note. Handwritten, who are you? Who do you believe I am? And do you believe I am this person? Just 3 questions, holding them liability, and as I'm asking as a man, I'm going to hold them liable for their belief. That's all it is. I'm not stating anything. I'm not stating I'm not that person. I'm not stating I have the right or I can do this or I can do that. I'm not stating anything. I'm merely asking them where they believe they derive it from. Because I know that I'm my own boss. I'm not questioning the fact that I'm the master. I'm questioning the fact that where the fuck they believe they became it. You know?
Yeah.
And if you turn the onus and the liability straight back on them, they are dumbfounded. They're like deers in the fucking headlights, mate. They just don't know what to do. Because, oh shit, you're asking me to use my brain. Oh, don't
But they
do
don't
that.
they just run programs because we're just a fucking machine. That's all
Yeah, well,
I,
it's because they can't compartmentalised monkeys. They're the flying monkeys in the Wizard of Oz, for fuck's sake. They're just doing as they're told.
right? We run orders, we run programs. You find yourself like you've got a family of 4, haven't you? So you'll just run on automatic. Breakfast, tea, washing, shop, automatic
Mm,
programs.
mm,
You
mm.
find yourself going and switching lights off automatically
Oh, I
or
do.
do automatically
Yeah.
because the program to fucking do it because you're a machine.
Automatically picking, I'm automatically picking up after the kids all day long until they
Why?
learn to pick up after
It's a
themselves.
program you programmed yourself to do. That's a program you've been told to do. Look after the kids, just what parents do.
Oh no, I'd see that's where I'd slightly disagree. It's not because I've been programmed to do. I've always been very domesticated. I've always looked after myself, and they're my responsibility. So I'm responsible for them.
Now, do you feel guilty if you do something wrong or harmed or hurt someone? Do you feel guilt?
Oh fuck yes.
Yeah.
I
So,
do anything
where's
to rectify the situation
that guilt can come from?
from doing the wrong.
Yeah. So, what actual process in your body, right, is actually causing you to feel that way?
Oh, it'll be an electrical response or a chemical reaction of some sort, probably.
Yeah. Reaction.
Yeah, a
The reaction.
reaction to an action.
The
Well,
reaction.
it's a response to an action.
Yeah. Yes. That's an automatic response.
Mm.
You'll feel guilty, nauseous, feel like shit.
Yeah, like my wife's a psychopath, whereas I'm extremely empathic. I'll cry at a really sad fucking not even sad. I'll cry at the nearest fucking soap opera on television where she'll sit there stone faced cold. You know, you get those psychopath questions and those questionnaires to test if you've got psychopathic tendencies. She fucking gets it 100% every time. She's a stone cold fucking psychopath, mate. But I love her. Because she's my woman.
You're
But yeah,
opposite.
we're complete opposites, so opposites
No,
attract.
my track,
Hmm?
opposite attracts. Same
Yeah,
goes for.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have completely different views in life. We're brought up completely differently. I was brought up with the alcoholic father that beat up the wife and kids all the time, come home in a drunken stupor every night, wish they all died every night, typical abusive, once with warriors type New Zealand family. And then she was brought up with a loving, caring family that was very communal, very looked after each other. She lived at home all her life. She was very nurtured, whereas I was the complete opposite. So for some reason we met each other over pot,
Yeah.
and that was it. She had a natural love of it, as did I. Common interest. Bingo. And then I ended up living on the property, and she was my landlady. We ended up growing as friends first. We didn't just bang each other on the first night we met and tried to build a relationship after having a jump. No, No, we met each other first and became extremely good mates. She learnt that I was trustworthy with money because I was a tenant. So all of that trust and love and attention and everything was built up over a big length of time before we even got anywhere near being in a relationship. Now, how many people do that first? None.
No, no, no.
None. So because of that, we've lasted. You know, she knew that if I wanted something done, she needed something done, she'd just give me a call and I'd come and build it for her. If they needed a fucking fence put up or something done, I'd do it. I don't give a fuck if I get paid for it because money means fuck all to me. I'm just be happy with their appreciation. If they want to give me something of value back in return for my labour, cool, go for it. But I don't want your money. It's just debt. I'd rather have something of value. I'd rather that if they want to make me a good meal for my labour, I'll just appreciate a good meal in my belly, because it takes them time and effort to prepare that meal for me, and it's a switched value of sweat equity. Hopefully that's making sense. I may be preaching to the choir to you, Gary, but it's for other people that may be listening. Mm. But yeah, I think that's where everything's gone wrong. The destruction of the family unit's a big thing, eh? The old woman's lib being brought out in the 60s and getting the woman out of the house and destroying the family. Sorry?
It's not the family unit, it's how the family unit runs. Like any system runs.
Yeah,
If
true.
If it's one defective part in it, the whole system is affected.
Mm. Well, I guess you could say then that the family system was affected when women had to go out into the workplace, and that nurturing side of things gone, and then you had the wayward children always doing everything because mum and dad were both working. The structure started to come apart. One cog was taken out of place, and the system started to become unravelled. Yeah, well, I'm not saying that was the end-all be-all reason. I'm just saying that's one example. Not trying to be bigamist or anything like that. Or it could be just as much the man staying home and the woman being out at work and then the man having to go out. I don't give a fuck which way you want to call it. Just for all those sensitive ones out there.
Work doing what? If the work is tending the land, growing fucking food, and looking after animals,
Exactly.
that's our work.
Mm.
So we don't need to go to fucking supermarkets, but it's around us. It's more communities, the better. Where we have
I'm just getting my gardens going, eh?
People watching the little ones, the R ones, and the kids, everybody in the community's got jobs, and the community brings the fucking people up. You see the kids acting up, hey, little bastards, pack it in. Tell your mum and dad, no, no more community, no more right and wrong, no more limits.
Mm. He did it to me, so I'm going to do it to her or him.
Too wrong, right?
Yeah, but that's the mentality it is these days. Why did you do? Oh, because he did it to me.
Because you see it in the family, you see it in schools or and out playing or even adults. now start behaving differently because they've seen something.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
it,
I have to watch. I have to watch it myself, you know, because I was brought up, like I said, with a lot of abuse, and sometimes I'll see myself reflecting that back onto the kids, and then you'll see
yeah,
the kids reflect that back to me, and
yeah,
I go, shit, where did they learn that from? And then I'll slap myself and go, fuck, they learnt it from me, and they'll break,
yeah.
and it'll hit me threefold back, and then I'll go, oh, I'm just reaping what I sowed. It's my own
But I
stupid
think,
fault. What a fucking idiot. Of course they're doing this because I taught them it. You know,
yeah,
because we didn't always have a lovely relationship. You know, there's always rocky times, and we did have rocky times. You know, we're always fucking wonderful. So it takes a lot of work, and even there, it's not fucking perfect. But you know, yeah, whatever you do, and that's the again, people not taking self-responsibility. They always blame someone else for why their kids are
it's
fucked
not
up,
my
something
fault.
like
Yeah,
that. Yeah, yeah, it's totally my fault. Before it's anything that goes wrong in my life, before it's anybody else's fault, it's mine first.
yeah.
It's that simple. People don't get it. They don't understand. I'm trying to
So
whisper
you
because
think
I don't want to wake up the other house.
people just don't want
It's
to
crazy.
forgive us for watching our hearts.
Oh, there's a few out there. I've met a few people out there, a few blokes that will just speak from their heart. You know, they don't give a fuck whether or not they're going to be judged as being fucking mamby-pamby or, you know, have their masculinity questioned or anything like that. They're just speaking from their heart. But you get what I mean, eh? The big macho man type attitudes, and they worry if they're hiding behind it. You know, I would give more time and energy to a guy that sat there and bawled his eyes out to me on his first time meeting him than I would with some guy who's trying to be a big man on the football field. Do you know what I mean? Like I had a neighbour down the road that had his
No,
dog get
I
hit
get
by a
stuff. I think
car.
that you're okay, man.
Mm.
You're just a
I
fucking
had
guy. Bully.
I my
How?
neighbour down my neighbour down the road. His bull mastiff got hit by a car and killed, and his bull mastiff had bred. Holly had bred with my boy Saxon when he was alive, and they had 8 kids together. Our bull mastiffs. So when Holly got killed, Padre, the owner of her, came up to me and he just bawled his eyes out for like 6 hours and brought up a bottle of whiskey and he got roaring drunk because that dog was his everything. And for him to come up and just lose it like that, I think I had like 6 hours worth of work planned that I just rang up and cancelled because making a buck came secondary to a man that needed support. Do you know what I mean? The wife gave
Yeah,
me shit for taking the day off and being there for Partry. You know, oh, it was just his dog died. Well, no, it was a guy that needed some help.
yeah.
It doesn't matter that I could
So,
have earned that
stress,
much money.
yeah, that comes from emotional stress. It's just God or your
Exactly.
dog, your mum, or your
Because
fucking cat.
because I have the empathy, whereas she doesn't. So she just was strictly, you know, mechanically minded, you know, money, need the machine cogs going. And I'm more emotional. Look at the guy, his heart's on the sleeve, you know. So, yeah, and because we have those so major differences, there's that beautiful even keel in the centre that I'm hoping the kids will get.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There's the ebb and the flow, you know, the yin and the yang, the give and the take, the fuck and the oh, you know. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. We're just kids stumbling around.
Yeah, stumbling around in the dark, waiting for some cunt to turn the light on so they can see
You
clearly now.
can't
The rain is gone.
be leg switch. Can't get it.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to wait. We all have to wait to get it, or it won't wait at all. You
Well, if
do
you
stuck
don't work,
around it.
anything that comes without hard work doesn't. It's not really worth much in my book.
Not even hard work could be wrong. Hard
Yeah,
work
well,
in the wrong.
true. You can put a lot of hard work into the wrong thing. I'll agree, but I guess what I'm saying is like I've put a lot of hard work into building a house, and I've got my just rewards for it. I've got a happy family with a great house that I can honestly say there isn't another one in existence like it. There is
Yeah.
no other house on earth like mine
Yeah.
because I made it.
Yeah, sure.
I don't I don't want a box that's the same floor plan as 50,000 other people in the same town. You
No.
know, I want to be I don't have neighbours, so to speak. We live on the property with the main house, which is the mother-in-law's house, and the legal house. But yeah, but at the end of the day, I've removed all of the councils. I've given them notice that they have no right of way anymore. They have no implied right of access. They have no right of way. And that trespassers will be prosecuted. So they're welcome to come on as long as they ask for written permission first. They can come here and discuss anything they like. They just got to ask in writing, and I'll consider it.
Yeah.
It's funny. Who's the boss?
Then the police tell you that the computer says no.
You always get some wise dog, the council guy will be driving past, the dog control officer will drive past, and, you just make sure your dogs aren't out. Fuck. God. And by that, we have a gated off dogs anyway, and the dogs don't wander. They never leave the property. We've got an acre in the middle of a green belt, surrounded by market gardens, and one neighbour, you know, owned the property freehold for 36 years. I don't think the house that I've built stood for at least 15 in some form, well 18 actually in some form or another. So I don't care what you want to say, that's classed as always been there in the kids book.
Yeah.
So again, it becomes a custom within our society. As far as the other society is concerned, well, I'm just an idiot, if you know what I mean. The word idiot means not of that society. So I'm just going to be an idiot. You know what I mean? Have you ever seen that?
Like, people are programmed from a young age to run that system. Even if it's a destructive system, they'll just get on with it. Because we're told to and programmed to, it's additional. But no,
Yeah,
if you stop and think, hang on a minute, are these things right for us to do? No. Well, why would you do
yeah. It's the whole stop and think policy, isn't it? It's
it?
gone out the window.
The problem's on the earth and the fucking fire and rocket truck saying, oh yeah, let's go there, let's go there. And well, I'm afraid you can't go fucking there, so why waste your fucking time?
Mm. Mm.
And if anyone says that we can't go to the fucking times, well, I've got fucking news for you. We fucking can't.
Mm.
If you take a can, I'll fucking shut them like the way button. I'll shut off the fucking air and I'll turn it off. How's your little spacesuit doing in there, matey? Having fun? Is your special membrane fucking stopping the fuck you pressure? No bad.
Yeah.
Laws of physics apply.
Well,
Laws of
I approached
apply
that.
anyway. And it
I,
applies out fucking we have
I
no
approached that. Sorry. I approached that one the other day with a guy because I used to repair the microwaves and do the leak tests around the doors to see if there's any radiation leak when they were going. So just on the subject of microwaves, the radiation, the reason the radiation doesn't hurt you, even though you can be standing on the other side of the door and that's happening inside, is that mesh. It doesn't have to be a thick piece of metal or anything. It's the diffusion between that crisscrossy mesh that you see in the door. It diffuses the radiation so it doesn't hurt you outside of the door. So the possibility of not so much the mylar tinfoil fucking spaceships that they go up there are supposedly in and we're safe, but there is a possibility to diffuse, and I'm not saying all types of radiation, but just a microwave radiation with a mesh type screen, like a Faraday cage.
Good one then.
So
Go on.
so that's how you can diffuse it. But
Good one then.
that's
No,
oh
no, no.
fuck it, I'm not going up there. I've got enough shit down here. I don't want to.
Turn it on. In fact, if it's lit one, and they can think I'm not around it and get inside it and turn it on.
Oh yeah, no thanks.
No, come on, no, you fucking take your way. Fucking do it. My thing is, if these cunts say can fucking be done, well, fucking go and do it.
I'll pass.
Okay? Right? This
I'm
experiment
not,
for them.
I don't believe they did it, to be honest. In my personal opinion, I don't think they went up there. I don't think they went anywhere past that fucking radiation belt, because there's no way that fucking Buzz Aldrin's come back and survived this many years after being irradiated if he did. Do you get what I'm saying? Much like yourself. So I totally agree with you. All I'm saying is from a microwave oven's point of view, that's how my boss explained it to me in the electronics of it when I was fixing them. So that's why, because I said to him, why don't I get cooked when I'm standing outside looking at the oven while it's cooking? And he
You
says,
are?
well, this, and yeah, I am, not as badly, because yeah, yes, there was leaks coming out that door, out around the seals. Every microwave leaks, and some of them really badly. So I
Yes.
never like to stand next to a microwave door. I'll give it some distance, just for the safety's sake and common sense. But that was his
What
explanation
you do
in the
right, what you do is get a TV, small TV screen, and turn your microwave on,
Mm.
and walk
Oh
back.
yeah.
And the TV stops fucking going nuts.
Oh
And give it
yeah,
another.
I was doing that today. I've got a CCD camera, and I was pointing it straight at the screen that the camera was showing on. So you're seeing the light, the red, the blue, and the green lights shining back at itself through the TV screen, because it was a little old CRT tube. So you could see the cathode radium tubes just fucking, firing away the different guns, because the camera was facing right back at it. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Very psychedelic. Yeah. We used to do that with the degaussing guns to take all the magnetism away when people would have their house speakers too close to their TVs in the old days. You know, the degaussing rods, they were really
Yeah,
cool for the party tricks.
keep going.
Yeah. They were nasty things inside video shops too. Uh,
My fault.
yeah, did that for fun. I'm not going to say where and when. It was just
Oh,
fun. Wow. Lunchtime over there.
yeah, 10 to 12.
I like. Okay. Hang on. You have any other plans for the day, Gary?
Um, not as yet.
Who's that?
Just too young.
There's a. Hey. Oh, fuck, it's getting hot. Sorry, that's probably not something you want to hear.
Bastard.
I'm sitting next to an oil heater, which probably isn't helping matters,
What the hell?
with a jumper on.
Yeah.
So it's not that it's great weather or anything. What is that noise you can hear? It sounds like a revving fucking motor. Can
I
you
know,
hear it?
it's probably my eye, Gerard. I can't hear it, yeah. Probably getting
Oh,
back
okay.
again. Yeah, probably getting. Yeah, there we go. I tend to push people off.
Mm. Yeah, it
Sometimes
sounds
I'm
like
like,
it's. Yeah.
yes. It'll go. Yeah, probably yeah.
Have you heard of a man named Carl Lentz? In
um,
this, in this sort of
Carl.
stuff?
What?
Carl Lentz, Lentz.
Oh, Carl Ends, yeah, the American chap. It's the common law fella.
Yeah, Canadian. Well,
Okay,
I think he's Canadian. He lives in Canada now, but he sounds like he's got a heavy New Yorker accent, actually, like he's from New York, I reckon, or Brooklyn type accent, you know. But yeah,
yeah,
yeah, big ugly guy,
yeah,
mustache. I've followed a lot of his stuff because you know, he likes to break down the etymology of the words quite well, and I'm not. And again, I don't just take his word for it. I research what he says.
yeah.
Yeah.
A
I
bit
do
of
my
that.
due diligence. I do my due diligence.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, fucking a lot of it stands to reason. I've got my law dictionaries. I whipped all them out and
Oh,
then
yeah.
realised, fuck, yeah, I
It's going
shouldn't.
to be in this system,
Pardon?
but it doesn't stand to reason in a proper human society. Because we wouldn't be acting like a gang of cunts.
Yeah,
We wouldn't be
because
all these fucking stupid plastic words. Would we?
no, I find I,
It's irrelevant. It's a
yeah,
waste of fucking time. Rather than working on what's causing the fucking problems, let's work on fuck the fucking things off. Don't need them.
mm,
Self-control. We work for each other, not for ourselves. We work for the good of all of us.
yeah,
Otherwise, it doesn't work.
it makes perfect sense.
Because a system with fucking bits in it that doesn't want to agree with the rest of the system, well, make the system run funny. And it'll break.
Yeah, and like there's a lot of people that are go on about revolution and take on system that needs to be replaced or something
So
needs to be
all you
done.
do is
There's nothing fucking to me.
one gang of
The system.
arseholes out and put the gang of arseholes back in.
Mm. To me, there's actually the systems are there for a reason. They're not there
Yeah,
just for the hell of it. They just
but
need to be
the
tweaked, like a
damage
fine
all
machine needs oil.
yeah, the system is to keep us broke, keep us
Yeah.
away
You got
from what we're in before they fucking care for each other. Think, oh,
exactly.
hey, so nice, get on with it.
Yeah,
Not to be fucking war with each other or fucking trying to kill each other or pull each other fucking thing. Or telling each other lies. My dad's bigger than your dad. My God's better than your fucking God.
yeah. It's all bullshit, isn't it?
And like, people using fucking stupid definitions of themselves. Oh, what are you? Oh, I'm white. Well, I'm black. Well, I'm afraid I'm not fucking white. And you're not fucking black. You must go from like
Yeah.
a light pinky tanny to a dark purpley brown.
I had that the other day with someone going on about the Polish, I think, at one point, and I said, "So, so you're telling me that that thing over there
What
is
the? Oh,
you've got issues with Polish?" And I turned around and said, "But what does it make any difference whether or not that man's living over there on the land known as Poland, or whether or not I'm living over here on the land known as New Zealand, or you're a man living over there on the land called Canada? We're all men, are we not? We're all just
see,
men."
yeah,
And
I
it's just a geographic
understand both.
location.
I, I, I just two sides of the argument, right? He's complaining because a man has come from his land and come into your land. Right,
Yeah, but
okay?
it's not. It's
So,
everybody's land.
so yeah, in our society, we've got a structure, but, okay? This man has got his culture, okay? What he does in his country and what he does in his home and his hometown, okay? Some of his ways may conflict with your ways,
Right,
okay?
right, right.
So,
So you
why is
want
he
a conflict of
and
interest
so,
then?
so what, so first of all, why is he coming into your country? Okay?
Yeah.
Is he needed? Has
Is
he
he
got
just
skills?
travelling?
Has he got skills? And is he going to change his ways to our customs so he fits in?
Yeah, okay.
Because if he doesn't, he'll upset the machinery, span it in a way.
much like you would with your scab workers and that sort of thing with strikes.
If you just say, I'm just coming here to work, I'm sending me money back to the country, well, I'm afraid you're fucking not.
Yeah, you're taking the money out of this country to give to that country.
Or I'm coming here to live off your welfare your welfare system. No, I'm afraid you're fucking not. You've got to come here to benefit us and join our machine because
Yeah.
we don't want bits in our machine, we just fucking want to benefit the machine. So there's that argument, right? And there's other argument that he's a free man and he lives on the earth and he has the right to live where himself. He doesn't have the right to live where he wants. Because you just can't say, I want to get and you fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah, I get the point where so it would be really up to the one that's got the problem to just state his claim that that's his fucking land, and for the other one that's coming in just to stay the fuck away.
Well, yeah, but unless he's coming to do, like, you wouldn't allow someone
I get it, unless he's coming to help or just travelling for sightseeing purposes.
Your house is going to disrupt your fucking ways of your machinery. Like, you might have your house running like good. Would you allow someone to come into your home to completely fucking disrupt it?
Oh yeah, I've had that happen. We've had guests come and never leave.
Well, excuse me, guest, fuck off.
Yeah, they got kicked the fuck out is what happened. Yeah.
Well, there you go, because they were breaking the machinery, the system you had in your home. If they're not going to do part of the system, they're going to break the fucking system. So first of all, if you have a system in your country, right, and then suddenly your government will start allowing other systems to come to your country, where against most of your systems running functions, start messing up your running functions, the people in that running functions are like, hang on a minute, you're causing me fucking problems here, fuck off.
Because you've got less fucking food to pay because you got less work.
Going down the road, right? Going down the road, right? Okay, and you're animal, and you're following the rules of the road. Okay, safety. Take it, keeping the lane. Next minute, so coming down your way, down your lane, the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Because in this country, that's the fucking side of the road they drive on.
Yeah.
And he thinks took the right to fucking drive on that side of the road.
Wouldn't get very fucking far, would he?
So, he's going to cause fucking mayhem. You're going to have to stop the cunt and explain to him, if he doesn't go with that side of the road, you're going to fucking have to do something about him.
So in other words, there's rules everywhere.
Yes.
Put simply.
Order.
And there has to be rules everywhere.
Yes.
For anything.
As I said before, if the moon says, I'm not going round the fucking sun, I'm waiting here. I'll just go round in circles here. I'll wait for you.
Yeah.
But time to fucking egg gets fucking back to the moon there, it's going to be in a fucking nice state. And we won't be alive.
Yeah.
You had that, you cunt! What the fucking mess you made of me! Look, I'm fucking like this now, bastard! You have balance weight!
Yeah, true.
Weights and measures. Order.
Yeah, what do you think about all this fucking solar stuff at the moment and the sun flares? Do you think there's some weights and measures going afoot there?
It's a cycle.
Yeah, it's a standard earthly cycle, but given the fact that the Earth has shown, or there seems to be some sort of evidence of a global reset 4 or 5 times in the past, do you reckon we're coming close to that one again? Or do you think that's all just bullshit? Or at the point that if it happens, it happens. Fuck it.
We'll be there.
Yeah, we'll find out if it happens.
Yeah. Because only people who are conscious and seeing it will know. Ah!
Yeah, because they'll know. When they see the big wave coming, then they'll know they're fucked. Yeah, because I mean, like, you get a lot of people that go on about Illuminatists and energy vampires and all of these sorts of people. And honestly, I mean, I've been there too, but I've shown enough self-restraint to realize that it's just a perception, and that you can be stuck down that rabbit hole that is YouTube, and you can ramble off 20 different ways that the world is going to end tomorrow in some apocalyptic event, be it man-made, natural, global, universal, alien, trans-dimensional, whatever. Alright? There's so many different ways. And then you come back to the realization that you have absolutely no control over any of it, and you can only control yourself and what you do. But you have to go through that whole fucking rabbit hole and find out all of this shit and wake yourself up and then come back to full circle and go, right, back to me. Because you've got to realize there's nothing you can do about anything else. You only have power over yourself. Power, right, and authority over you, me, myself, and I.
You know? No one else. If someone puts a gun to his head and say, do this or I'll shoot you, and you don't want to do it, well, they're going to shoot you, so you're shooting. Yeah. No, I'm not shooting. Well, there we go.
Either way, you're dead. Exactly. Whether they pull the trigger or you pull the trigger indirectly by saying no, you're still fucked. Totally do it. But I reckon there's a lot more people, because I've been in this sort of scene now for the last 4 odd years, and I've only been doing the Hangouts 4 or 5 months. But there seems to be a lot more people waking up at a great rate of speed. It seems to be the snowball's now gone down the top of the roller coaster, and it's now going down the hill, and it's just gaining momentum. We're at that, what is it, that 15% precipice they call it? Is that what they say, Gary? Is it a 15% thing? What do you reckon? What do you reckon, Gary?
You're being played. Okay? You're being played. You're being bent over and anally invaded.
I know. Every day I try to push them back out again, but they just keep going there. They do.
Okay? Where's the wisdom? Where's the wisdom? Keep your eyes simple. Okay? And don't bother with anything what was not beneficial.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Do I need this shit?
That's like money.
Okay?
That's like money. I hate money. Whatever money I get, I give to my wife, because she's got a real fondness for the stuff. She loves it. And it's a win-win. I give it to her, she's really happy, which works really good for me. Yeah. Whenever I've got it, if I spend it in the wrong way, she's really unhappy with me. But if I give it to her, and then she gives it back to me to spend, it's all good. How the fuck does that work? Because she's got the control. I let her think she's got the control.
That's one of our downfalls. No.
We've come to the agreement is that I've come to the agreement with her that she's the boss because I say so. I love it. Brilliant.
It's always a do as I say, not as I do, really. Doesn't it? You can't do that, but I'll do it. Or I'll do it.
With my wife, mate, she does not call me you anymore. She does not say you can't do that, and I just turn around and go, really? I'll let him know. Do you mean me? I don't answer to you. I go, who's you? Is that Cream of Sun Young Guy's cousin?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Oh, mate, I have great fun with it because it's all just a word game. And when you learn words and you know what they mean,
Yeah,
and depending on what game you're playing, you can have a lot of
a
fun with it.
childish game with
Hmm?
children. Again, a game, a childish game.
Hmm.
If you were
Oh,
grown
yeah.
up, you wouldn't act like this. The reason why
I
you act
tell you,
like this is because
the
you're fucking
kid,
kid.
my kids love this stuff because although it does backfire, I will say it backfires. I tell my
Yeah,
kids, I ask them, can you please empty the dishwasher? They turn around and say, who's you?
yeah,
Or, can you please empty the dishwasher?
yeah.
Max, where's the contract, Dad? Is what I get back from him. What's in it for me?
Well, all you do then, right, is when it comes down to meal times or washing
Oh,
time,
yeah, I'm
you
hungry.
make,
Well, I'm
you
still
know,
waiting for the dishwasher.
that's fine.
I do that. I do that. Yeah. We
Oh, man,
they
got to do this.
they want something from me. You do something for me, mate. Oh,
These
mate,
things
from an
you
early
don't need.
age,
These things you,
I was taught to feed the chooks, chop the firewood, so we had the coal range going, so we had the hot water in the morning because the wetback did the hot water cylinder. So
yeah,
I was brought up with a coal range my entire life, an old Shatlock Orion 500. You know, God, you get great baking in those old ovens, the old wood fire ovens. But yeah, that and some coal overnight to keep the wood going, keep the heat. And you know, every night I had to chop a barrel load of wood. Otherwise,
yeah,
there was no hot water. It was that fucking simple.
yeah.
So that do the chooks, feed the
Part, part,
chooks.
part of the system.
You learnt to butcher. I learnt to butcher the sheep. Dad would get 3 or 4 sheep every year, and we'd butcher them. We'd get a horse every 2 or 3 years and kill that for the dog meat. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's even one horse we've still got. It's called Lucky, funnily enough. Little Shetland pony.
Oh,
Little Shetland pony. But yeah, Lucky's still alive. He was just not looked after. He was really malnourished. You could tell that he wanted to live, so Dad didn't have the heart to kill him.
yeah.
So he looked after him and brought him back from fucking the edge of death. And yeah, they've still got him. Fucking 12 years later, they've still got him.
You'll see
Amazing
himself.
stuff. Mm. Yeah. I mean, they've got fucking 16, 17 acres down in South Island. Little acre, little, a few cattle, a few sheep.
Yeah.
Self-sufficient. Their own gardens, their own everything. They just sell eggs at the end of the driveway. Barter work for work. They do very fuck all for cash.
Real food.
But
I
it's
don't think I've,
rural.
I don't think I've eaten real food for fucking years.
Mm,
I
yeah.
don't know body knows what real food is.
I mean,
So,
I'm working on getting this house off the grid on power. Because I've wired it in a certain way. I've wired the house so every circuit can be individually switched over to an alternative feed. So I can put in just a couple of solar panels at a time and an inverter on each line and slowly disconnect each circuit so I can slowly drip feed myself off of the grid instead of having to do it all in one lump and come up with 10, 20 grand to do the whole kit and caboodle. I can just do it at $20 a week until I have enough for another solar panel, and then just put up enough that I need for the bank to power the bank up the batteries, and then the inverter to power the light circuit, and then get the right inverter to power the hot water, and get the right inverter to power the power circuit. It's simple logic, and again, breaking it down, it's really easy to change anybody's house because everybody's house has a switchboard, and all you've got to do is feed your alternative feed wires from your solar cells to that fuse board. So when you flip the fuse and trip the fuse on your fuse board to its off, then you have an alternative feed coming in to feed it when it's off from the
yeah.
secondary point. It's simple. So that way, you can still have your mains coming in and feeding some points, but at the same time have slowly cut off until you become fully self-reliant. You don't have to feed it back to them. I mean, fuck that shit. It's not worth the hassle. But so long as you're happy to keep your own house going, why not? And I mean, I'm working on magnetic. You know, you've seen a lot of those magnetic flywheels that go around through just the magnetic generation, and then the pickup coils to, you know, the over unity type devices. I'd love to work out more of that stuff. That's,
Keep it eye simple.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Keep it eye
yeah.
simple.
That's all right. Keep the I simple. E equals I over R, isn't it?
Eye
EIR.
simple.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the main problem with a magnetic motor?
It's the prime mover.
Yeah.
Getting your prime mover,
Yeah. So,
because as
okay, you've got your prime
soon as you
mover,
start
right?
putting, as soon as you start putting load on that prime mover, you're slowing it down.
Right. The problem is you need energy for your switch. Right? The switch in the two fields. You've got your ring of magnets, south, north, going round.
Sure.
Okay.
Alternating
So,
poles.
so
Yeah.
now you need an overhead spinning magnet.
Okay.
Okay. Or you need a up and down motion for the magnets to change the field. So
Yeah,
you got
I was looking at those pneumatic ones or the gravitational ones, the gyroscopic type ones. They're quite cool. But
okay.
they're all with weights and measures.
Okay.
Those big,
So,
yeah, those
but
big.
what you need, right, is something to get this to move up and down or side to side or to spin or to spin. You
Mm,
can turn your orbiter like our moon.
yeah.
Right? So, what force does this main rotor with the magneton produce when it spins? And what?
Centrifugal.
Yes, there it goes.
So if you've got something that's spinning at a centrifugal force, and then that's
What other
it's so
force?
long that, yeah,
What other
I
force?
don't know. No, I'm feeling a bit nutted, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so my brain's not working too well now. But that's an interesting point. Thank you for that one,
What
Gary.
what other force is is applying to that this when it's going round?
Well, you've got gravity
Yeah,
and magnetic and kinetic energy.
kinetic energies. Okay, and they're wasted energies.
So the what energies? Base energies.
Waste energy.
Yeah.
Okay, so all you need is movement
Hmm.
of a magnetic field switch on off or spin spin spin. Okay, have a rotating disc.
With a pulse width modulator on a Jules ringer.
So the disc is going round.
Yeah.
What am I in? What
Which
am I
is,
in?
yeah.
I'm
So
thinking,
you've seen. So
what am I
someone's.
breathing? What am I breathing?
Yeah.
What am I
Some
breathing?
something like a round magnet. That I've seen the ones where they have the round magnet spinning, and that's giving you alternating
Not,
poles, and their
nothing to
pickup coils are all the side of it.
nothing to do with the magnets. Okay, the magnets are the drive. Okay, the force is rotation.
Okay.
So from
But
rotation, you want to get centrifugal force. Yes.
yes.
So,
It's
okay.
like holding an angle grinder when the angle grinder's going.
Yeah. Yeah. But as well, you have rotation.
Yeah.
Okay. What rotates and causes an effect?
magnetic field rotates and wind. Yeah,
Wind.
we've got good wind here, but it's never constant. What about a gravity-fed ones? Have you seen the ones where they have the water being dropped from the height, spinning a turbine through the tubes, and then being collated at the bottom, fed back up to the top? Have you ever seen those gravity-fed engines? Sort of a turbine type thing, instead of using air, but using water,
Okay,
like a
I
water
give
wheel.
you a vacuum.
Oh, vacuum, of course, yes, yes. Yeah, so if you've got it in a vacuum field, then you've got no resistance of airflow, so it'll spin freer, and then you
No,
could use the air. Is that what you're meaning?
no,
Or in a vacuum, then there's no friction, so it would spin?
no.
What then?
What is a if I've got a vacuum cleaner, what's it do?
It's sucking,
Eh?
and it's blowing out.
Sucking go blowing. So when I make my rotor with my magnets on, I incorporate
Incorporate a blower,
a fan, a
a
turbine,
fan.
or a turbine.
Okay.
Okay, which if I encase it and the turbine is sucking through, now I run the air channel out to my mechanism where I need to make that mechanism to go round or up and down. So I can either put a turbine on it to make it go round, or I can put
Sure.
a wavy piece of metal and it'll do that and oscillate that way or that way.
Sure, it'll spin. Yeah.
As it'll spin or it'll make the oscillation. All you need to do is get up to its starting speed. Start.
And get it up to its breakaway speed, and then it's
Start
self-reliant, isn't
the
it?
vacuum then will operate its orbiter or its switch. Vacuum.
I.e., the moon will spin around the Earth. Yeah, yeah.
Vacuum.
And funnily enough, space being a vacuum and all.
Now we're just using
Yeah, I
basic
know what you
knowledge
say. You're
of
just
physics
using the wind and the turbine to self-generate. Is that right?
because you actually got rotation. It's going through the air anyhow, so it's got to have wind resistance for everywhere you fucking go. Okay? So you may as well use it to your advantage by putting a turbine in to either to suck air through the system or blow air through the fucking system.
Almost
Now,
like a jet. Mm.
but all you do is just cause a fan to suck air, and you use
Mm.
that suck air as a drive.
Okay.
Understand?
Yeah, it's definitely. You got my fucking head starting to think. It's sometimes quite a dangerous thing. So if you hear of a guy getting blown up in about 2 weeks' time in a shed, don't feel guilty.
Well,
Just
you
thought.
don't get the basic laws of physics. You use the vacuum because it's already in
Mm.
air. You're already in the gas. So why don't you use the gas rather than let it hinder you? What can you use it? Use it to create a vacuum to suck air down a fucking tube, or either operate a rotating magnet disc or a fucking vibrating, no, oscillating switch up and down, or right to left where you need it. There's your switching mechanism, but you have to.
What about I get what you're saying about vacuum and air. What about some sort of like a siphoning system as well? Because when you're siphoning something from a tank, don't you've got that gravitational siphoning effect in a vacuum.
No, all you use
With,
is basic vacuum technology.
uh,
It's just vacuum.
uh,
If I create a vacuum in front of me, it sucks the air into it. Watch.
it's going to blow it. Yeah, yeah.
And if I
Yeah.
see, we use the wrong equation. We use that
The blow.
blow you up one. Use
Yeah,
that.
it takes a lot of energy
Sucky
to
one's better.
expel something.
The sucky one's better.
Mm.
The sucky one's the creation. The explosive one is the destruction. We use the explosion to the explosive equation of the equation. Or the theory. Not the other control. But you want to use that. The sucky one. Use vacuum.
Mm.
Because the energy's already there. You already have the energy in the wheel. It's got its inertia, which is mass times speed times energy. Okay, so it's gonna fucking go. All you need is to start it up. And a simple bit of mathematics and a clever bit of fucking say mechanical engineering, designing your little fans or your turbines or whatever else. You know, clever vacuum. You can make that fan twice as efficient as a smaller would be by using vacuum technology.
Mm.
There's plenty
You
of
should
other
make
forms.
something.
I can't
Should make
yeah.
a. Nah. Ah, fuck it. They've come up
Things like
they've come up with a thing in the local community here where if you've got something that's broken, doesn't matter what it is, like a shirt that needs mending or a toaster that doesn't work, that there's a local community place where you can take it and there's retired tradesmen there that'll free of charge teach you how to do it yourself, even supply the bits that you need to repair the items, and sort of a DIY shop, but they will actually help you and teach you how to do it yourself. A fucking brilliant idea. But that's the sort of place where you're going to see some clever work out the fucking, you know, there's just a little community project and out comes the next fucking big invention. And it'll just be a sort of a more of a rediscovery than an invention of something that was long lost. Much like you're saying, if people work out a vacuum, fucking a jet or some sort of centrifugal type energy, or even just anti-gravity. I mean, the electromagnetic fields and stuff they've
why do you
proven
need why do you need anti-gravity? What for? What reason?
for
Yeah, right.
well,
Got a
the
pair of
energy
legs.
to run the what?
I've got a pair of legs. I don't need anti-gravity. I've got a pair of legs. I can walk. I can make a foot fighting ride. So I don't need to fly.
I'm not so much saying that, but it's more. I'm just trying to think of the right way to put it. There are benefits to anti-gravity as well as,
What?
people would say, well, if you want to move something heavy easily, for instance, if you can have the
Don't
ability
need it.
to make it lighter,
Don't need it.
pardon?
There's no reason for us to have it. We don't need it.
Okay.
It's a fucking choice. It's a choice. We don't need it.
Mm.
It doesn't benefit us in any way whatsoever. It's a fucking choice. If we start using the flights, we're going to hurt ourselves. Yeah. Fuck off. Oh! Shit. Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh, David. You shouldn't have toys like that. No, the kids. Kids do
Mm.
silly things. Don't need anti-gravity. Your feet like being on the floor. So
So, what,
that's what to do exactly being on the floor. That's
back
why
on
that's
the
some.
ground.
Pardon? Don't need all this shit.
So you're fully happy with the fact that if we were meant to fly, we would have had wings. And if we were
Oh,
meant to eat without, if we were meant to eat with a knife and fork, we would have had them instead of fingers.
no, don't agree. Frying's
No?
okay. Frying's okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, frying's okay.
But,
When we make our fry objects, right, that we make them correctly.
yeah.
If
But then
we
if
just
you're making a flying object and you're able to power that flying object or propel that flying object with a gravitational or a magnetic force as opposed to a propellant like a jet engine,
no,
a cleaner energy force in another way.
anti-gravity is very, very easy.
It was just cancelling out the effects of the gravity with the equal and opposite effect, or in effect, wouldn't you? It's just a matter of balancing two magnets.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, the Earth resonates at 8 point so many hertz, does it? So that's all you need. They make your little machine resonate at 8.3 hertz, whatever the Earth is. The Earth will just go, fuck off and spit you nothing. Woo! Right! God, that's the machine. You know, I
Mm.
think you see 8.3 hertz machine, gets a resonate at 8.3 hertz, and the Earth will go, fuck off and just chuck it off. Bye! Nice knowing you! Happy to see.
Well, didn't they design one of those other devices where you put a couple of rods in the ground a certain distance apart and it could work off the Earth's electromagnetic energy coming off of that as well? Or it was some, I forget.
You live on an electrical fucking motor.
Yeah,
The electrical fucking motor what gives off at AM field.
true.
The reason why it gives off AM field because we're next to a fucking big fucking area star trying to fry our ass. So we need this fucking magnetic field and this motor to fucking make this fucking other field around us. Fuck off, son, you twat. Now, if this thing wasn't measured this fucking right, if you're
Do
on a
you
fly, resonate at the planet's frequency, it'll fucking chuck you off.
mm,
You're a little magnet, it's a big magnet, and you have the same pole, and woo,
off we go?
off you go. Right, you need fucking rockets.
Well, isn't that what happened with the Searle effect transformer that the old that they made back in the 60s or something? Wasn't it the that Dr. Searle or whatever his name was? He made the Searle effect transformer or something or other, and it was the
Alright,
electromagnetic.
yeah,
Yeah, and they made it outside, and it ended up they couldn't control it once it took off, and it never came back.
yeah. Is it?
Funny
Don't
as
know.
fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
That would have been I would have paid good money to see that. I thought that would have been as funny as fuck. Watch some cunt testing out an experiment and watch it just take off and not come back.
Yeah, just fuck off.
Yeah, you just go, oh well, that was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yeah, no, it's very, very simple. You live on a big magnet.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying before about scalar or everything that's got some sort of use to it is in scalar form. The same as the way the eyes function is the same as the way a star is born. It's the same sort of look to it. The explosion inside the pupil of an eye looks like the same as the explosion of an exploding star. You know, everything is scalar. What is happening on the sun is happening in our own bodies. Nuclear reactions. You know, all those sorts of chemical and, you know, whatever's happening really minutely also can happen in a really large form. And so that's why I say it's scalar. And like you're saying, it's just bigger and smaller versions of electromagnetic biological generators, which is what we are. We're just generating. We're just The old Matrix, mate, with just a battery or a copper top.
What a machine.
Intelligent copper top.
It's just a machine.
Self-aware.
I have 5 digits. I have one of them. I have one of them. I have one of these. I have 2 of them. Numbers, mathematics.
Ooh, pardon me.
Now, if my mathematics wasn't right, I wouldn't work.
Sure. Or you at least you wouldn't work so efficiently as you do now.
Oh, try it at your table. Go and cut one leg short on one fucking on your table. You see how good it works.
Mm.
Because it's mathematically out of fucking shape.
Weights and measures. Yeah, no, I totally get it.
Weight and measure.
Oh, yeah.
People going on about going to stars and it's like, what? You go there for? We've got a gorgeous, wonderful air. If we actually fucking took our time to put on to the fucking place. It would be so nice.
Yeah.
They open the door and your kids can go out and play. And I have no worries, there's no cuts on the fucking get them or fucking anything.
That happens here. Just yesterday I was coming inside, the TV was on. None of them were inside. They were all outside on the swing and climbing the tree. Good.
Yeah, good. Peace of mind.
Turned off the telly and went out and threw the ball at them.
Yeah.
So that's all right. And considering they all got given, their tablets for their Christmas present because they're all into playing their tablets.
Oh, yeah.
But
Hi.
they still measure out the good with the bad. I'm more than happy to give them an electronic toy because I know that they know to put it down and go out and play outside just as much as they do and sit in front of it all day.
Oh, yeah.
I play in electronics more than they do, for fuck's sake.
See, you don't grow up, do you? All the kids.
I do. But then it's probably because they're still just a little bit young. Give it time.
Oh, so you man hasn't done much time.
But then I wouldn't even bother to try and fathom what it's going to be like in 30 years' time. Because when I think back 30 years' time ago, we had none of the technology that we do now. So again, another 30 years' time from now, I shudder to think what the kids are going to do.
Yeah, anyway, any great form. Most of the technology we use against education today.
Yeah.
And some of the technology would be really good for me, but we're just a kind of twats.
Mm.
Out of control, children, the attitude fucking problems, and the reasons of parenting. I'm a proper little princess, my mum said I'm special. Children.
Mm. Oh.
Let's wake up time for mentality.
You what?
Wake up time,
Yeah.
go to wake up, the awakening, the rereading of the tale, apocalypse of the fucking story.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I've sowed the seed for a couple of people today, which was quite fun. A couple of people I haven't seen about 4 years' time, and they asked me how I was. So they got what I like to technically call farquad. I force-fed them some information. Just a few little seeds I dropped, taught them a few things that I just recently learned, and they were just sitting there with sore heads after I'd left.
Oh, I hear it's funny.
You know, the normal thing. My head's hurting now. They needed me to go and set up their satellite dish and their TV and video and shit for them. It was TV and satellite receiver, and they had a fault. Eh?
Captive audience.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. They couldn't go nowhere, so I schooled them a bit. Fucking hell, mate. Fun as.
You won't listen.
Mm. And she'll
You're
no
not.
doubt she'll go and tell others, sow the seeds. It's what I do with the
That's what
kids.
I'm saying. They'll
The
make
kids will
it
go to school and they'll tell their mates.
so big. Honestly, you're wasting your fucking time.
I, I know at the end of the day, I don't want to be like everybody else. I'm more than happy just to be unique. I don't want to be like other people. I'm just want to be me. And I mean, that's what my wife found most attractive about me, is that it was me and not just like someone else. So I like to teach the kids to be their own individuals as well. They don't have to be like everybody else. They don't have to give a fuck what someone else thinks. Just be so long as they're happy with what they think about themselves. Don't give a fuck about someone else calling them fat or ugly or large or buck teeth or something like that, because they're happy. So what does it matter what some other cunt thinks about them? If you
That's
excuse
our
my
problem.
French.
That's our
Pardon?
problem. But we be poking our nose in other people's fucking business. Stuff like
Yeah,
that. Stop doing that. Can't do that.
I can't do that
Yeah,
because the
yeah.
kids will tease me. Yeah,
Gary
it's
Hope.
bullshit.
Are my actions right or are my actions wrong? Are the actions right? It's beneficial to yourself and it's beneficial to the fellow human being.
Mm.
Do you like your man now down the road? You might need to shape, but
Mm.
so well, that's okay. You know, you can't have an attitude just like fuck what everybody else thinks. Do what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Well,
can
that's what
say,
the back when I
and
was
tell
an old.
people that don't take notice of what another person thinks is wrong again. Because what
Yeah,
the other person thinks may be the right thing, but what they are doing, their actions or whatever else, is the wrong thing. Again, down to a system. You've got to keep yourself inside a boundary, contain yourself, basically, control yourself. I can't go into a room and start saying something like, I'm not talking to you because you're not a scouser,
yeah.
you come from Liverpool, you're the one fucking
Well,
talking to me.
there's a lot of judgmental people out there, though, isn't there?
But that's it, it's how you're brought up, your environment. It's only when you get a bit older and you get a bit more reason about it, you can start to sort things out in your head. You know. But even
Oh,
then,
absolutely.
there's no guarantee that your actual some of your behaviour won't change or some of your automatic thinking
Yeah,
from
yeah,
what your
yeah,
family,
this is
you know,
true.
you brought up. My family voted Labour, so we were expected to vote Labour. I did it once when I was 18 and never voted again. I didn't want to do it in the first place, but I got dragged up by my mother. But no, family position. But I
Yeah,
know it's wrong for me to vote for another human being to lord over me and someone else. It's immoral. It
mm,
should be controlled enough to control ourselves to think, we can't act like a gang in the country. I want all this my way and I want all that, and you're having fuck all. But you do the work,
yeah.
because I'm the boss.
Mm,
Can't work that fucking way. If you want to become the most in a society, you have to become the least. You're humble yourself. You don't live in a big house, you live in a fucking small fucking house. You haven't got a big wage, you have a modest fucking wage like the people.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Here's your boss live down here, number 6. What? Let's have that 1 bedroom flat there, yeah, number 6. He's your leader, yeah. What? That's what he lives there. If he's not in, he'll be out brushing the streets. Well, your leader's out brushing the fucking streets. Well, if he's not doing that, he'll be in the fucking park, fixing the fucking swings or something. Or he'll be out fucking checking on the old ones.
Yeah, yeah. True.
The park example. Not sitting fucking high and mighty fucking house on your fucking page, fucking get out the plastic doors. Do your fucking self first, lead by example. Don't say fuck don't do that. Don't do yourself first, lead by example. But we don't. If you wanna make better and more better stations then I went to a better school, yeah. Well, I live in a better building.
I always say that the kids go to school for an education and they come home to learn.
Yeah. If you're gonna learn us,
Well, they actually learn more from us at home. They seem to come home from school with maths, reading, writing, normal homework, but they don't seem to be learning how to do that at school. At school, they're learning all about sustainability and being a digital citizen, learning about digital citizenry and what it means to be a citizen. This is what they're all getting taught at school. They'll come home and tell me what a citizen is. I tell them what a citizen is, and then they go back and they tell their teacher what a citizen is. Dad said it's this, so you're wrong, teacher.
but
Love it.
get that little close for in the system. Just teacher thinks he's right. Because he's been taught that it's right. Regardless
Oh,
of his morals, he's fucking got one
yeah.
anyhow. Okay,
I
so
mean,
there you go. You know, a minute.
I don't expect the information I'm giving them. I don't expect the information I'm giving the kids and what the kids are doing at school to actually change anything. But if anything, it's just letting the teacher know. So even if it's just one person, such as the teacher.
To bring in other authorities.
Oh
Therefore,
yeah.
you can say, well, oh, you may be totally right, but they won't fucking have it that they're wrong.
Mm.
If I tell
Yeah.
your children a different thing and then they'll go back to school and say, excuse me, that's a this and this is how we work out and logically work out with the concept of him.
Mm. Mm.
He, being a human being, just after the swatting, simply depends on you by bringing in authorities to teach the kids from this.
Mm.
If you are a child abuser, if you're not keeping to the norm,
Mm.
so my advice when you're teaching the children these things is when to go out in the world, not to mention it to authorities,
Not to what?
not to mention to people like teachers, police,
Ah.
authorities.
Well, the kids don't know not to mess with any. Well, they don't mess with themselves, and they know that the buck stops with them, and they are the authority. So.
But when they're out here in this world, okay, in their system, the saying is, do as the Romans do. If
Oh,
you start
sure. Yeah. When in
if you
Rome, do as the Romans. Yeah.
start sticking out like a sore thumb, you're putting them in danger.
Mm.
So
I get your point,
you must
but
tell them to tell them where they're going and what danger they're going into, how to protect themselves. Shit, sun's going off there, it's time for me to go. Boom, gone. Not of course is in danger.
mm.
Listen, that's the beauty information. So teach them listen. If they go out breaking out in the world and making a cunt of these people, these countries will react. sometimes, you know, it may be a little reaction, other times it may be a big reaction. Like it's happening over here a lot now, where we've upset the authorities, and they come and get us, come and get our kids, because people are not thinking what they're doing, they're just blurting it out. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, fuck off. See you, listen to me. Where's our mate? Oh, which one was? Where's our fucking mate? Oh, who are you? Where's our mate? Don't know. Sorry, speak to us now.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Don't think. Use the information to protect yourself, not to cause yourself fucking problems. You don't put your hand in a fire, you're not going to burn you.
Well, it's a long time to go before they go out there into the world like that.
Because you can put myself a fireproof glove on, doesn't mean it's still a sensible idea to put my fucking hand in a fucking fire.
Well, as far as the kids and what they do at school and what they say or question at school, they're welcome to do whatever they wish. And the school, I've already had my battles with the school, and the school know exactly where their place is. I've put them in their place, and they don't fuck with me. That's yes, sir, three fucking bags full, sir, with me. They do not fuck with me because I put things in writing. I don't just open my mouth and blah blah off at them. I put shit in writing to them.
No matter what you put, they can send out 40 fucking people with guns.
Yeah. I don't live in fear. I'm not living in fear of that, Gary. I don't give a fuck if they're going to come with guns. They're going to come with guns. I don't care. That doesn't. They don't do. They've got no reason or cause to do that to me. If they want to, I can't. But I'm not going to sit here and live in perpetual fear of them coming after me with guns because of what I may be learning or teaching. Screw them. Fuck that. You know, I'd rather stand and die fighting than live on my knees in fear of them coming and knocking my door down with guns. Whoopee fucking shit. If they're going to do that, let them do it. I've been dead twice already. So what? You know, when you've died a couple of times, you tend to not really have much of a fear in it. And the only thing that I really live for these days is for my kids. So I'll die defending them.
Before you make a decision, right? Stop and think. What were the consequences of my actions?
Oh yeah, I get that. I get that from my wife, who's the even-keeled one. She's the stop now think. Yeah. Like when I first started recording the police, after my first altercation with the police, it was whenever I went out in the car, the wife said, "Now no chasing the policeman in the car," because I chased the cops for about 10 minutes down the road. Now, the next time I went out and I had an altercation with the police, I ended up getting out of the car and going and having a confrontation with the cop on the side of the road, and the cop ended up running over me in the car and then fleeing the scene. All right. So now when I go out, Leah says to me, "No chasing the police in the car," and she tells me not to get out of the car and no getting run over by the police. And now, the latest one is that just the other week the police were out looking for some fucking manhunt somewhere, and the police were just going up and down our main road out in the middle of nowhere, which we don't see often. So I just walked out our main gate and started recording the police walking along the road. So I wasn't allowed to get out and confront them if I was pulled over. I wasn't allowed to chase them if I came up to them. And I'm not allowed to even go walking down the road recording them anymore. All I can do is stop from a distance and record with a zoom. She's limiting my access. I'm just having fun with them.
them, are you?
Yeah, oh, I love it, but again, this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
all over things like speeding
again,
tickets. This is nothing criminal. So,
your family, your woman says, no, it's a pointless exercise, which it is. Because all you're doing is just fucking annoying your woman, and you're annoying the biddies.
I
Alright,
get, I know what you're saying to me,
you got to call
but
because the
then,
half of the he doesn't give a fuck. I'll come around your camera down your bastard throat for you.
and again, if that's going to be the
Why?
outcome of it, so be it.
Sorry.
If they want to do that, then I would think that would be somewhat of an overreaction.
Yes, but we do, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, that's fine, and I'll give them enough rope
It's
to
not
hang
like
themselves. It
good
is
for
fine.
our
It's
predicament in
perfectly
the first
fine
place.
because
It's
I
probably,
don't I can't control anybody else's actions. If they're going to do something, they're going to do it. I'll just deal with that when it happens, if it happens.
yeah, because your perception of a person in authority, a policeman or a police officer, everybody would go on Mr. Stephen. If you see him in the police,
But
no, police,
my perception of anything is they're either a man or a woman.
yes,
I don't believe in this superhero called policeman. It's just a capacity. And same
yes,
with a person. A person
but,
is only a capacity.
but,
A
but
human is just
you're feeling this human being in that capacity as a police officer or a policeman.
a
No, he
human
has,
being is also a person. A human
yes,
being is just
I
a
know the
capacity.
same,
It's
that's the
just the color of
policeman.
a man.
The,
Yeah,
the
color of
human
a man.
being,
Yeah.
man, the fucking robot is the police officer. And you
Mm.
know the difference. So you know when you're filming him, how he's acting by his reaction to you. He's
Sure.
acting as a police officer, he'll come after the fucking cunt. He's acting as the police man, he'll come and reason with you.
Mm.
Okay? But most of these cunts don't know the policeman bit. They only know the police officer.
Oh yes. And then he's
Okay?
just being a
You're
robot.
provoking this cunt. So you're provoking these cunts with your actions.
Mm.
Okay?
See,
So
the
if you do have to you do feel that you need to film these fucking people, put cameras up in position, covering.
they
If
are.
you go out and provoke it to provoke
Yeah.
a reaction, or for whatever reason you're fucking telling your fucking self while you're arguing it for the good of mankind to expose these fucking assholes.
Mm.
Two fucking wrongs again, don't make it right.
Oh, I'm not doing anything wrong.
But you are
Oh, I'm
provoking a
not.
situation. You are, you're provoking a situation.
There's no situation to provoke. If there's
So if you
anything
are,
to be,
well, because you are, because these people are brainwashed to act in a certain way. Which
and
most
they will
people
be held accountable for their actions if they choose to act in a
only won't
certain
be
way.
accountable for their actions. You
Yes, they
won't because
will.
their system protects
They
them.
will,
Because
because
before them,
if they want to interact with me, Gary, they will be held
the only
accountable
way
by
great if
at
you use
that
the
time
system was
by
right.
for their
So
actions.
the bigger gang were more bigger and well equipped than their gang.
I don't
And
give a fuck what guns they've got, Gary. I don't
pardon,
care. I don't care what guns they've got. I don't care what bazookas or tanks or anything else they've got. I don't give a fuck. I don't have any fear of their derived authority that they believe in.
let me put it this way then. Would you feed your child deadly nightshade as
Sorry?
would you fucking feed a child a deadly nightshade, a poisonous Christ?
Of
Well,
course
you
I
have
wouldn't feed them something noxious. That's
no,
poison.
that's poison. So why would you put them in a situation where your actions could harm?
I wouldn't be.
Well, you
But I
are.
do.
Because your
Well,
actions,
I'm not.
if you're trying to provoke, even if you're trying to provoke, you will provoke in a reaction. Because every action has a fucking reaction.
Sure.
Like you
Eh, eh,
be hiding somewhere and secretly filming police and not be caught or seen. Okay?
I'm
But
not hiding.
as soon as you make that public and goes on like YouTube and these people see it or people know they see it, then
Yeah.
it's your arse is grass. These people might want to see you bending your arse. But
Do you know, I've given these guys, I've given these people, these others of mankind, months and months to respond to me. I've given them multitude of reasons to come and knock on the door. And you know what they do? Fucking nothing. They are a bunch of cowards that go and hide. Alright? You know why? Because it's only over civil things. This is only over rule breakings of speed tickets. This isn't over any criminal offence or any criminal matter, so they have no authority whatsoever. And so, I mean, as far as the YouTube clips, yeah, I've sent it to the New Zealand Police Commissioner. Mike Bush is his name. And you know what? And I've sent letters to the commissioner asking him for responses, and he doesn't give me. I'm not hiding from the fuckers. I'm going straight after their jugulars, and they are running with their tails between their legs, not responding.
What gives you the right to film and look at? What gives you the authority to film being out there consent?
In a public place?
No. Not in a public place. What gives you the authority to film another human being out there consent?
I give myself the authority and right to do whatever I wish, because I am not causing them any harm whatsoever. Do you believe I would be causing them harm by filming them?
You do. Into a public domain, or someone else looks at these things.
If they're already in the public domain by standing in the public.
See, you use the word saying that you, right, have a right, that it's your right.
Because I'm a man, I have rights, yes, because I am present as a man.
You yourself were breaking the law to do what you want. Did you ask this
I'm not breaking any law.
Well, did you ask this person, can you film?
I don't have to ask that person to do whatever I wish.
Does someone ask you to do something to you?
Well, they can do what they wish. They're not causing me any harm.
Okay. If I come in and I come into your house, right, and pick up an object, I'll find you.
You're coming into my private property, then there's a different problem, because you're no longer in the public domain. I will give you notice that you're trespassing, and then it'll be aggravated trespass.
Well, army of both animal instincts where we just fight, you just tear. Don't come around, man. Don't bite you. Army beyond that. So what for the authority to do something to another human being out their wishes or out their consent? Because you don't like things getting done to you without your consent. So what gives you?
I wouldn't be doing anything to them by filming them.
It doesn't matter if you're doing any harm or loss or anything. You haven't got
matter. It does matter.
What do you have fucking photograph?
I would like to see the tangible harm, loss or fraud that I would be creating or causing to that other man or woman for them to make a verifiable claim that I've caused them any tangible monetary loss, anything like that, for them to make a viable claim that I've caused them harm.
Yes.
Otherwise, they can fuck off.
What is going to be used for after it leaves your domain?
Doesn't matter what it's going to be used for.
Well, yes, it does, because you're taking something what a person hasn't consented to.
I don't care what a person consents to. I don't deal with persons. I deal with man. I don't deal with yous. I deal with man. A him or a her, Gary. I don't deal with yous. I don't deal with them.
Same as before, right? If you've got oil under your land, and then you've got to dig down to get it, and you go to the water table and go through that, you're going to fuck it up, and you're going to fuck up around the bounds, then what gives you the right to go and fucking do it? Morally, none.
I have my own water supply, my own bore, my own everything. So no one has control over it.
Still won't admit.
You're talking about bully tactics that someone used to threaten and coerce me into doing their will. I don't give a fuck. I would just simply find some way, shape or form to get around it.
You don't give a fuck, but that's the unfortunate attitude of the 7 billion of us. You don't give a fuck.
Gary, you're missing the point, mate. You're telling me, what if someone threatens to turn off my water? Is that correct?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you're going to give out your consent, okay, whatever it is, say
Oh,
no
okay,
water,
sorry, I misheard
fucking
you.
speeding, whatever, go to school, fucking, fucking sitting, fucking
A
texting,
legislative rule of society, yeah.
okay, okay, so you don't like them imposing things on you, okay,
Hmm.
I don't like when I go out that I'm having my fucking image took up all the fucking time by their cameras, I don't like it,
Hmm.
so what gives
So
them
do
the right to
something about it.
if they say to me, Gaz, when you go out, right, we're gonna film you. Have you come to me and ask me? No, I don't like it.
Then don't go out in public.
So don't go. So well, that means that my right to go out in public is now being fucking things because some cunt wants to fucking film me.
No, it
So
means
what?
if you want to go out in the public domain where if you want to go out into a paddock and eat with the rest of the sheep, then you have to.
Of going down, being of saved by some fucking paranoid bastard.
No, not at all. Not at all. But if you're going to be out in the paddock eating the grass with the rest of the sheep, you're going to rub your nose through some of the other people's shit, aren't you?
So what gives them the right to observe me? Because the only reason they want to
Because you're in a public place.
they're wrongdoers themselves. But they're up to no fucking good. They're non-conformists. Again, they want to go against the machine. And if the machine starts having wobbly bits, it breaks.
Well, see, it depends on the machine, doesn't it?
Can't say that we don't like certain fucking things, and we do like certain things. If it's
Hmm.
wrong, it's wrong. There's no like it's okay.
Exactly. A wrong
So,
and a right.
telling another human being in their activities without their consent, and you can't make up excuses when it's in the public domain. No, fuck no, where the fucking is. You be in the other side of the fucking universe. If the person doesn't want you to film, you don't fucking film them. If they say stop filming me and you should the film, or you
If I'm filming in a public place and someone comes up to me and tells me they don't want to be filmed, I'd respect their wishes and not point the camera at them.
because you haven't got the scent of all the human beings you're going to come across.
No, because I have respect for my fellow man.
Unless you set it up as like a film and you get all your fucking crew and all your fucking cast, okay, and you have their consent. If they're happy for their fucking actions to be fucking put up on fucking film.
I'm not going to go and ask them for it. If they've got the issue, if they're the one with the problem, they can approach me and tell me their problem and I'll try and find a remedy.
You think it's okay for you to act any way you wish.
Absolutely. I can act any way I wish, provided I cause no harm to my fellow man.
Well, you may be causing harm by fucking filming them.
Well, that would be a claim that I would need verified.
Well,
if someone's saying I'm causing them harm, I would need that proof.
Excuse me, that just caused me harm. I don't wish that my face to be on your fucking film or to be fucking disputed. Okay? Because it'll cause me mental anguish. Right?
Okay.
That's harm. I just told
Right.
you.
Right. Are you aware that you clicked the I agree bit when you joined the Hangout? Right, well then it's caused no harm because you've agreed to it. You've given consent, Gary. Do you see how that works? The live thing up in the top corner means that it's live in the public domain.
You just can't assume that it's okay to just infringe on another human being's fucking privacy.
No, not at all.
Being infringed on. Do you? You
Of course not.
So why is it okay for you to do it?
It's cool. I don't know whether it's okay for you to do it or not. All I'm saying is it's okay for me to do as I wish.
Yeah, to do as you wish. So you as all humans are law to ourselves.
I'm not a human. I'm not being a human. I'm just a man.
Yeah,
there is a distinguishing difference between a man and a human being.
That's a little description we're going to call ourselves, okay? A biological fucking machine. A male biological machine. Okay?
You can call it whatever you like, whatever you believe, Gary. You're more than welcome to.
Again, if this biological fucking machine, right, it probably has through my actions, is no shit. But we've got cancer. Keep it all fucking falling out. Bad treatments. This is done because of my fucking stupidity and my knobhead actions. Okay, I've brought this upon myself. Okay, so these are personal injuries upon
Mm.
myself. But my actions, right, if you're smoking in the street, the person can be sitting across the room, does not smoke. Because if I
Uh,
think
uh,
of the street here, because it's my home, or do we consider this person their lungs?
mate, about 2/3 of the way through, I missed it. The hard drive spin up muffled you out there, Gary. Can you repeat it? Sorry.
If I smoke, okay, so I'm destroying my body. Consequences of my actions are controlled, cancer, heart disease, whatever. Okay,
Okay.
I have a member in my family in the house who doesn't smoke. Do I have the right to smoke in the house while they're there? Because it's my house. Or do I have to consider their health?
If they're in that private house and they're part of your family, then you have a duty, obligation, responsibility, and liability to help out that fellow member and to respect their wishes. If you think you're going to cause them harm by smoking it around them, then I would respectfully move to another location in the same house. Not necessarily fuck off outside, but have a designated smoking area so there's a workaround for the other member in the family. That's what I would do.
So that's the
That
physical,
that would be that would be fair.
that's the physical harm. Okay? That's the physical harm. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I can mentally harm you as well.
Well, I'd find a remedy. All I'm saying is that there would be a remedy in some fashion. If there's a harm caused, then no doubt they could prove that there would be a harm by you smoking that around them or something. You know, if there's some way they can verifiably prove there's harm there, then obviously you'd want to find some sort of remedy.
Yes. But like we know this, but like, if say I took a screenshot of you, okay, and I post
Mm.
this up on every fucking Facebook, every fucking around, Photoshop on it, and put you in a compromising position, and send these photos to your missus,
Mm.
like, and you couldn't really prove, right, how you
Mr.
ended up. You couldn't prove how you ended up in this picture in a compromised condition with a woman, okay? Because someone took your photo without your consent. Now it's caused you harm. Well,
I would
someone
have to
told
be able. I would have to prove how that caused me harm.
well,
I
your
would have
wife's
to
about to
verify.
fucking up in you, and your marriage is about to fucking fall apart.
Yeah.
So, cause you fucking
Over
harm,
a
you know.
over a photo.
Well, some people do. It's only a scenario. Some people do. They
Oh,
do
okay. Yeah, say a couple of people are caught cheating and the photo's released and it breaks up the marriage. Okay, I get that. Yeah.
they, so, I've caused you physical harm, but I'm also caused you fucking mental fucking harm. Now, like, before I send it to your wife, I can say, like, alright, mate, I've got this picture of you. Here it is. If you don't fucking do this,
Okay. Okay.
I'll,
So so here
I'll
so here
your
so
wife.
here's where
So now,
here's where
you are now
here's where
mentally
the,
fucking. So now
here
you are
here.
mentally stressed. Have I
mm,
caused you harm?
I get where you're coming from, Gary. I get everything, the whole scenario you're saying. And here's where I would say the fault lies. There's no fault in taking that photo. There's no fault whatsoever in taking 3,000 fucking photos. The fault lies by sending the photo. That's the intent. The intent lied by causing harm, by sending that photo to gain a malicious intent, by blackmail, by whatever, by just being a home wrecker. That's where the intent lied. That's where the harm lied, and that's where you would prove it.
What's
Actually
your
taking the photo did not cause the
intent
harm.
in
Taking the photo did not cause the harm. It was the intent
so
behind the
what's your
use of that
intent?
photo afterwards. That would
What,
be a
what's
malicious intent.
taking your photographs of the police officers? What's the reason for you to?
Well, because they're acting in a public service position. They're being paid by. Sorry.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
You're
They're acting as public servants
you're acting
in a public position. I'm just a man doing as I wish. I don't care if you want to class me as acting. I'm just being a man. I don't know what gives you the right to do anything. You don't have rights. I do as I wish because I, as a man, have rights to do whatever I wish, Gary. Why aren't you getting this?
Why is it not giving a man and woman to fucking lord over anyone else? Why can't we just control ourselves, okay? And stop acting like a gang of cunts and blaming every other fucker because we're slimy little fucking pieces of shit.
I don't get your point here, Gary.
See, you think it's okay to go around filming people because they're not doing their job correctly in their capacity. Yeah.
I think it's okay to do whatever I want to do.
You want some sort of remedy, don't you?
If I wanted to be a cunt, I could go and file a claim, and that man caused me harm by running onto my foot with this police car. That he failed to provide duty and care while being a police officer. I could go and make his life a fucking misery. I could go and file complaints as a person in their society that he did me fucking some offence or infringement against my person, or I could go and be a man and make a claim that he did me wrong. I could do all of those things, but I haven't, have I? No.
It is weird. Like, sin without sin.
I'm not choosing to do any of that stuff. Because I'm not a malicious person. I'm not a malicious man. All I was doing was protecting myself because I was having an interaction with some other man that thought he had authority over myself, which he fucking well didn't. That's all I was doing, is protecting myself with a third-party impartial witness called Sony camcorder. Protecting myself with the interaction. Do you get that, Gary?
Because out of control, kids, we want to do what we want to do and fuck the consequences.
Yeah, I'm not. Look, because other people can't control themselves doesn't mean that's my fault. Just because other people don't have self-responsibility isn't my problem.
If I don't
just because, mate, if I'm standing in a kindergarten, full of 300 kids and they are all out of control, it is still not my fucking problem if I'm just standing there being a man. Those kids are being out of control is someone else's problem, not mine. And those people that work at the kindergarten to control the kids, they don't have authority over myself because I'm not of that. And they don't have the joinder of it. The driver's license wasn't produced. I wasn't being a person. The man had no joinder between myself and a person. Therefore, I wasn't being a you. I know their tricks. All I was doing was merely playing them at their own game. All right?
Again.
And if I want to film them doing it, I'll do as I fucking well want. It's that simple. I haven't caused that man Neil any harm whatsoever. He did me wrong. He ran onto my foot. He tried to be a bully and rev his car up while I was simply giving back the shit that he did to me a moment ago earlier. He stuck shit under my wiper blade. I took it off and stuck it back under his. Good for goose, good for gander. Alright? He didn't want to give me any more orders in November because I gave him an invoice for his orders in September. I told him I was more than happy to do anything he ordered me to do. And then he said, I'm not ordering you to do anything. You know why? Because he didn't want another invoice. Yeah. Alright? It's real fucking simple. I played them at their own game. I made sure that he is giving me an order instead of a legal request or a requirement. I know they're bullshit, mate, and it's that fucking simple. He got outplayed at his own game. And if I recorded it, so fucking be it. But I'm not some scumfuck that's out there to try and cause someone harm. I'm not causing anybody harm by taking their photos. And if you believe I am, more power to you. Prove it.
I don't need to prove nothing. I'm just saying that our behaviour is wrong. doing wrong things and interfering with people's lives won't change things.
Yeah, I agree. Two wrongs don't make a right, and if you want to explain to me how filming somebody is wrong, go ahead and explain it to me. You show me how I am hurting another man personally.
If a person or people, whatever you want to fucking call them,
Man,
man or woman, child,
a
whatever.
man. Let's just deal with reality. He's a man, you're a man, I'm a man, alright?
To film.
Deal with reality.
And they'll sign a contract saying they didn't put any fucking liability after they fucking leave your possession or whatever. That's fucking okay. But as I say,
What's this liability shit? I'm responsible for whatever I do. Just like he's responsible for running on my foot, isn't he? Do you believe he's responsible for running onto my foot?
no.
You don't.
If you didn't put yourself in this position where you were challenging his authority, he wouldn't.
He didn't have authority. I was questioning.
We know this.
He didn't have the authority. I was asking, as his boss, where he thought he had the authority, because he was being the servant. Let's not forget. He wasn't being a man. He was acting in his legal obligations, or whatever he called it. I don't get why you're not understanding what I'm trying to explain to you, Gary.
I understand it.
Well, then where's the problem if you understand it? If you stand under what I'm telling you, why is there a problem?
Because it's wrong.
I'm not causing the man any harm whatsoever by filming him in a public place or posting it on YouTube.
It's not causing him any harm. If that's your assumption.
Well, yeah, it's a presumption unless he can prove that presumption to be wrong. Can he provide me evidence that I've caused him harm?
But you don't know. You can only assume.
Well, do you believe he could? Do you believe that Neil, the man, Neil Winterbottom, do you believe Neil could provide verifiable evidence that me filming him in a public place and posting it on YouTube has caused him harm?
Well, just this weirdo site that it causes me harm. I'm now paranoid. These people want to attack me because I've been acting like
physical, tangible harm, injury or loss. Not emotional. Not, oh, you hurt my feelings. I don't give a fuck about the feelings part as far as he's concerned, because he wasn't acting as a man with feelings. He was acting as a robot, remember? By your own words. He's being a robot. He doesn't have emotions. No, you said he's just been a robot. He's just acting out like a compartmentalized robot doing a job. So if that's the way he's doing, he's not being a man. He doesn't have emotions. So how can I have hurt his emotions while he's acting in that capacity?
See, you just want to act the way you want to act. And we can't.
I'm not acting at all. That's the whole thing, mate. He was the one acting in a capacity. I was just being a fucking man. That's all. I wasn't playing his game. I was being a man.
Okay,
why don't you get it?
It's okay for me to go out into the world, okay? And I act like a decent human being, okay? I won't fucking foul the streets. I won't fucking cause murder. I won't run out in fucking traffic. I won't be screaming and shouting at abusing people or attacking people. I won't try and rip people off. Okay? But it doesn't mean that I won't do these things, because one day I might have a job on.
Well, I can't foretell the future any more than you can.
I might have a job on. I mean, normally she might turn different. I might act differently. Because we just change and swap as we wish, our own laws as we see fit to fucking put them in place. Not common sense. It's not common sense.
I use my common sense every day. I think to myself,
there, right, and putting out someone else's faults when we follow our own fucking faults. The logical thing to do, right, is remove our own faults first, then we can help the ones with the faults.
Sure, my fault that I was completely fucking ignorant to the wool that was pulled over our eyes, like 99% of the rest of the fucking general population, about what the fuck's been actually going on in the world. And once we get a
bit of knowledge behind their belts, now I'm a little bit more fucking conscious of what's going on around me, and I know how to stand as a man instead of just acting like a fucking you.
So,
And being a sheep and
if
going,
you're
ah,
if you're stand
you
like a
know?
man, right, you do it by your actions, okay?
Yeah, absolutely,
So
absolutely.
you should be getting on with righteous things, the things you need to be getting on with. Not fucking running around after some little knobhead and trying to film their fucking wrong doing.
I didn't go looking for him.
Because
I didn't ask him for that
yeah,
interaction, Gary.
the
He
woman
pulled
just
me over.
right,
Gary,
the
he pulled
woman
me over. He came looking for that interaction, not me. I was doing my own fucking thing.
you are educated that these act like fucking morons. Okay, so you gotta expect a moron attitude. So why
Yeah.
should folks
Well, if he's going to be a moron, he's going to be a moron on fucking film, isn't he?
so why should you act like him like a
Do you
moron?
think it's okay for him to be a moron in public like that?
No,
Are you
no,
condoning their
no.
actions?
But if we act the same, it's not going to solve the issue. If we act grown up,
I wasn't putting more onto anything. I was teaching him a lesson. I was putting less on it, mate.
we're not going to teach him
I was taking less of the crap off, so that guy can clear it up.
If you actually learn yourself, you would have known talking to these people is fucking futile.
I am a man. It's not actually a man myself. I am a man. Do you believe otherwise?
Okay? You're talking to these people because you think you're educated, because you're like, oh, you common law.
I'm not educated. I'm not educated. I'm learned. I'm a learned man. I am not educated.
And treating each other the same, thinking like I know better than fucking you, doesn't work.
I'm not saying I know better than him.
It's wrong to disrespect another human being. We don't do it to no human being, regardless who or what they are.
I wasn't disrespectful.
Because their programs act like that, or they do act like that because they're knobheads.
Well, their programming's wrong, isn't it?
Ourselves, they're no fucking different.
Well, their programming's faulty then, isn't it?
But our
It's not.
program is faulty. We think that we can act, and we're calling ourselves righteous people or people who know things, and like you don't know fuck all, you're acting immorally, but we act immorally as well. But we're not actually thinking about their fucking feelings. It's okay when our fucking feelings get hurt, and like, you don't want to react, but we don't want to think about anyone else. Again, we just like balls and charge up.
I'm a big boy. If my feelings get hurt, I'll get over it.
Can't do it all the time because we don't think what we're doing.
I think all the time. I think more now about everything that I do than I did beforehand. I'll tell you that right now. And as far as that idiot's concerned on the side of the road, if he's going to act like a moron, then he's going to act like a moron while he's acting like that in his fucking public capacity. He's going to be on public for people to see.
I've got to go, mate. I've got to go, mate. Okay. I'll catch you later. Yeah, I'll go.
Okay, go. Have a good one, man.
So
It was an awesome chat. Yep.
Catch you later.
See you, mate.
Cheers, mate. Yeah.
Well, well, well. Wasn't that interesting? Gary seemed to have an issue with people filming in public. Oh, really bad sound connection, and it was very difficult to understand his accent. Oh, stiff neck from that one. Right. So to put things simply there, Gary seemed to have a major issue with me filming, wasting my time filming. It's a bit of a difference. I didn't go out looking for that. I have my camera on my dashboard. If I get pulled over, it's automatically filmed. and I'll have the third party impartial witness call to camera any day of the week, and twice on Sundays. Might even have 3 cameras on Sundays. I totally get Gary's point about, you know, decency, human being, respecting them, blah 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 blah. But he seemed to forget the fact that I wasn't playing that copper's game. I wasn't playing any games. I was just fucking a man going from point A to point B. I'm not saying rules, legislation aren't needed. I believe they probably are needed. Driver's licenses, all those sorts of things are legal requirements, and all those sorts of things I'm sure are necessary within the legal realm. I just hadn't stepped into that legal realm that day, and therefore the legal requirements that that legally obligated man was acting upon had nothing to do with me. And I would love to invite anybody out there to please point out to me where physically capturing the light photons that are bouncing off the images of that man's face and then getting caught in my camera, those photons that are free, that I'm capturing, have got nothing to do with Neil. How is it that by me filming Neil in a public area while he's acting as a public servant in a public capacity to a man, not to a person, because we made that abundantly clear at the time, where does that cause Neil harm? How am I causing Neil, the man, harm by filming him and posting it on YouTube on a public forum? Because let's not forget, he's in a public area the whole time. Not on private, not on commercial, it's on public area. And all I'm doing is putting it on a bigger public area with the footage. Whether he pulled me over on a deserted side road, or whether or not he pulled me in the middle of Queen Street, Auckland, surrounded by 3,000 people on, would make no difference. So I'd like to know where Gary believes, or anyone else for that matter, would believe that I am causing harm to anybody by filming them and putting them on YouTube. And like I said, if anybody had an issue, they only need to voice it. Of course, I wouldn't film it. I'd even censor out any images of them if they had an issue with it. You know, some people have very valid, you know, reasons for not having their images taken. They may be, you know, I don't know, we call it witness protection or something. Who the fuck knows? There's lots of different reasons why people wouldn't want their images filmed. But then, if you're in a public domain, it's open season. It really is. As I say, if you're going to eat the grass in the paddock with the rest of the ewes, you're going to be running your nose through the shit from the other ewes that's wrapped up in that grass, because the ewes shit wherever they fucking want to. So, yeah, I really failed to see where we were getting that, and I'm trying to be more understanding of Gary's whole points, where he was saying that as a decent human being, I had no right to do that to him, and then he gave the example of pictures of an affair being sent to a wife and breaking up a marriage, something like that, where that harm could be caused, whereas my rebuttal to that would be quite simply the intent of harm is by posting the photos. The actual taking of the photos is not causing any harm whatsoever. It's the malicious intent behind what you do with them afterwards. There's no malicious intent by posting his behaviour on a public forum when he's acting in a public capacity. None whatsoever. And if I'm on private land filming somebody privately on my private property, I can do whatever the fuck I want with that footage. It's got nothing to do with the trespasser that's come on to that private land. So, yeah, hopefully that clears it up. I'm going to put on some coal lint stuff now, and I'm going to go to sleep for a while. If anybody wishes to wake me up, make a lot of noise, might work, might not.
You got to be very careful when you tell somebody no. You say, "Oh, I'd love to do that. That'd be lovely, but by doing so, wouldn't I lose my ability to, move my claim in at Queen Bank?"
Yeah. Yeah.
You see, I don't ever say no. I mean, I got to fix somebody's letter today. A guy named Mark.
Yeah.
He sent a hey, Gus, you got that email, that text from Gus from Mark? What he basically said is, and I'll fix this real quick for you folks, because you folks are really getting yourselves in trouble by talking very discourteous. It says, "Greetings, Boss, because of your order of contempt you placed upon my person on April 28th, I do not see a benefit to appear in your court.
Yeah.
As long as I'm within your society and the rules of court.
Yeah.
As you had the ability to place a contempt charge on me, I see no other way to settle this matter than in a neutral court setting." But he says, "I do not see a benefit to appear in your court." He could, instead of saying, "I don't see a benefit for appearing in your court," it's like, "Can you show me the benefit of appearing in your court? If I appear in your court, you can hold me in contempt."
Yeah.
So instead of saying, "I see no," if you see the word no somewhere in your vocabulary, try to get rid of it as hard as you can. I mean, try to control yourself every day and say no as little as possible, and try to make it conditionally acceptance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is, when this man said this, it was very simple what the man says. "I see no benefit appearing in your court." That's not very nice. Like if Grandma invited you to come to her house and say, "Grandma, I see absolutely no benefit coming to your house."
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And if she's got the will and she's going to leave you $1 billion, you better not say, "Grandma, I see no benefit coming to hello."
Yeah. Yeah.
You say, "Grandma, at this time, I do not, can you tell me what would be the benefit of to come there if all that you're going to do to me when I appear is you're going to put, you got locked up for 2 days."
Right. Yeah, but it was like the solicitor for the mortgage company. She was asking the judge to, grant all his orders, and the judge said, "No, I'm not doing it." And she got that wound up, and she literally just burst out with a fit of temper. "This is Freeman on the land procedure. I suppose I object to that."
I'll say, as soon as you say no, you just basically slap somebody in the face.
Yeah.
So, like I said, that'll start a fight, and the fight is on. You always have to say to him, instead of saying, I see no benefit, it's like, you know what, can you tell me the benefit of appearing in your court? Because the last time I appeared, you put me in a cage for 2 days. Can you show me the benefit? And if you cannot show me the benefit, wouldn't you think it would be pertinent or wise on my behalf to show up in a neutral setting, in a neutral environment?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, she just she didn't get what she wanted anyway. And what I've done, I've actually put discovery in, because obviously the case has been adjourned. So what I've done, I've changed the thing now to a claim, and I put at Queen's Bench, and I've asked her to show who the claimant is. I've also required her to produce the proof that the mortgage company have loaned in the money. We require a copy of their accounts to show money going from their accounts into my work colleagues' account.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is, instead of saying to these people what you're going to require, how about you just invite them at the Queen's Bench and just say to them, "I know you know the rules of engagement. I'm sure you do." They don't need you to tell them to bring the note. They know what to do.
Yeah.
You don't have to do all this, well, I need to see the note, and I need to do it. If they, what if they don't want to appear on Queen's Bench, but don't have the note, and just let you win, what you say, by default?
Yeah. Yeah.
They know the rules. When they tell you to appear for a traffic ticket, you think they're going to tell you what you need to bring with you? No, they're going to say, "Here, you went speeding? Show up." They're not going to give you any rules of what you need to do. They're just going to say, "Show up and answer," or "Don't answer," and you'll see what happens to you if you don't answer.
I just had a question on foreclosure, what type of tricks to use on the bank or the lawyer and the judges for a process that I'm into right now in New Mexico.
Tricks? What do you mean tricks?
Well, I consider it magic, but I'll call it tricks or magic, whatever you want.
Well, what do you mean? Like I said, what part? I mean, is it a non-judicial state?
Yes, we're a judicial state, so they filed a complaint against us, or the lawyers. J.P. Morgan Chase is the servicer to the mortgage, which is owned by Freddie Mac. J.P. Morgan Chase is the one that's filing the complaint against us.
Okay. You want to use, I guess, a simple trick. You just say, what debt? The mortgage is paid. What are you talking about?
Well, I get a verified debt.
I mean, you said you wanted something simple. That's something simple.
Well, I get it.
You just say what debt? You just say what debt? The mortgage has been paid. I sent them, you know, I paid them off a long time ago. I gave money a long time ago. It's done. And they'll say, well, this piece of paper says it's not. Well, let me see the piece of paper have some vocal cords. And let's see the piece of paper say something in court. Well, this piece of paper says otherwise, really. And you're going to stand in court and verify that it's true, that piece of paper. And they'll say, hell no. I said, well, then who will? I said, well, I don't know. I'm not going to. How much simpler can that be? Well, basically what I was trying to say with his girlfriend. It's the same thing, basically. It's just, you know, the principal going to appear for the credit card companies. Anybody from the credit card company appear. But she didn't even get to that point. She was just happy to pay $10 a month. You know what I'm saying? She was just happy to pay $10 a month, which that's what I try to tell people to do. Just give them an offer. Make them an offer. They're just grateful to get anything like that. And if they don't, it's the same thing's going to happen. It'll happen with Gus's girlfriend. The judge is just going to say, oh, that's all she can pay, 10. That's all she can pay. If she's saying she's going to be home, she's going to be home. And like I said, you know, you guys are going to run out there and you're going to think this is funny. You're all going to pay $50 a month for $1 million house because you had to have that McMansion house, because you had to have the $20,000 upgrade in the bathroom. You had to have the golden toilet bowl. You had to have that, you know, 20-acre pond in the backyard. You're just going to live without it. You got a quality of life that you believe that you have to have. Either that you deserve, that you've worked almost so hard for. Maybe you'll work 20, 30 years in the future so hard for, maybe. And just makes me laugh. You know, and all the banks are going to just not loan any money to the next generation. They're going to say, nope, you know what? We're going to turn this place into Cuba. And we're not going to loan anybody money. We're going to make it so incredibly hard to loan a dime once you Americans learn these tricks that we're going to turn you into a third world country. And then people are going to beg for the banks to come back. And the banks are going to say, yes, we'll come back, but only if we can own land. And only if you don't pay your debt, we could throw you in jail and put you in a debtor's prison, and you could actually work in jail, and you could work for Sony, or you could work for Nike, and you make sneakers or underwear for us while you're sitting in jail in Seattle, Washington, or Vancouver. So like I said, yeah, it's cool to teach you guys all these tricks, because that's what the corporations want me to do, teach you tricks. So that way you people totally lose your banking ability and lose your ability to have any kind of commerce or money, because they're going to leave. Because America, honestly, is a little tiny country, because they're taking all the industrial base out of here and they're bringing it over to India and China. They're going to another whole continent called Africa that they haven't started with billions of people. They don't need us. We're just being left behind. They're just totally going to ignore us. The world's going to be equal. There's going to be equality. Yeah, we're going to drop down to the third world level, just like everybody else. So yeah, there's tricks. Sure, there's lots of tricks. And once everybody learns these tricks, it's going to be lots of fun. Just watching us turn into a third world country, because nobody wants to be honorable and pay off their debt. Everybody's going to do these $10 a week tricks, or $2 a week tricks. Lots of tricks, lots of fun. You know, how to be dishonorable, how to trick people. Fun to start tricking the banks. And I don't think the banks did anything wrong to begin with. I've never took a mortgage out in my life. I've never had a credit card in my life. Why? Because I know I can't handle it. I know I try to trick and get out of pain. So, like I said, you know, I'm kind of one of those interesting kind of guys. Hey, do I know a trick? Yeah. Show people tricks? Yeah, sure. Now it's up to you. Are you going to do the trick or not? Are you going to act responsible, or are you just going to do the trick? Or are you just going to say, you know what, I can't pay this debt. I guess I might as well just move out, go move back in with my mama, or whatever it takes, and come back and try it again. But I'm not going to, you know, play no tricks. So like I said, I don't know how many times I have to say this to people. Because, Polly, you've heard me say this a million times, haven't you? Yeah.
What that is almost like that those two words, it almost sounds like a joke when some people hear it for the first time. But once you follow it through and you understand what it is, you just can't stop laughing. You think, my God, those two words, what that?
Right. But like I said, I know this, and I know this is a big joke, and I've known this my whole life because my mom works for the IRS. My uncle is president of a bank now. He runs collections for Visa. He's a vice president over there. I know this, but I'm still not going to destroy the system that took, you know, just to create. I'm not going to destroy it. You know, I don't wish to destroy it. So I kind of feel bad trying to tell you people how to do these things. You know, like, should I really tell you people? Because you people are just going to be dishonorable, and you're just going to laugh and just, you know, totally destroy the next generations, your children's future. You couldn't care less, as long as you get what you want now. And pay $10 on a credit card debt that's worth $4 grand, $5 grand. You ain't gonna care. It takes 25,000 years to pay it off. You ain't gonna care. And like I said, then the banks are just gonna leave, just like they left Cuba. They might come back when Castro dies. They might come back. And Castro had a good belief. It's like, no, I'm not gonna let my citizens pay usury fees. I'm not gonna let my citizens be taken over by banks and lose their houses and lose their land and lose all their stuff. So the banks are like, okay, fine. You know what? We'll just leave and see what kind of third world country you turn into, Cuba. And Cuba found out fast. They're still driving around 53, 54 Chevys. They ain't got no money. So yeah, sure, you want your kids to have donkeys pull their cars around in London? Yeah, well, go for it. I don't. You know, that's why I said, you know, I want to save up my money and do it the right way. You know, if I had to get a mortgage, I'd want to make sure I put a hell of a down payment on it, that I paid 50, 60, 70% of it off before I even think about something ridiculous, like no money down. And then complain the next week when I can't pay it, and then they take it away from me. But I never put no money, I never put nothing down. And then people are going to cry and scream saying, oh, look at the banks. You know, they didn't create any money. No, they had private investors front the money or create the banking system that we all participate in. So if you're a member of their society, you're a member of their club, you willingly joined, well then you should do the honorable thing. If you're joined the army, you should do the honorable thing. You joined the banking system by being a mortgager, then do the honorable thing and be a mortgager or be a debtor. Do the honorable thing. What's the problem? And like I said, my mom did it for years. She just knew that she was going to fall behind in her bills, and she just say, look, I'll catch up with my bills in February, March. Because IRS work is seasonal. Now it might be a full-time job, but when I was a kid, it was seasonal. They only needed her really from the first of the year until about, you know, July. And then the rest of the year, she either had to find another job or just say, you know what, we're going to have to tighten our belts and wait to get another paycheck. Oh, well. But she never not paid back every damn dime she owed. And it wasn't over 57 years. You know, it was when she told them she would. She'd catch up to it in 6 months or a year. She'd be back on her feet and she'd be good to go. And they work with her. Because the people in the bank, they're just like you and me. They're just like, okay, well, what's your problem? That's your problem? Just like if your friend borrows money or your family borrows money, it's like, I wanted to pay it back, but you know what? Something happened. What happened? This happened. Okay. Okay, that happened. Okay, fine. We'll forgive you, and you come back and pay us when you can. Nobody here is going to go hungry. Okay, pay us when you can. We'll take you on your good faith that you'll do the right thing. And that's what, like I said, my mom and uncle told me since I was a kid. This is all based on faith, good faith, that everybody believes to do the right thing or the economy is going to collapse. So we're either all going to behave or we're all going to run out like billions of people did in the early 2000s and bought all these houses with no money down. And everybody's like, well, gee, you know what? Those evil bankers, it's like, what, those evil bankers made you buy a house with no money down? Did that make sense? Yeah, that makes sense to anybody, that they could buy something for nothing? That's ridiculous. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. No money down. Well, then there's nothing of value you put there? No. And then when they take it away from you next week, you're going to cry? Well, yeah, they shouldn't have taken it away from me. That's my house. How's it your house? You got no money down. But like I said, it was funny with my buddy Jimmy. You know, the bank tried to sell his house this week, so I went down to the auction to see and how much they wanted. And so I just laughed when the bank wanted $75,000 as an opening bid. I just laughed. I said, you people, you lucky you get $20,000 for that house. And I said to Jimmy, well, this is crystal clear now that the bank owns his house. I said, because you can't sell something that you don't own, right? He's like, yep. I said, okay, well, now send them a bill. Send the bank a bill every month for the upkeep of their house, for keeping the lights on, keeping a security guard in there, called you and your wife, keeping the lawn mowed, you know, keeping the windows clean. Send them a bill for all the maintenance work you're doing. And then see next time if the bank will do a see, because he tried to do refinancing for his mortgage. I mean, we actually tried to do the honorable thing. You know, I said, Jimmy, can you afford $300 a month? The house ain't worth that much. $300 a month is plenty. You know, just to get back on your feet. That's an honorable amount of money. So he was a little hesitant about it. He was like, well, how about $100? I said, stop. You can't live no place for $100 a month. You know it. I said, stop being silly. I said, on $300 sounds fair. To get back on your feet, just say 300 and see what they do. And they basically just blew them off, you know. So I said, fine. You know, they're supposed to work with you, Jimmy. They said, well, they didn't want to. I said, okay, they didn't want to. Now we're going to work with them in a different way. They own your house, right? Yes. They say they own it. Correct. They were trying to sell it yesterday. Correct. So you can't sell something that you don't own, can they? No. Good. So keep sending the bill for the upkeep. Just like if you put a horse on somebody's property, for the upkeep of the horse, they got to feed him, they got to groom, they got to shoe him. You know, you need a farrier down there. You need a veterinarian down there every now and then. Send him the bill for leaving that horse on your land. So send him a bill for leaving that house on your land. Then see if they're willing to work with you. Then see if they're willing to take $300 a month. And I bet you they'll be a lot more receptive when you say, fine, you own this place, fine. You're going to pay for me to do the upkeep. You know, then now I'll just be your steward. Now I'll just be your maid. Now I'll just be your butler. Now I'll just be the house's, you know, property manager. Now I'll just be the house's, you know, electrician and plumber. But I want people to work with the banks, and I want the banks to work with the people and stop being slick. The banks are being slick by trying to say, well, sorry about that, like they took all this information. You know, he made like $50,000 last year. I mean, that's plenty of money that they should have said, well, that's enough money. You know, we'll work with him somehow. He sent him his tax returns. His tax returns showed that he made $52,000. So, I mean, he did the, you know, tax thing, and they should have definitely worked with him. The house, you're lucky if that house is worth 50, 60 grand. Lucky. It's a mobile home. It's like 20 years old. On 2 acres of land, even if the acres were $5,000 an acre, it's not worth anything. So for them to say, no, we can't work with you, what do you mean you can't work with him? It's ridiculous. Of course you work with him. Nobody who lives around here is going to spend $75,000 for that. Maybe you people live in Beverly Hills, but I'm telling you, man, when we live over here, nobody's got $75,000 cash to buy this thing. It ain't going to happen. So, like I said, we'll just work a new proposal with the bank. Now we're going to offer them. See, now we have absolute proof that you were trying to sell the house. You can only sell something which you own. Okay, so now if you own it, you're going to have to pay maintenance fees. Here's the bill. Then send them a bill and say, now you're going to either pay the bill, we're going to drag your ass to court to pay the bill, or you're going to work with us on, honorably work with us on a loan modification now. You're not going to play this silly, oh, well, gee, they did a loan modification review. And I think they did the loan modification review in like 4 or 5 hours. They called him back and they said he didn't qualify. I said, man, that's about the quickest rejection thing I ever heard in my life. They're like, no, we're going on with the sale, you know, at the end of the week. I was like, okay. So like I said, I went down there to try to help bid on the house if there was a legitimate number that they were throwing out there. But when the auctioneer said 75,000, I just laughed. I said, Jimmy, you ain't going nowhere no time soon. There ain't nobody in their right mind that's ever going to pay 75,000 for that place. So he felt a lot better. And I said, good. Now the bank didn't want to work with us. They acted dishonorably. Well, I'm not saying we're going to act dishonorably, but now we're going to play a different game too. We're going to play you're the owner and I'm the slave, and you're the owner and, you know, I'm just a squatter. Fine. Well, I'll play that I'm the security guard. So that's the kind of game that I think would be pretty cool. And then, I also received a phone call from a man identified as Jesus Garcia, claiming he speaks for you with a claim, not claiming, with a claim, or he claimed something he did in the past. You see what I'm saying? Uh-huh. You know, he claimed he speaks for you. Jesus stated he was responding to the letter I sent you. You know, in his response, or he responded to a letter. You guys got to be careful. It's ing. It's present. It's something that's going to happen in the future. It's like presently, it's going to happen in the future. You know, it's not something that happened in the past. Okay. So just be careful with ings. You know. Anytime you see ing or ed, try to get away from it. Okay. You respond to what I sent you. I sent to you. I made a delivery upon you. You know. That's what I was going to say. I made a delivery upon you. I started to do stuff like that. He responded on your behalf. Well, not responded. He answers for you. Not response. A response could be you threw a rock at the guy's head and he blinked. So that's a response. It's not an answer. Yeah, all right. You see what I'm trying to say? Uh-huh, I do. Yeah, that's great. All right. It's an answer, not a response. It's my letter. Is this date. What's the date? We put the date down as of this date, April, whatever. You know, well, it's not April 23rd, 2014. Try to do 23 April 2014, comma. It's just a lot simpler to just make 23 April 2014, comma. Okay? Instead of April 23, comma, 2014. Okay. I still haven't received any response and answer. I know you want a response. I wish you did give you a response by not answering. That is a response. Yeah, like you threw a rock at his head and he's like, you know, he doesn't want to play with you. So he walked away. That's a response. Also, I do not understand how one man can answer for another woman. How they can. Obviously, I believe you say Jesus or Jesus. You know, you write it to Jesus and say, you know, is Jesus liable for your acts? You know, and is Jesus to testify to you in open court? And I require you to explain. So, like I said, you got to make it a lot simpler than that. I do, huh? Okay. Yeah, but you got to get it about half that size. He said he thought he was doing pretty good in his trial, and the judge he asked him, "What does he wish for?" And he says, "I wish for the case to be dismissed." And the judge said, "That's for another day." And I said, "Gus, now what did you say?" He said, "I didn't say nothing." And then the judge started talking to the wife's side. I said, "Why didn't you just say to him, it's a game. It's a word game with these people. It's like a ping pong or a tennis match. The judge throws something at you. He gives you 3 seconds for that ball to come back on his side of the net. If it doesn't come back on his side of the net, he figures you're done. Well, you missed the ball. You dropped it." So he said to Gus again, I said, "Now, Gus, say that to me." I said, "I'm going to be Gus and you be the judge." I say exactly what the judge said. He said, "Okay." See, that's why I got to do DVDs and do make-believe. It's called moot court or mock trial. Right. I said, I got to do this with people like him. So I said to him, okay, I'll be Gus, you be the judge. Say exactly what the judge said. And I said, so I played Gus. The judge says, what do you wish for today? You know, Gus. And I said, I wish for this case to be dismissed. And the judge said, well, that's for another day. And then Gus, what you were supposed to say, well, I wish for another day to be now, to be today. And then the judge would have tried to trick you again, or maybe not. Or he might have said, you know, I don't have anything to throw back over the net. You win. Okay, it's dismissed. You see what I'm saying? Because he gave you a loophole. He says, well, no, that'll be for another day. So why do you say, well, I wish for this to be another day? I wish for now to be another day. Why didn't you just say that? He's like, I didn't even think of that. I said, this is what I'm telling you. These people are word nerds. These people love crossword puzzles and word games. They don't like working with their hands, these judges. They don't like, you know, working on automobiles or steam fitting pipes or oil boilers. No. They like playing with words. That's what they really love doing. You better learn how to love to play words. It's the bottom line. That's all it is. You have to learn to love playing with these words. If you want to go into their world. If you want to love playing tennis and you want to go against some of the best tennis players in the world, you better know how to play tennis. So it's the best you can do is shoot the ball back once, and like you shot it back twice. It's like, that's not the end of the game. Well, I hit it back twice. There's a lot more to it than twice. They're not going to let you win that easy. It took them hundreds of years to get to this point. They're not going to let you walk in and out that quick. Like Gus said, the man in Quebec had his birds taken away. I don't know what Gus said. It was like 120 whatever birds taken away. And all the man said was, the judge said, well, you're going to pay all these fines, penalties, fees, all this other stuff for not having birds, you know, exotic birds, whatever, in captivity, not, you know, no paperwork, no license, inoculations, whatever. And the guy said, okay, fine, I accept all that. Yeah, but I order and require the immediate restoration of my property. And the judge said to the Crown, immediately return his property. And it was over. And then when the man was leaving the courtroom, he said he heard everybody yelling at each other in French. Who's going to be held liable for this? This man can come back now and sue us for stealing his property. Who is going to be ultimately liable for taking this man's property? See, that's because this man who did what he did in Quebec barely knows anything that I do. And that's what I'm saying. Everybody who knows the simple stuff, I could get to them and talk very simple. Or somebody, like I said, the man in Toronto talked to him. The man in Toronto talked to him. The man in Toronto talked to the man in Quebec for me because he was going to get in touch with the guys in Quebec. So because this guy's one bird owner, he's another bird owner, one zoo owner, another zoo owner. And he said, hey, try this stuff that some man in the United States is teaching me. And the guy said, what is he teaching you? So he got it from a second-hand source. And he did fine. So this stuff ain't complicated. You guys got to stop making this stuff so ridiculously long. Oh, because that was the big thing that Gus played on his clip, was the man in Toronto said to the man in Quebec, and when you say this, keep your mouth shut and don't say anything else. And that's what he said. He said when there was a little quiet pause on the court, the judge was saying all these fines and penalties and fees. The guy said, okay, yeah, fine. Penalties, fines, fees, yeah, great, lovely. And then the court went silent and says, oh, yeah, and I require an order of the immediate restoration of property. And he kept his mouth shut. See, complicated people can't keep your mouth shut. People who got A+, B+ in school can't keep your mouth shut. Can't do it. Can't be done. You guys want to show everybody how freaking smart you are. And you're only going to mess up your own case. But you can't just keep it simple.
So if I show up there and they're going to read up a bunch of charges, and all I say is, I require the restoration of my property.
No, you accept all charges. You plead guilty. You say, you're great, everything I did was illegal. Wonderful. Like I did with Polly. Fine, everything he did he was guilty of. Great, everything he did was illegal. I don't give a rat's ass. All my property. I require an order it now. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, you know what I'm saying? You accept all their fines and penalties. What are they going to do? What's all the fines and penalties going to add up to? Digits, zeros and ones on a piece of paper, money, right?
Right.
$10 billion, right? Take it. Accept it. You don't know how to pay off a debt. Look, dude, if they said to me tomorrow, take on the whole entire world's debt, I said, that's great, fine. All the creditors of every debt on planet Earth, give call Lance all the burden, bear the burden. I'll bear all the burden for all the debt for every human being on planet Earth. Great. Get all the creditors like in a bankruptcy all together and write up how much they owe. Great. I'll pay them off. They might not like the rate or the speed I do it, but they have to accept it. That's simple. I created them. They didn't create me. But I want to keep them alive, and I want to keep them happy, and I want to keep them going again because they're my creation. They're my baby.
Okay.
But they might not like that I give them one scoop of ice cream and I don't give them 10 billion scoops. Oh well. They'll learn to live with it. Stuff is simple, man. And simple people are doing great in court. We do my stuff. People are complicated. They just mess up themselves over and over and over. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So it worked out nice. Because we'll be able to get them for the very first letter that you write to the IRS. Like, hi, Susie. How are you? You know, like, my name is Bob. How can I help you? Just something nice. That's tight. That's nice. That's crazy. That's pretty tight, yeah. Oh, how can you help me? Oh, you didn't give me all your money. Oh, that's special. Why would I want to give you all my money, Susie? Well, that's because you owe money. Oh, are you saying I owe money? And the next letter, oh, how much do you believe I owe, Susie? Well, I don't believe you owe anything. And why are we having this conversation, Susie? You see what I'm saying? Stuff like that and back and forth. Well, I'm not begging you all your money. Well, who is? Well, IRS is. Oh, really? When am I going to get to meet Mr. IRS? Oh, maybe it's Mrs. You know, apologize for me if I'm, I don't, you know, if I'm, that's funny, man. It's already making noise on this thing. I got nobody on this call, and there's already noise, background noise. So let me just mute everything out. Oh no, I think it was learning law guy. He's the only one making noise other than you. Oh yeah, learning law. But I thought learning law was the guy from Pennsylvania. I thought that was Dennis. Oh, is that you, Dennis? No, learning law is the guy. I tell you. Oh yeah. Yeah, learning law. He's got his microphone open, so that's what I'm saying. It's the only one else could be making noise right now. I'm sorry about that. No, that's all right. But yeah, like I said with Larry, it's just all we can do is I know I noticed lately I've been getting calls from all over the place lately. Especially from Texas, man. More people were calling from Texas. I think I told you earlier I had this couple come down from Texas trying to learn, so I had to take them all the way back to the beginning of 187 on annual call. Yeah, well, like I said, that's what I like about this. Like I said, it's a brand new couple. You know, they haven't done any crazy stuff, in the past, and it's a nice clean slate. So I could actually start them from, like the way I always try to tell people to do it. But by the time they get a hold of me, they're already so deep into problems, it's not even funny, and they already pissed so many people off in the government or the IRS, it's not even funny. So it's nice to get a couple that has never had a letter from the IRS in their 70s. I guess the government not the government. The government and the IRS is two different things, sorry about that. But the IRS is just flat out saying to them, look, We know you've been successful your whole lives. You've acquired quite a bit of wealth, and you got something that we're going to try to take for nothing, for not doing anything. We're going to try to take your blood, sweat, and tears. And we'll see if we get away with it. You know?
That blood, sweat, and that sweat and tears, equity, and your sweat and tears, that's a pretty darn effective weapon for people that's losing their homes and everything.
Oh yeah, like I said, it's a lot of fun, man. But like I said, some sort of agency that I can't really see, and nobody, and even that agency itself, you know, there's really, I'd like to see where they say how they perform a benefit to a man who's worked his whole life, and a man who hasn't asked anything of, you know, that agency. I'm not saying hasn't asked anything in the United States, but I'm saying who hasn't asked for anything of that agency. Why do I owe you a debt? What have I ever done for you? I mean, the electric company, I can understand. They provided electricity. But you show me what, you know, who this agency represents. Because it's funny, when I got the letter they wrote, they said send your check to the U.S. Treasury. I said, what U.S. Treasury? I said, there's no, as far as I know, the United States government has something called the Department of Treasury, or the United States Department of Treasury. That might exist, but what's U.S. Treasury? I'm sure I could start up a company tomorrow called U.S. Treasury.
Right.
And it's obviously it's not the same thing as the United States Department of Treasury. Obviously, it's not the same as U.S. Treasury. Maybe tomorrow I can make something called UC Treasury, or UP Treasury, or UB Treasury. Make your checks payable to UT Treasury. You know, when I read the lady's letter, it says make your checks payable to U.S. Treasury. U.S. Treasury. What the F's is the U.S. Treasury?
Right.
You're taking on a lot of presumption and you know, thinking that the U.S. must mean the United States. It can't mean, it couldn't possibly mean anything else other than the United States. Well, really, what else could it mean? I was like, I don't know. How many hours we got to kill and putting the string together of U and S together and coming up with all kinds of unicorn and silly stuff, you know, together, you know, and just come up with all kinds of nonsense. You know, we say, okay, it's a unicorn and a serpent. It's the unicorn serpent treasury. U.S. Treasury. What makes me think is the United States Department of Treasury. It did not say, the IRS letter did not say, make your checks payable to the United States Department of Treasury. It didn't say that. It said, make your check payable to U.S. Treasury. Said U.S. Treasury what? That's the most ridiculous thing I ever was looking at. It said, make your checks payable to U.S. Treasury. U.S. Treasury? What's a U.S. Treasury?
So why they hide it like that?
Because I guarantee the United States Department of Treasury doesn't want to be liable for anything. I guarantee they take your checks and they just throw them in the trash. They just burn them. They just destroy them. They couldn't care less. They print the money. They print out truckloads of this stuff, mountains of this stuff. They don't give a damn. They want more. They want more credit. All they do is add some more zeros. And it's a ledger sheet. They don't care. So they're just taking wealth and destroying it. That's all they're doing. They're just trying to slow down the economy. That's all they're doing. That's all, for me. Okay, this is my opinion. This is also that the United States, this is all that the IRS does, is they just try to create like a world balance. They try to make it so our economy doesn't become too great or too powerful or too strong. And the reason why I believe is because people from India, China, Africa, they all come trying to flock over here to the United States because of great opportunity and great wealth. Well, if they could slow down the United States down a little bit, they'll say, oh, look, if you make too much money over the United States, they'll throw you in jail. You got to pay taxes. And the people think twice when leaving China. They'll think twice about leaving India. They say, oh, you know what? Look at all these doctors and look at all these people who are going to jail in the United States and not paying taxes. You know what? Maybe we just better stay here. If there was taxes in the United States, every single, you know, doctor or scientist or, you know, architect or anybody who had any real skills would leave their homeland in a heartbeat and come here. So they're like, well, no, we're going to tax like crazy, you know, we got to pay taxes. Oh, forget it. It's not worth us moving there. We might as well stay here. We're going to basically in the long run make the same amount of money. We might as well stay here in India or China or Japan. We might as well just stay here. Slows down the economy. I bet you they just take your checks and just throw them in the toilet. I guarantee you they couldn't care less. They just want to destroy, take some wealth down, and not take you down a notch or two. Just keep you in your place. That's all they're doing.
Well, you know what, and you might be right, because this young lady got this IRS woman coming up to her for a debt that she had already paid, and she got all her documents, and she still, another IRS agent come up there for the same exact thing that she paid 5-6 years ago. The same debt, the same numbers, the same. I mean, do they automatically get screwed up like that? Will they just really come after people like that on the same debt again?
That's what I'm saying is that could just be a clerical error. What I'm trying to say is they probably, what I'm presuming, is they're just taking whatever money you send them and throw it away. They don't even bother. What bother? They print the damn money. What do they need? I mean, who's going to recheck their numbers anyway? Who's going to call them out? Who's going to say, hey, I want to see every damn check, every damn dime that you ever collected from any U.S. citizen in the past 2-3 years? Who's ever going to do that? Who's actually going to go run through those numbers? When I tell people, here's my, and you guys are really hardcore on this, when I tell people, hey, here's my letter K, now here's the letter G, tell me what you think and send me back what you got done. Nobody send me back any damn thing. Nobody's even responded to the letter K. So if these people who listen to these shows like real hardcore, who's really going to care what the IRS is really doing with the money? Does anybody just ever ask, hey, where did our check go? Where did the money go that I paid you last year? Where did it go? No, nobody asked a simple question. Where did it go?
Right.
Show me proof of where it went. Went to pay off the national debt. What national debt? What are you talking about? Where did it actually go? What account number did it go into? Where's the national debt? Who do we borrow the money from? And show us how we paid it. Like they always say all the time. Like Alan Greenspan, that's why he got kicked out. He said we can get rid of the national debt overnight. So it was hyperinflate the currency, make it so a loaf of bread cost $1 trillion, and be done within about 10 seconds. And you guys wouldn't even realize that the loaf of bread cost $1 trillion there for about 10 seconds, like New Year's Eve at 2 o'clock in the morning. We could hyperinflate the currency, balance the books, and go back to normal the next day. You guys wouldn't even know what happened. And obviously, that when that hit C-SPAN or whatever, obviously they kicked them out. They said, that's it. Like you just told the people that this is all a joke. This is all fraud. This is all based on faith. I was like, here it is. And he got busted for doing it. And they put the Bernanke guy in. Like, next time, keep your mouth shut. Don't tell these people this is all based on fraud. Or you won't have anybody paying any of this stuff. You tell me we just wiped the debt out in 20 seconds? Yeah, it's just a computer. We push the button and it's done. Then why are we paying you guys?
And that's why you say it's a hard thing to prove, to fraud.
Right, but like I said, it's not right. But like I said, it's all everything. Okay, when my mom worked for the IRS, mom will work for the bank. Telling people a million times, I've been taught this as a little kid. It's all based on fraud. Only God knows what's true. We're just guessing. If man created it, it's based on fraud. We're just guessing. We don't know what's true. Only God knows what's true. It's all fraud. Unless God made it, it's fraud. You have no freaking idea what's true. It's all based on faith. We all believe what we made was good, or what we make is, just like when that Frankenstein guy made that Frankenstein, he believed he made something that was good and was a great benefit to man. But even though he tried to play God, it didn't work out so well for him, did he?
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't work out very well. Not for him or that little girl that the monster killed. Work out too well. But he didn't set out to kill a little girl. His creation might have, but he didn't know. The kind of creation didn't have a right frame of thought, right mind. What man put into his creation. The man could only do so much, man. Man's going to make mistakes. So, like I said, When Bernanke said that, man, not Bernanke, when Greenspan said that, you know what? If we could clear this all, down, balance the books of the United States government in 10 seconds, you guys wouldn't even know the loaf of bread costs $1 trillion. We'd do it so quick, you guys wouldn't do. You would never even feel it.
He told too much and got rid of his ass real quick.
Yeah, I guarantee you guys can find it on YouTube, and you can see when it says hyperinflate the currency will eliminate the national debt instantly. So then, why are you hurting all these people by pulling their money from them? If you're saying that the IRS taxes go to pay off the national debt, then why are you trying to say, well, look, people, if you don't pay your share, we can't balance the national debt. And then you got people like Glenn Beck and Alex Jones screaming, "Oh, the national debt is gonna destroy the U.S. economy." And I just laugh. What do you mean destroy the U.S. economy? Greenspan said, "You guys wouldn't even feel it. We do it to you in 20 minutes. It's done. You wouldn't even realize what happened." Well, like I said to people, look what happened not this January 1st, the January 1st before then, when the United States tried to pay off China with a $1 trillion platinum coin. We said, well, there you go. We owe you $1 trillion in debt here. Here's a platinum coin. It's worth $1 trillion. Why? Because the United States government says so. And China said, you stick that fucking coin, someplace.
And they've been pissed ever since.
Oh, yeah, they said, you try to pass that off, and we just had 1 billion Chinese give their life, blood, heart, and soul for 10 years so every American could have a $2 TV and a $2 cell phone and a $20 computer. And you're trying to tell us that we've been eating rice for the last 10 years because we want to, become a world economy, and you're going to give us a coin? You think that's going to make it fair and balanced? You're out of your effing mind. But they tried to get away with it. They tried to say, oh, let's get rid of the national debt by making $1 trillion coin. And all the countries you owe trillions of dollars to, I'll just give them this little coin. Like, yeah, they were going to be cool with that. No, they won't let you alone. We want 10 trillion metric tons of gold. We don't want your little platinum coin. Well, look, it's got a pretty picture on it. It says 1 trillion on it. It's about 20 minutes with the design.
Carl, that's crazy, but you sure telling the truth. Man, I can see what you're saying. It's true.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, but they're still going after the United States. Well, I'm not saying the United States people. They're still going after a man. They're still going after a woman for this supposed help us pay off the national debt. Well, not the national debt, sorry about that. The United States government's debt. The government, the United States government, and the national debt is two different things. One is the people's debt, and one is the government employees' debt. Two different things.
Right. I know one thing. I never heard anybody put it the way you did about the U.S. Treasury and then the United States Treasury. I mean,
the Department of the United States Treasury, right? The United States Department of Treasury. I'm sure by me saying the Department of the United States Treasury, the United States Department of Treasury, and the U.S. Treasury, I guarantee all three are three different things. I love it, man. When you watch these presidents speak, and you can go back and watch any president you want at modern EV times, they'll say in the nation's interest, the country's interest, the United States' interest, the people's interest, the U.S. citizens' interest. You said like 5 different things, and they mean 5 totally separate things that have absolutely nothing to do with the topic at hand. It's hysterical because there is no synonyms in good law. There is no synonyms. It's either the U.S. Treasury or it's the Department of the United States Treasury or it's the United States Department of Treasury. Like if you wrote a check out to Cole Rudolph Lentz, you're writing it out to me. If you drop off one of the names and go Rudolph Lentz, you're writing it out to my dad because my dad has no middle name. So obviously you're not making a payment to the same person that you owe a debt to. You try to pay Rudolph Lentz, and by dropping off Carl, off the first name, you didn't pay me an effing dime. Well, yes, I did. Look, I got a check right here to Rudolph Lentz. Hey, that's my dad. I would be like telling you that's my dad. I don't have to tell you. It's like, look, dude, all I know is my name is called Rudolph Lentz. You send it to Rudolph Lentz. Well, it's the same thing. Dude, how can you be that freaking stupid? Where's the word call? Is the call missing in that check that you wrote? Yeah, good. Well, it was cashed. By who? How the hell do I know? All I know it wasn't cashed by me, dude. Write me out a freaking check. Well, I did. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Look, it's been cashed. Cashed by who? Rudolph Lentz. It's not the same. It's like saying, well, I did write a check to U.S. Treasury. Well, how about writing out one now to the Department of the United States Treasury? Well, I did. It says U.S. Treasury. The Department of U.S. Treasury say, no, you didn't. You never gave us a freaking dime. We're here to benefit you. Why would you want to give us the money? We're here to benefit. We're here to benefit you, your man. We're here to serve and for your benefit. Why would we take something from you? Why would we take your property? Why would we cause you home? Why would we stress you out? When we know we could pay off the national debt in 10 seconds.
Man, it's crazy.
Now you know it's just because you guys are just saying they're too lazy. That's all it is. Everybody's just too lazy. When I look at a piece of it says IRS. It says, what do you mean IRS? You mean the Internal Revenue Service, or the Department of the IRS, or the Department of Revenue, or the Department of Internal Revenue? And then it says U.S. Treasury. You mean U.S. Treasury? What, USA Treasury? Like if they have a U.S. Treasury, can I start a company tomorrow called USA Treasury? If nobody took it? Then yeah, sure. Make your checks payable to USA Treasury. Am I saying I'm a department of the United States government known as the Treasury? No, I'm not. I'm just saying, hey, I'm going to make a corporation called USA Treasury. To me, how lazy and stupid can people really be? Now, did you really just write out a check to U.S. Treasury? Did you really do that? Did you really write out a check to you? What happens the next day? They get a letter saying, oh, please make your checks payable to USA Treasury. Oh, you people didn't actually just fill out and just send something called USA Treasury. You do know who you're sending your money to, right? You do know who's on the other end, right? You do know who's going to be receiving it, who's going to be endorsing it. You do know that, right? You did take the time out. You took enough time to earn that money. You think you took enough time out to figure out where it's going and who's receiving it and what they're going to do with it. Like if you gave a kid, I mean, if you had a kid, wouldn't you make sure that you knew who the kid was? You know, you're leaving a kid with. It's your property.
Right, right.
Where you say, hey man, that's my baby. I worked for it. I earned it. I labored over it. I produced it. By my services, you know, I created that thing. Wouldn't you have a little bit of care, concern? Well, unless it becomes that easy to you, you don't give a damn. So then go ahead. One of these. So then, oh, it's on here. Here you go. It's like, look, they created by numbers on by pushing a number on a keypad. It doesn't make any sense to me. So like I said, I can't believe other people are just like, oh yeah, it makes lots of sense to me. Oh really? Then you explain to me. Where does this money go? And I'll say, well, it goes to pay the national debt. Wait a second. Greenspan said all he had to do is push a button. And 10 seconds later, it's all gone. So why does he just push the damn button?
Right, right.
And don't take things from a man and then take things from a woman. They got plenty of sales tax, gas tax, property tax, fuel tax, electric tax, cell phone taxes. They got plenty of taxes. What's this thing that we do for what every now and then? What are you talking about?
So, Carl, in other words, all this shit ain't nothing but a game.
It's all based on fraud. It's all based on God. If you don't believe in God, then you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's as simple as that. People who have no concept of God, they're totally clueless, and that's what they want. The government wants you to keep church, or keep religion, or keep God so far out of your life it's not even funny. So that way it's easy for them to control you, so you can't see what I see so easy. That's right. What was funny is she played it their way.
Right.
Because she did everything they told her to do, and I did everything opposite.
Right.
Just to see which way would work. She's like, well, no, my way will work. I said, great, because I think my way will work.
Right.
And so she did everything they told her to do, and it went absolutely nowhere. Until we could prove that there was a contract there, that the contract had nothing to do with me and my wife. That's the only way that our kid came back.
Right.
When we could prove that what they did was illegal and unlawful. But they couldn't care less. They couldn't care less as the woman does everything. If they were, it was great when I went to, it was in Birmingham, Alabama that happened. And it was great. I actually went to family class or something like that. I don't remember what it was called. The women were there. All it was like, there was no men. There was all women. But I just went there anyway with the mom of my kids. It was funny. She was the only white woman in there.
Right.
And it was all black women down there in Birmingham. And it was so funny. This really good-looking black girl stood up, like 27, 28 years old. She says, she says, I just have to tell everybody this is all bullshit. And she was wearing a nice dress and everything. She was a real respectable, secretary-looking lady. And she says, I have 3 kids. And back in 1997, Bill Clinton passed a bill, and women are only allowed to have child support welfare for 24 months. And after 24 months of the youngest child being born, the woman has to have a place of her own, and she has to be able to prove that she can afford the child, or the state takes the kid away.
Right.
So I was like, so what happened was, she starts talking. She said, well, they don't give you the 24 months, they give you 23 months. And on the 23rd month, on the first day, they come knocking on your Section 8 housing, and they say, ma'am, do you have a job yet? No. Do you have any money? No. Do you got a place for these kids next month? No. Then we'll take her with kids away immediately. So she said to the whole, like 100 women in this class, she said that she went to college, she got an associate's degree, she's now does like medical coding, and she was making like $800 a week, and she got a 3-bedroom apartment for the county kids, and she did everything they told her to do, and she went to court and told the judge, I did everything you told me to do. I got a career, I got a job, I got a minivan, I got the apartment, I got everything. And the judge said, what hours do you work? And she said, I work from 8 o'clock until 4 o'clock. And the judge said, well, children get out at 3 o'clock. If you can figure out a way to spend quality time with your children, I guess you really don't want the children, so you better be home and be available to them when they get home at 3 o'clock. And she said, well, she tried to get daycare for the kids, and she said it took a year-long waiting list to get the kids on after school, whatever, daycare for an hour. And she said, well, then quit your job. She said, but if I quit my job, I won't have the money. She said, well, find another job. She said she did. She said she found another job. And she said now she only makes $600 a week instead of $800 a week, because now she has to work like an hour less. And she said that when she went back to court, she told the judge, and the judge crunched the numbers, and she said that's not enough money to support 3 kids on your own. So the lady said to the other women in this room, she said, it's all bullshit. No matter what they tell you to do, you're never going to get your kids back. You're never going to be good enough for these bastards. It doesn't matter. She says, I didn't drink, I didn't do drugs, I didn't do anything wrong. I just had 3 kids, and I wasn't married, and I went to the government for health and welfare, and the next thing I know, I'm going through all this nonsense, and like the worst thing I ever did was ask the government for help.
Right.
So it was great to hear that, like, this really good-looking, clean, respectful woman who wasn't a crackhead, didn't do anything bizarre, was like, wow, you know what? She could have my kids. This lady's a good lady. She could ask me, hey, buddy, yeah, I'm like, hell yeah, lady, not a problem. Right. And she showed the world, she showed everyone in that room, man, they're up to something, man. And it ain't to help the women get back to children. And it ain't about the man abusing the woman. It ain't none of that nonsense. These people are up to something. Right. And it ain't helping women and children get back together. Something about money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's all it's...
office laws, like something like 8 people quit or something from the detox office that my kids are involved in. I'm like, oh, that's easy. We'll get rid of some of your caseload. Give back the kids that are really not in any kind of freaking danger at all, like mine, and who knows, probably 80 or 90% of the rest of them.
Well, like I said, it's a hell of a lot easier when husband and wives join together and say, look, we're going to settle this on a private side. We're going to get the state out of our lives. We're going to go into there and we're going to say, give us back our property, and we mean now. And then you guys can go slug it out on your own in the private. But when you take it out into the public and you go into a court setting and you let the government be your judge and jury and executioner, oh, you guys are in the world of hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You guys got to go in and say, I require the immediate restoration of my property. Thank you, folks, for helping us, but we got this settled. We got it settled on the private. We don't need any advice. Thank you. We got this done. But then you guys are then that'd be me telling you guys to act like adults. They told you to appear at 9 o'clock?
8:30 you think?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You got like a little invoice pad?
No, but I could probably print one up.
Yeah, and how about you give them a bill when you walk into the courtroom at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You charge them $100 for every hour that you had to sit there and wait for them because you were there and they weren't.
Okay.
They were late for their appointment, and your time is valuable.
Oh, I see where you're going with that. Yeah. Yeah.
They want you there at 8:30 to get me there. They're not ready to go. I mean, I even did that on one of my earlier shows. I said, walk into the courtroom at 8:30. I said, I'm here. I've been summoned to appear at 8:30. Is there a claim? Is there any matter before this court? You know, that somebody summons me to appear here at 8:30. And I say, well, you know, we'll sit down. I say, okay, you know, at 8:31 I'll say it again. 8:32 I'll say it again, and then I'm going to leave. I say, since nobody's come forth at 8:32 now, I've been here and I've called out 3 times, and nobody is, you know, who seems to be present. You know, I'll you know, call me back some other day. That's what they do to you in court. If you're late, they'll call out in the hallway 3 times. If you don't answer, it's over.
Okay, so where would you say that in the hallway, would you?
No, I'd go right in the courtroom.
They'll have cases that they're hearing at that time.
That's what I'm saying. And say, if somebody summons me to appear here in this court at 8:30, I am here at 8:30. I'm ready to conduct business. Is anybody here who has any business with me today before this court? Say 3 times. Just like if you're told to be there at 9 o'clock, the bailiff is going to walk on the hallway at 9 o'clock and call out your name. He might do it 2, 3 times, and then after that, they're going to get a default judgment against you. And they don't care if you show up at 9:15, 9:20. It's over. You were late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we're waiting to become 8 o'clock. We have other people to do. We got other cases to hear. You were told to be here at 9 o'clock. You weren't here. You know, maybe we'll schedule it another day. Maybe not.
Okay. So
you guys start looking at life as your time is valuable. So somebody told me not too long ago. Somebody said to me they didn't get to me at they didn't get to all the cases at 5 o'clock. I think that was done in the big city of Atlanta. So they told us to come back tomorrow. What have they told you to come back for the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years? Every day at 8:30, and you do nothing but sit there. And you how long would you guys tolerate it?
Yeah, that's and that's what they bail for as well. It's exactly.
They're not going to sit more than 3 minutes waiting for you. They're going to move on with court business. They're going to move on with their business. Say, look, I'm here at 8:30. You got 3 minutes to move your business against me. If you have business conduct, if you want to end the course with me, if you got something commerce with me, you let me know. You told me to be here at 8:30. I'm here at 8:30. And then all you have to do is, like, if nobody shows up, you go to the court clerk and say, look, I was here at 8:30. It's 8:35. Just stamp this. Just put the court, the clock that they have there, the timestamp, just timestamp it 8:35.
Okay.
And then you got proof that you were there, and they weren't.
Okay. Because yeah, it's just Yeah, it's sort of a bit overwhelming because the potential outcomes that they're threatening with is imprisonment.
You were there. You were there.
Thousands of dollars.
You were there, and they weren't.
Okay.
It don't anywhere on a citation that you have to sit there for an hour, 5 hours, 5 days, 5 months, 5 years. They took you to be there at 8:30 so we can conduct business. Okay, it's 8:30. Nobody's here. The parking lot's empty. The courtroom's empty. Nobody's here. I'm going home. I'll stay here 5 more minutes. I'm going home. And just let the court clerk put a timestamp on it. Say, I was here at 8:30. It's 8:35. Nobody's here. I just need you to witness this, court clerk. Can you put the court's timestamp on it? This machine, you can just click it in there for me and put it into the record. Give a copy to whenever the judge feels like waking up and doing his job today. Let him know I was here. Or give him a freaking bill when you get there. Say, oh, here, Judge. What's this? Oh, this is a bill. What for? Well, you told me to be here, right? Well, the other guy told me to be here. We got on the other side of the table right there, the prosecutor who's ever moving his case. Yeah, he told me you're here at 8:30. Yeah, it's now 3:30. Yeah, I charge $100 an hour. My time is very valuable. I'm sure you're getting paid to be here. He's getting paid to be here by the hour. I'm going to get paid to be here. Next time, when you summons me to appear at 8:30, you better make sure I get to the front of the line. Maybe this will be a little reminder.
I see where you're going with that, yeah.
Yeah. What your time's not valuable? Once your time is spent and lost, can you recover it? Can you get time back? Well, then that's that. Maybe they'll start understanding and appreciating people's time. Maybe they'll start appreciating, hey, all these people on the hallway, yeah, you know what, they got a life. Maybe if everybody starts handing out a freaking bill, then maybe they'll start scheduling a little bit better. Maybe one guy will be appointed at 8:30, one guy will be 8:35, one guy will be 8:40, one will be 8:45. Maybe they'll start scheduling a little bit more precisely, but right now they're getting away with it. So much especially enough.
Okay. So
It's not being hateful. It's being practical.
yeah, and I guess you're looking at it from a business sort of, like that's what you're there for, business. And if you were working, if that was a job, like if you were.
Yeah, they want your money. They want my money. Folks want my money. You want something that I produced, right? You want something that I created, money, right? You want something from me. Right, well, I want something from you. A little courtesy. A little respect.
Okay. So, say I've got to that stage, and there is no claim, because I haven't been able to put in a claim at that time, or before the time, I should say.
And the nature of the case is the claim.
Okay, so the nature of the case is a claim. The claim is the trespass being a harm. Is that?
The characteristics of the characteristics of the case would be the claim would be a trespass.
Okay, all right.
That's how you characterize the claim as that of a trespass.
Now, are we using property or right, Bailey? Because you mentioned right to travel and such.
Right, then the trespass would be the characteristic, and then the definition of the trespass would be interfering with the right to be let alone, or the right to go from point A to point B, or the right to whatever. That'd be the definition of the characteristic of the trespass. The trespass would be nature would be a claim. The characteristic would be a trespass, and the definition would be what trespass was.
Would you put in the claim as well that, I say that I have done no wrong to any man? Anything like that?
I have no idea. I just got here. I have no idea what you're going on about 20 men.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You're talking about a police stop that went wrong, basically. There is a infringement on his right to go from A to B, basically.
Yeah, he interfered with his right to go from point A to point B.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And they've kindly given him some sort of documentation to prove at that point as well, that they did do that.
Yeah, they sent us.
you got to have a claim. Well, I'd have a claim before the court when they go to hear their case. You say, oh, well, we're doing this, and everybody's here. Let's do my case.
Okay. Alfred, is that, because I heard you mention before that that's ambushing or something like that. Is there any way to sort of say, hey, look, maybe
that's why that place is supposed to put it in way before the day of the trial.
Yeah, look, that was my mistake.
Well, it's not a mistake. I mean, they can't hear the case immediately if they wish to. If the other, they say, I wish for my case to be heard right now as well. They're like, what case? This case. And you make sure you hand it to the other side. And if the other side doesn't object and say, well, this wasn't timely filed, and we have 21 days to respond, and this is an ambush. Maybe. The guy forgot to do it at Bowery's trial. I laughed when I said to Bowery, I said, you know what, this guy could just say, you know what, we're going to wait. You know, your promo, because you just give him enough time. You gave him 10 seconds. I had to meet this man real quick, and he had I presumed it was a tax hearing, because it was very difficult to understand what was going on until I got into the open court. And even the judge had a hard time understanding. The judge even said, what in the world is the IRS doing in my court?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, tell them a little bit about that, Mr. Ewing.
Well, what was interesting is I got into the court, and when we got there, the judge had not even opened the folder to look and see what he was looking at. You could tell. And he asked the prosecution, how much are you indicting this man for, accusing him that he owes? And the prosecutor said, I don't know. Well, don't you have the summary in front of you? No, I'll get it to you on Monday. And because I'm a novice at this, I didn't object to it, but they seemed to be as confused as they could be.
Because the man brought me out there for a tax issue, and what I was looking at is like the paperwork he was sending me made no sense, because he wasn't in the United States tax court, he was in the United States district court. And I said, I figured he wasn't telling me everything. I figured, you know, like even the judge said, oh, what is the IRS doing in the district court? Is this a criminal matter? And that's what I thought it was, a criminal matter. What are we doing here for a civil matter, the judge said. And that's what I said to the man as well. What are we doing here? You're saying this is civil. Why are we here? The IRS would bring you in here if this was criminal. What are we doing in the district court? We're not in the United States tax court. We're in the United States district court. What's going on? So even the judge said that to the IRS, the attorney. And he said, well, we have a judgment that we got administratively by the IRS, but the IRS does not have enforcement powers. They don't have guns. They can't come throw the man out of the house. They have to go get an order from a court that has the authority to take the order in the hands of the U.S. Marshals and throw this man out of his house. So that was interesting.
You know, so what makes it even more interesting is they've opened it up where I can do interrogatories, inquest, disposition, call witnesses, and do everything that's necessary to validate their complaint. But the judge said that they had a claim within the complaint, but he was BSing because he wasn't correct. And so it was just a masquerade, charade.
They can have a claim within a complaint. They could have a banana inside of a complaint. They could have a polar bear. They could have anything they wish to call it, but it's not a proper claim that's recognized in common law. Okay, they could have anything they want. They could define it any way they want. They could have Jesus Christ in their complaint. but it doesn't mean that that's the Jesus Christ.
Right.
They can put anything they want in it and call it anything they want. It's their creation. It's their baby. They can call it whatever they want. They can say there's a claim inside of this complaint, which sounds ridiculous. Why would a claim inside of a complaint? Why do you put a complaint inside of a complaint? It doesn't make any sense. In common law, they're completely opposite.
Well, what's so fascinating is they gave us a year to play with it.
Yeah, that's what's funny. The prosecutor wanted to move in 1 month against this man and kick him out of his house and get the U.S. Marshals to... They just want to punish this man because he did a lot of patriot stuff. And they're just going to try to teach him a lesson. So I'd like to see how the IRS took other people's houses, if they took other people's houses. Because the way that this IRS attorney was describing it in open court, he was saying that we can't do it. Not without a court order from the United States District Court, we can't do it. We don't have the enforcement power here at the IRS. All we have is administrative. We don't have enforcement. So that kind of makes sense. I mean, that totally makes sense to me. I knew that forever. They're just administrative. They're just a collection agency. And just because a collection agency gets a judgment against you doesn't mean that they have the right to come in with a gun and kick you out of your house. They're going to have to get a court order. And then they're going to either have to get the marshals, the sheriff, to come in with the guns and throw you out. So it's funny, you know, when I went into court with him, the judge did something funny when, you know, when this man, the other side was trying to make Mr. Ewing look like a tax protester, like a crazy guy. And the judge said, everybody has to pay taxes. Everybody has to pay their taxes. And
In the Americas. In America.
yeah, but what's funny is that you said, yeah, but if you take my house, you're going to harm a man. And then the judge said, well, you still have a tax liability that you failed to pay. To me, that's apples and horseshoes. It has nothing to do with each other. There's not even a comparison. It's like, look, to make it simple, if you execute this final judgment that IRS got from their tax court upon me, I'm a man, and you're going to cause me harm. And the judge is like, well, there's a tax, there's a tax ruling against you, and you failed to pay it. Sir, that's not what I just said. What I said is you're going to cause me harm. He says, well, you owe a debt. And I said, one more time, sir. You're going to cause me harm. Well, you owe a debt. What does one have to do with the other? Nothing. You're going to hurt me. You're going to harm me because I owe a debt. No, not in this country. You got to forgive me my trespass. You got to forgive me my debt. You can't cause me harm. That's not your job. Your job wasn't to be placed on a bench and cause harm to man. Your job was placed on a bench to be a benefit to man, not to harm man. So how is the United States of America or the IRS going to be harmed if they don't take my house away from me?
Well, if they don't even know the amount that's owed,
They take my widget. They take my no cent, no dollar, whatever widget. They take anything from me. They take a breath from me. They take a heartbeat from me. How is it going to benefit them? It ain't. There's no benefit for them. It's a fictional entity. It's 3 letters. It's IRS or USA. How is it going to benefit from taking anything from a man? It's not. It's never going to change it. It's still going to be IRS. It's still going to be the United States of America. It's not going to benefit the United States of America or IRS to take something from me. It doesn't have hands. It doesn't have arms. It doesn't have legs. It can't hold it. They can't possess it.
well, of course, the IRS operates on fear and intimidation.
There is no, okay. The IRS employees or the workers try to enforce fear and intimidation. The IRS is just 3 letters on a piece of paper.
Okay.
There is no IRS. It's a piece of paper with letters on it. Tomorrow they can change it to IRB. For some reason they want to use the letter B from now on instead of the letter S. It's like, oh, the poor IRS died. Oh, I guess we better give it a funeral. Who's gonna give the eulogy?
Yeah, nobody's going to show up at the wake. That's for sure.
It's going to be an IRB tomorrow, or an IRT, or an IRC instead of IRS. It's still going to function the way it always does, with a man controlling it. IRS is never going to feel that it no longer exists. And now it's IRC. It's never going to feel anything. It's never going to be consciously aware that it is no longer called IRS. It's not going to have any feelings that say, "Oh, now you're calling me IRC. I'm so embarrassed. You stripped me of my name. Oh, I'm so sad." It's ridiculous. So yeah, the judge said something funny too. He said to the man, this man didn't know how to say it as fast as I could say stuff. The judge said to the man, he says, "Well, all Americans pay their taxes." And I always want to say, that's how some of these judges are. He said, "All Americans pay their taxes." I was like, wait a second, you mean like American Indians, you know, who live on reservations? Or you mean like Eskimos who live in the Arctic Circle? Or America means from the North Pole to South Pole, Atlantic to Pacific, the Hawaiians. You mean Hondurans? They're Central Americans. Well, we're North American. I mean, Judge said, well, you know, all Americans pay taxes. Really? All American. You mean from the North Pole to South Pole, Atlantic to Pacific, the Americas. The Americas, they go from North Pole to South Pole. Everybody pays. All Americans pay. Really? So you're saying Cubans are also from North America. People from Cuba are from North America. Are you telling me they pay taxes, Your Honor? And the judge would say, well, you know what I mean. No, well then, no, Judge, you're implying things, and you know good law has to be expressed, not applied. So if you're going to open your mouth in this court, Judge, you better be dead on. You're going to judge me, and you don't even know where the Americans lie. It's like, holy cow, man! You're like, you better get somebody else in here before everybody gets hurt, especially me. But yeah, he flew me on down there, and like I said, I had no freaking idea. It was so funny when we were going into the courthouse. I told him, man, leave your window open in your car just in case you get over contempt of court, so I could grab my bags, call a taxi, and get to the airport tomorrow morning. I had no idea. Who he was, and why in the world were we in the United States District Court? It made no sense. He kept telling me it's IRS, IRS, IRS. So why are we not in an IRS tax court? I don't understand. So basically,
he made me roll down the window so he had a way out in case I said something wrong.
Oh yeah, in case he went crazy, and because the prosecutor was trying to egg him on, trying to say he was a tax protester, and he was trying to make this man get mad. He was trying to get the man upset. But the man hung out with me for like 2 days, and I kept trying to show him that forget about all this tax protester nonsense. Forget about all that. She said somebody named Meredith or somebody. Like something vulture. Some nonsense about that. So I realized he was really deep into the whole tax
protester stuff.
Right. So it's like, uh-oh. I said, you better leave your car door open so I can get my luggage. When they take me to the show. Yes, I really did say that to him. I think he was trying to figure out what's this guy going on about? What do you mean you get arrested? I was like, you have no idea how easy it is to get held in contempt of court or to be taken away for a psychological evaluation. I have no idea how he was all of a sudden going to start saying, I'm a free man on the land and I don't have to pay taxes. Like, oh, geez. Just say, oh, no. Oh, well. But it worked out. We had a good time in court. And he has a whole year before the trial even begins. And we got a lot of time. And the whole line of what I'm going after is the judgment that the IRS guy has against him. I'm going to go after the judgment, and I'm going to say, wait a second. Like if we get a trial by jury, I'm going to say to the jury, wait a second. The IRS gets a judgment in an IRS tax court with an IRS judge and an IRS prosecutor and an IRS public defender. So how's this judgment not valid? This man has, they said that they had he hadn't paid on a debt. Why didn't they take him to the local county court like everybody else does? Everybody goes, if you owe me a debt, I'm going to take you to the local county court. Why didn't the IRS take this man to the local county court like everybody else? Okay, let me put it this way. Okay, say it's the Carl Lenz court. And Carl Lenz hires the attorneys, Carl Lenz hires the defenders, public defenders. Carl Lentz hires the prosecutors. Carl Lentz has so much freaking money, he's got more money than the United States of America. So Carl sets up his own courtroom with his own judges, and he calls it the Carl Lentz District Court. What's the odds of anybody, including the United States, getting a fair trial in Carl Lentz court, especially when it's against Carl Lentz? So that's what I'm going to basically do for this man, is like basically saying, how could this man got a fair trial in the United States tax court when the United States is the prosecutor? The United States is, the judge is appointed by, members of the United States. The public defenders, work for the United States. The building is called the United States Tax Court. How is this man going to get a fair trial in the United States Tax Court? Why did the IRS take him into a local county court if he actually owed a debt? Because if they got the judgment from the local county court, the IRS could go right to the county sheriff's department the very next day and say, enforce this judgment. Take that man's house. Why didn't they just do that? It would take them 21, 22 days to make a whole debt and collecting on this man's house magic happen. Why aren't they doing it like everybody else? Why are they special? Why do they have the right to take people into their own courts, under their own rules, and under their own attorneys? And this man can't, he has to act under the United States tax rules. And the United States tax agency and tax agents are coming after him and in the United States tax court, and he can only move under the rules of the United States tax court, which certainly aren't designed to help him. So how was that judgment that they have against him fair? It was fair and just. How did that happen? It isn't fair. It wasn't just. It was an unfair and unjust trial, and it's a mockery of justice. It's a sham. That was a whole sham court. They just went through the motions. They just went through the make-believe that we're giving this man a fair trial. Like I told him before, when we were out in the parking lot, I said to him, look, I said, see the clock? It's 7:43, okay? Guess what? The IRS is like mommy. Mommy will say it's 9 o'clock, go to bed. And you could say to mom, look, mom, the clock says 7:43. Mom says, no, it's 9 o'clock, go to bed. But mom, it's 7:43. Mom will say, you say it again, and you won't come out of your room for 2 days. I'll hold you in contempt. And you say, no, mom, it's 7:43. Look, mom, it's 7:43. It doesn't matter. It's mom's rules. It's mom's house. It's mom's way, and it's going to go. Same thing with the tax court. You're like, wait a second, don't I have the right to cross-examine my accuser? No. Well, wait a second, everybody else does. Well, not in our court, you don't. Oh, so you've got a special court? Yes. Because if we let you cross-examine your accuser, you'd win. Well, that sounds fair. Well, no, then we'd lose all the time. When we don't set up the tax court for the United States to lose, we set up the United States tax court for the United States to win. But in every other courthouse in the country, we could cross-examine our accusers. Well, that's in every other court. But this court is a special court. This court, we have to win. And you have to lose. We have to show the whole world and give you an example. You lose, so we can put you in jail. So nobody even thinks about challenging us as authority and control over them. Because he said there's some famous lady named Meredith who wrote some books. What was her name? Do you remember?
Lynn Meredith. She wrote Vultures and Eagles Clothing, How to Cook a Vulture, and Vultures for Dessert.
And you said she's sitting in jail.
She is sitting in jail.
And she had lots of money?
I don't know much about her other than the fact that she was an author who tried to help people with the tax system. And so the system came after her and cooked her there for dessert.
And what court did they hold her trial at?
I do not know.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if it was a local county court. Because like I said, if anybody wanted to drag me into the United States tax court, so whoa. The highest court where I live is the county court. We're going to take this to the county court. This is the highest law. This is the highest court of this land. It's the county court. We're going into the county court. You think if I've done wrong, if you said I've done wrong in the county that I live in, you bring me into the county court where I live in. You don't bring me over to your county. You don't bring me over to your state. You don't bring me over to your country. Or if anything, anybody should have just asked the United States. It's like, wait a second. Why are we holding it the United States of America versus Bob in the United States court? Why are we holding the United States of America versus Bob in a Cuban court or a Switzerland court or a Belgian court? Why are we having the United States of America versus Bob in the United States court? How would you like the United States of America if it was United States of America versus Bob in Bob's court? How would you like to be selling to in Bob's court? What do you think would happen to the United States of America? You'd lose. You see what I'm trying to say? So this is my whole logic in trying to get people to understand this, and like a jury to understand something so simple. How are you going to win when it's USA, United States of America, versus, you know, any man or any woman in the United States court? That's ridiculous. Why don't people ask for a change of venue and say, wait a second, are you taking me into the United States tax court, and you're the United States tax agent, and the United States tax agency is taking me to the United States tax court? No, we're going to need a change of venue. Take me over to Belgium. Take me over to Switzerland. Take me over to France. Take me over to Cuba. Hold your trial over there. Hold me in an impartial country, a neutral country. Hold me in a country that doesn't really like America, doesn't really like the United States of America. I want a trial there. A lot of people just say, okay, you know, I can get a fair trial here in the United States tax court against the United States tax agents and against the United States tax agency. Oh, I could definitely get a fair trial here. I don't know why they just don't ask for a change of venue. They take me to my local county court where my neighbors, who are my peers, will judge me. Just like everybody else has to do. Just like if I was going to sue Mr. Ewing, I'd have to go down to Denton County, and I'd have to go to Denton County Court, and I'd have to sue him in Denton County. You got to take the suit to the defendant. The defendant doesn't have to travel to me in Virginia or Alaska or wherever I happen to be. I have to go to him. And his peers are going to determine whether or not he's done wrong. And his peers are going to say, no, he's doing fine. This is how we played in Texas. Like, oh, really? I didn't know. Well, then don't come to Texas unless you know the rules. He didn't do anything wrong. What he did was legitimate and proper and just and fair. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Texas got some strange rules. Well, that's what happens when you step into another world, when you step into another jurisdiction. You better know the rules of the game.
Well, they don't tell you the rules of the game, that's for sure.
Well, the rules of the game are their rules, and they're designed for them. Those rules, their rules are designed that you can't speak, you can't talk back, you can't ask questions, you can't ask for exhibits, you can't ask. It's like asking mommy. Saying, Mommy, the clock says 7:43. Why do you keep saying it's 9 o'clock, Mommy? Well, it's because I make the rules, and if you don't like when I make the rules, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court. I'm going to take everything away from you. I'm going to take your bicycle. I'm going to take everything from you. I'm going to take all the money from your piggy bank. I'm going to take everything from you. You just agree with me that it's 9 o'clock or else. Or you're going to wish you agreed with me. And then you're going to wish that you agreed to play by Mommy's rules. So, yeah, like I said, this is who brought me to Texas. So it was just one of those, like, an emergency kind of things, and I always really wanted to go into a tax court, and I didn't go into a tax court. I went into a district court. But it was still interesting. It's just a little bit different, because when I was sitting there, I had already wrote out something for him, and I had already rehearsed stuff for him to say in open court. And then I was sitting in the open court, it was somebody else's case. I was like, wait a second, this isn't tax court. This is a district court. And then I came out of the courtroom and I asked him, do you have a judgment against you? And he's like, yes. From a tax court, yes. Now it makes sense to me. Why would sitting in the United States District Court? Now I get it. Here, let me rewrite all this stuff for you real quick. And then he put the notice into the court like that. He gave the judge a very simple letter. Just what you remember what the letter basically said there, Christopher?
Right. Basically, it said, I am a man. and I want to know if there's a claim before the court by another man. I said that if the complaint is executed, it will cause harm to a man.
The judgment.
Right.
If the IRS tax judgment, if the judgment is executed. If the judgment from the IRS court is granted by this court, and this court executes the judgment, grants them their order, their wish to, seize my house, a man will be home. Does that kind of make sense? What we wrote?
Right.
And then the man said to you, it's like, well, that's nice that you're a man and you're going to be home, but you owe a debt. And you didn't have the wherewithal to say, sir, that's obscene. You can't tell me that I owe you a dime or a dollar, so you have the right to break my arms or break my legs. That's Gestapo. That's mafia talking. That's mafia logic. Because I owe them a dollar, they could break my legs and arms. Well, yes. They can harm you because you owe a debt. I couldn't believe the judge said that. And like I said, maybe you'll understand a little bit better, Mr. Ewing, how I would have went bananas in court. I said, what did you just say? Did you just say that it's okay for that man to cause me harm because I owe a debt? Is that what you said? Yes. Is that what happens with the Gambinos when you owe a debt to the Gambinos? It's okay for the Gambinos to cause you harm because you owe them a debt. I can imagine what the judge would have said. He said, well, that's different. How is it different? Tell me that's different. If I owe a debt to the Gambinos, and they break my legs, or they take my house, or drive me out of my house, or bring their gunmen down there and force me out of my house and take over my house, how is that any effing different than you telling that man it's okay for us to bring our guns into my house and kick me out of my house, kick my children out of my house, and that's okay because I owe them $5, because I owe them 50 cents. Because I owe them some pieces of paper that's not backed by silver or gold.
Right.
How is that fair and just? How is that proper? How is that okay that they can cause me harm? I can't judge. How is that okay? See, like I said, you didn't jump them like I would have jumped them. But maybe after talking to me for a year, next year you'll be ready for something like that.
Right.
That it's not okay to harm any man at any time for any reason. Especially on a debt. That's insane. That's obscene.
Well, we don't have any debtors' prisons in Texas. I don't know about.
Like I said, if you owe a debt to the IRS, they're going to come in there with gunmen and they're going to cause you harm. And it's okie dokie with the judges. They're like, hey, that's fine. Well, the Gambinos do the same thing. Oh, well, no, that's not okay for them to do it. But it's okay for us to do it. That's obscene. Judge. The government wasn't created to cause harm to man, period. No harm. Not a little harm. Not $1 worth of harm. Not 1 penny's harm. No harm. No harm means no harm. You're my creation. I created you. You caused me. No harm. Zero harm. Zilch. Nada. None. Not one hair, not one breath, not one drop of blood. Zero. None. I created you. But like I said, you got a whole year to listen to my shows, and I say this kind of stuff a billion times. And I'm just trying to get this through common sense to common people to understand. Harm is harm. Injury is injury. Wrong is wrong. And just because you did something wrong, because you didn't file a piece of paper a proper way, or you left a digit off, or number 0 was there instead of there, and whatever reason, I don't give a damn. There's still no reason to hurt you for an accounting error. It's an accounting error. Nobody got harmed. The United States can never show any damages because you failed to pay $3, $300, $3 million, $3 billion. They're never going to show any harm. And they have to show harm. They have a legitimate case before the court. You have to show the wrong and you have to prove the damage. There is no damage because you didn't pay something to a fictional entity. The fictional entity is functioning just fine. It still exists on a 2-dimensional world. It's okay. It's not bleeding. It didn't go without a meal. It's doing fine.
Well, the entire charade is that he did not do his fair share.
Okay.
Everybody else pays taxes. Why not him? What makes him think he's exempt?
Harm is harm. you still can't harm somebody. No excuse. It's like they always tell people, guys with men, with women, when the wife says stop, it means stop. When a girlfriend says stop, it means stop. It doesn't mean like, well, a little bit more. No, it means stop. Or you're going to jail because you caused her harm. You caused her injury. You're going to jail. Stop means stop. Not a little stop. Not maybe stop. Stop means stop. Same thing with the government. You're causing man harm. I don't care if it's one breath. I don't care if it's one hair. I don't care if it's one drop. If you're a man and you're saying that you're cloaked under a shield or a badge or a robe, and it's okay to cause harm to men, that's obscene. That's not why we put you on a bench. That's not why we put a badge on your shoulder. That's not why we cloak you under the authority of the law. That's not why we put you on to function within the society to cause a man harm. It better be for a damn good reason other than a debt. It better be for a damn good reason other than zeros and ones on a digit, on a slide scale, and on a ledger sheet. It better be for a damn good reason you harmed that man. It better be because you saw him harming another man and you had to protect that other man. You better have a damn good reason why you touched another man or why you trespassed on another man's property. You better have a damn good reason why. And it better not be because of a debt. It's like if I'm stupid enough to let somebody borrow money, if I'm stupid enough to let somebody borrow money and I don't get paid, that's my problem. But that doesn't give me the right to go break his legs. It just means, look, don't let the guy borrow any money again. Or why don't you just let him borrow $1 or $2 and see if he was good for $1 or $2? Why did you give him that much money if you couldn't afford to lose it? But you certainly don't go over there and say, you know what, you didn't pay me my money, I'm going to break your legs. I'm going to take your house. I'm going to come in here with gunmen, force you out of the house, and I'm going to take over your house. That's basically what happened in Texas with some Mexican bad guys go down to the Texas border and drive informers out of the house and say, well, we got guns. We're going to take over your house. You come back here and try to get it back and we'll kill you. It's baloney. It doesn't make it right. It's not proper. It's not just because you owe a debt. I don't care what everybody else is doing. Oh, everybody else is paying their fair share. Okay, so break your legs. No, that's ridiculous. So now we'll just turn our backs on you. Society will shun you. If you won't pitch in and give you a fair share, then society will turn its back on you. Or we're not going to break your legs. When you come asking for the United States for help, when you need Social Security in the future, or you need, or you want to open, or you want to, file a 1099 as a corporation, no, we're just going to ignore you. We'll just say, no, you're not part of our society. You're not going to be part of the club. We're not going to give you welfare. We're not going to support you monetarily. You go figure it out on your own. You want to be part of our society? Fine. We don't want to do the obligation to you. But so like I said, you got a whole year. I mean, you got a whole year. You're going to do fine. Hey, it's funny. Somebody said, let's squat in a mansion. Squat in a mansion. No, how are you going to? No, that's okay. I'm just reading the chat board. But how are you doing, Bali? Are you still awake? It looks like Bali went off the air. Yeah, I think Bali went off the air.
Well, one of the things that's really exciting is that we have an opportunity to reverse the course of the IRS and get some clear answers to some questions that many people have wanted to know for years.
Right. Like that's what one good thing that we heard in court was that the judge said that he was trying to intimidate Mr. Ewing and saying you have to give disclosure to the IRS. You have to, what was it that he was saying exactly?
No, he was, what he was doing was he was saying, we can have court in 1 month. I'm scheduled for that.
No. Mr. Ewing, he said, you have some paperwork that was delivered to you. You were supposed to fully fill it out.
Oh, he was talking about me making a disposition in regard to the complaint so that I could provide my contentions to their complaint.
Right. And the reason why you didn't fill it out, you told him, is why?
I said, sir, it's very simple. I provided a very cogent, very simple violation of the rules of civil procedure that the opposition failed to file the process in a timely manner. They missed it by 30 days. And if a rule is a rule, it's a rule. You should dismiss it. And he said, well, I've been too busy. I haven't had a chance to look at it.
Well,
I haven't filed an answer.
Yeah, what Mr. Ewing did is Mr. Ewing filed a few motions. And one of the motions was that the case against me in this court should be dismissed because they had a certain allotted amount of time in which to proceed. And they allowed that time to lapse. So if they have to be bound, well, if I have to be bound by the rules, the IRS and the federal prosecutor should both be bound by the rules. So the judge was like, well, I'm very busy, and I didn't have time to read your motions, and I'll have somebody write up a brief, and, I'll take a look at it when I got some time. He blew Mr. Ewing off. He was just like, yeah, that's right. You did write something. You know what? But you're not Barack Obama. You're not anybody important. So you know what? You're not Eric Holder. So you know what? I really don't care. So you know what? I'm going to have somebody write up a nice little brief here. I'm going to get one of these little girls over here, the interns, write up a little copy and paste something for me, and I'm going to sign it and deny it. So there you go, sir. That's basically what he was saying. Like, go ahead, follow all the freaking motions you want. You know what? I'm going to basically just copy and paste something as an answer, and I'm going to deny it anyway. So let's move ahead with the trial. And then they want to basically try to set the trial in a month or two. So good thing for you that you talked to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor agreed with you that you were going to have the final trial. The trial was going to start on May 1st, 2015. And he was trying to weasel out of it.
What you found out in the interim is that this judge is going to be retiring before the court case. Remember?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He tried to pretend that he didn't remember talking to you about a schedule that was going to be somewhere in 2015. He was like, what? No, I don't recall. And then the judge said, oh, I got the scheduling conference that you had with this man, right here in front of me. And it clearly says that you agreed on May 1st, 2015. And the guy's like, damn, I wanted to get this over in a month. He's like, oh my God, now I got to listen to this guy, Mr. Ewing, for a whole freaking year. Now I got to listen to interrogatories and dispositional hearings, and now he's going to have the right to request examine my witnesses and examine all the evidence that we're going to present in the trial. Oh my God, this guy's got a whole freaking year now to mess with the United States or America's prosecutor's office. He's like, oh my God, the prosecutor's like, I can't believe this. And like I said to Mr. Ewing, I said, you know what? They're probably going to just say, you know what? Keep your house. It's worth $2 to us anyway. We print the money. We don't care. You know what? Just keep your house. And, we'll just stop asking these silly questions and just, let's just let bygones be bygones and let's just let it drop. And I guarantee Mr. Ewing would be like, oh, cool, let's just let this drop. That's just great. I keep my house right, tremendous victory, I win. The only problem is, just like the judge pointed out to the prosecutor, he says, why aren't you pursuing Mr. Ewing for 2003 to 2008 yet? Why did you stop at 1995 to 2000? Why aren't you pursuing him? And what did they say?
I think they said they would get around to it afterwards.
Yeah, maybe sometime, depending on what happens with this case. So if they let you win this case, they're going to come after you for 2003 and 2008. And then you're really going to come after the house. So the only option you have is to fully expose them for what they are. It's funny. You can't make a deal with the devil. You can't. You're going to get burned. There's no way you can make a deal with the devil. He's got every trick up the sleeve. There's no way. So like they asked me that so many times about my children in the state of Alabama. The judge looked at me on the 30th trial. The new judge looked at me and he says to the state of Alabama, what do you want Carl to do to get back his kids? What do you want him to do? Like, well, we just want him to do a psychological evaluation, and He could have his mom do the psychological evaluation. He could have his best friend, his brother do it. We don't care. We just want him to have a piece of paper in his court that says that Paul did a psychological evaluation. I evaluated Paul. My name is Bob Smith, and Paul is a fit man to be a fit parent. That's all we want him to do, is have somebody put a piece of paper in his court saying that he was psychologically evaluated in Virginia, Connecticut, New York, Canada, wherever he wants to get psychologically evaluated, any place. And we'll give him back his kids immediately. And the judge said, why won't you do that? I said, sir, if you told me to blink my eyes so I'll get my kids back, I'll staple my eyes so I can never blink. If you tell me to breathe one time and you'll give me back my kids, I will not blink. I will not breathe. I will pass out. I will not do anything you order me to do. I said, I'm a man. You're the public servant. You work for me, and I'm never going to submit to your jurisdiction or authority. He says, are you telling me that this has been going on all these years, and that's all you have to do? I said, absolutely. It'll go on to the day I die. I will never submit to your jurisdiction. I will never take any of your orders. I will never do it. I don't care if you just order me to blink one time and you'll give me back my kids. I don't care if you order me to blink one time and you'll give me $1 million and my kids. I won't do it. I will never take an order from you. You work for me. And I will never show to the world that I obey you, a public servant. I'm never going to show joinder. I'm never going to show submission. I'm never going to show that I petitioned you. I petition God for relief. I don't petition a man in a black robe. I petition God for my relief. I don't petition a black robe one. I don't pray to you. I don't beg you. So it's like, you've got to be kidding me. This would have fallen over years ago. Yes. They said yes, years ago. But he won't do it. That's right. I won't submit to your jurisdiction or your authority. I won't do it. You can do whatever you want. Take my kids from me forever. I don't care. You can send me you can send my children's fingers back one at a time in a box. I'm not going to do it. I will not do anything that you order me to do. I will not do it. It will never happen. So then that judge realized, holy crap, this guy is intense. So that's who helped me. That's the guy who said to me, approach the bench, and then he gave me his business card. And he said, let me pass final judgment today so you can file an appeal and get a copy of that contract that we can't get from the state. So he realized, he might as well join me because I'm not going to stop. So it worked out great, and that's why I'm on the radio now, and I'm not teaching people all I can do. So if I submitted to their jurisdiction or authority 2, 3, 4 years into it, I wouldn't be on the show right now. I wouldn't have a show. I would have never met Mr. Ewing. I would have had my kids, and I'd be playing soccer with them. Or I would have got my kids, and then they would have thrown a bag of weed in my car, or a bag of crack, or a bag of crystal meth, and I'd be sitting in jail for 20 years. So, no, you can't work a deal with the devil. You can't. They'll always figure out a way to burn you. As soon as
I actually had a friend who went to work for the Dallas Police Department. When he went to work for the Dallas Police Department, he was really excited to be on the team. And when he graduated, they gave him 3 joints, 3 bags of cocaine, and an empty gun. And he said, "What's this for?" And they said, "This is for the cases where you know the guy is guilty, but you don't have any evidence, so you can plan."
Yeah. And that's what I tried to tell him. That's what I said to the church. I said, what makes you think I'd be crazy enough? Because when the kids came back to me from Alabama, I said, what makes you think I'd be crazy enough to take possession of the children in Alabama? You're going to fly them to Virginia. I'm not going to touch them in the state of Alabama. I'm not going to be seen with them. I'm not going to hold them. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to allow you to accuse me of doing anything wrong. You're going to put them on a plane, you're going to fly them home. And that's what they did. So yeah, I'm not going to get planted. I'm not going to let them say, like, oh, tremendous victory, and the kids run into me in the courthouse, yay, and I load them all up in a nice little minivan, yay. I roll 2 feet out of the courthouse, and then I get stopped, and there's 10,000 pounds of crystal meth in the trunk of my car, or the minivan. I was like, how did that get there? It's like, yeah, well, you know, you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail. I'm glad you enjoyed seeing your children for 2 seconds, but then I'm going to see you again. Say goodbye to daddy, kid. He's going to jail. I don't trust them. Like I said, when anybody doesn't believe me and thinks that this is fantasy, the Attorney General for the state of Alabama's name is Troy King Jr. Okay? He had this big campaign against, believe it or not, sex toys in the state of Alabama. He closed up every kind of sex shop that you can know, any kind of party who was trying to do things on the internet. He would prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law. Well, this Troy King Jr., and you can Google his name, got busted by his wife on a Sunday, like he was supposed to be in church, with the homecoming king of Troy University. Not the homecoming queen and he got busted with in his wife's bed. No, he got busted with the homecoming king of Troy University. Did he get arrested? No. Did he get kicked out of office? No. I mean, everybody in the state of Alabama laughed their ass off. It's like, oh, this good godly Christian who prosecutes little old ladies for taking state welfare. Well, after the husband died, he actually put some little old lady in jail for 2 years because when her husband died, she was supposed to report immediately his death so the checks would stop. Well, she didn't. She didn't do it for like 3 or 4 months. She just kept collecting his checks. Well, he said, well, we got to put her in jail to teach everybody in the state of Alabama that you can't do, you know, criminal acts, you can't do wrong in the state of Alabama on my watch. And he put her in jail for 2 years, a little old lady. So he thought he was like tough on crime. So like I said, God got him back by getting him busted by his wife on a Sunday in her bed because he thought she was visiting her family someplace else with the homecoming king of Troy University. So if people don't believe me, Google it. Google his name. And then you can understand that the kind of sordid, twisted, demented people that are running the government of the state of Alabama. Let's put it this way. 3 of the last 4 state of Alabama governors are sitting in federal prison.
Say again?
3 of the last 4 state of Alabama governors are in federal prison.
George Wall's got it, so he's gone.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's just beyond evil, the people who work for the government down there. The people who control the government in Alabama. It's just totally insane. I mean, they're worldwide known. They're worldwide renowned that Alabama is just twisted. You say to somebody in England or Germany, it's like, oh, Alabama, like all those people that hate black people, all those crazy governors, all those crazy politicians from Alabama. It's like, yeah, like 80% of the people in Alabama want to be a politician because that's where the money's at. They all know if they could become a state legislator or a governor or an attorney general, they all know that they could steer contracts to their friends and families, like the $200 toilet seats or a light bulb in the office, because they could sell them for $10 each. They could get the state contract. It's always been a scam like that in the state of Alabama and Mississippi. But Alabama's got a worldwide reputation of just being corrupt. So like I said, I was not going to get into any kind of an agreement or any kind of contract or any kind of deal with the state of Alabama. They are masters of spitting it around and just destroying you, and destroying your life and destroying your world. They're masters at it. They're master manipulators. They know every trick in a book is like making a deal with the devil. You're going to lose. No matter how smart you think you are, you're going to lose. You're going to figure out a way to burn you.
Well, that's the reason I haven't made a deal with the IRS.
That's right. I mean, but like I said, if they tried to make a deal, I'm just trying to say to you and anybody else, you better be careful who you make a deal with, who you intercourse with. You better be real careful because I explained to you what intercourse was.
Right.
And it meant a meeting.
Commerce or exchange.
Right. It's a mutual meeting. It's a meeting. It's a business transaction. It's intercourse. So if you intercourse with the devil, you're going to get burned. You intercourse with the IRS, you're going to walk away with something you can't wipe off. So there's no sense making a deal with these IRSs or these governments of Alabama. There's no sense making a deal with them. You're going to get burned. They're not honorable. They're not decent. They'll throw each other under the bus. And thank God that guy, Troy King's wife, I guarantee you when Troy King got busted by his wife in bed with that boy, I guarantee he begged his wife, oh, please don't take this to the press. Please don't tell anybody. Please, please, honey, don't do this to me. You'll destroy our careers. Oh, I'm lined up to be the next governor of the state of Alabama. Please, honey, don't do this to me. Thank God she said, F you, buddy. F you. I'm going to expose you to the whole damn world. Because at that time, only she knew that he was sleeping with the boy, and she didn't have to say anything to anybody. Thank God she came out to the whole world and said, hey, my husband, he's a creep. He's a pervert. Thank God she did that. She could have said, look, honey, I'll give you $1 million diamond ring. I'll buy you a limousine. I'll buy you a jet plane. You're going to be the next governor, wife of the state of Alabama. Don't throw this all away, honey. Don't do this to us. Thank God she said, F you. Well, people wouldn't believe what I have to say about the guy. They'd say, oh, Carl, you're just sour grapes because you must have done something wrong, and he's a good, godly man, and see, he's the new governor of Alabama, see? See, Carl, he's the good man, and you're the bad man. I mean, you can't write this stuff. I mean, this stuff is like I said, you couldn't write this story. You couldn't write these people that have had to deal with in a novel. Nobody would believe it. Nobody would believe it. That's who I am, and that's who they are. They won't believe it. They say, "Oh, that's fairy tales. That's ridiculous." The Attorney General of the state would never be caught sleeping with a college boy. That's insane. He's the #1 prosecutor of any kind of sexual deviance in the state of Alabama. He put them all in jail. He was the #1 against, I'm going to get all these gay people and I'm going to bash them. Then I'm going to do this sodomy in my state while I'm the Attorney General. And then he gets busted with a college boy in his wife's bed on a Sunday.
Well, there's a higher law that says you reap what you sow.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, I couldn't make this stuff up if I tried. And if I made a crazy story like this, nobody'd believe it. They'd say, come on, Carl. What do you mean the Attorney General, he's kind of, it's like, oh, now you're just making this stuff, Carl, because you don't like the law. He gave a ruling against you. They're like, no, man, it's just public knowledge, man. Just Google it. And you say, holy crap. So like I said, when people listen to this show, they're going to say, hey, you know what, I'm by the computer right now. Let me Google that. Man, let me say Troy King Jr. busted with the University of Troy, well, homecoming king. Not the queen, homecoming college boy. And then he was the #1 guy who was like, oh, we're going to get all these sodomites. We're going to get all these people who buy sex toys, and we're going to put them in jail. Yeah, he's going to take everybody's sex toys so he could use them. So let me see if there's anybody else who wants to say anything. But yeah, so did it go a little different than you thought it was going to go, Mr. Ewing, when I was down there in Texas? I mean, did it kind of go the way you wanted it to go, or did it make any sense what I was doing, or are you happy, you're mad, you're sad?
Well, what I wanted it to be said, done, and over with. However, the law doesn't work like that. The process doesn't work like that. But I was happy that you were there because you knew what you were doing, and I knew that I didn't. And I'm happy that there is a light at the end of the tunnel and it's not a freight train.
I think everything's going to work out just fine. I can't believe we got a whole year, and you got all this time to study and try to figure out what's going on. And you got the right for discovery now because the judge said to you, you have to give the IRS disclosure. And then he actually read the rule out in open court. And then he said the plaintiff has also got to give full disclosure. So when I heard that, it's like, holy cow, because you can see he was stuttering on plaintiff also has to provide full disclosure. You can see he was stuttering. He's like, and the plaintiff,
Well, what was interesting was that the Mr. Fisher with the prosecution said, listen, we don't think we're going to have any discovery questions, any issues. And the judge looked at me and said, you think you'll have any issues, Mr. Ewing? I said, well, hell's bells. I've been waiting all my life to get answers to my questions. I knew I was going to finally get my day in court, and this is it.
Yep.
And so I think that my discovery will take at least 6 months.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have a lot of questions to answer.
Right. So like I said, the people who were listening on his call, when I said this to Mr. Ewing in open court, he listening to this, and I was laughing, saying this is a tax protester's dream come true, because he can't get discovery in the United States tax court because that's not according to their rules. He can't do it, and they don't have to provide it. But then now, in the United States District Court, under the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, and they have to participate, because if they don't participate, what happens, Mr. Ewing?
Well, if they don't participate, they're going to get sanctioned by the judge, and all their testimony is going to become incompetent and irrelevant.
That's right. There you go. First of all, they're going to get sanctioned, which means they could also be monetarily sanctioned. And you could say because they're delaying to answer your interrogatories or they're failing to move discovery, it's costing you $1,000 a day.
Say again?
What part did you not hear?
Oh, my phone was breaking up. I didn't hear what you asked me.
Well, remember what I was explaining to you about interrogatories, that the court can sanction them, okay, and they can also sanction them monetarily, that if they don't answer, they're holding up your ability to create a defense, which you can require them to pay $1,000 a day in fines or penalties until they do answer, because it's delaying your right to a fair and speedy trial. Or let me put it this way. If Mr. Ewing, if you don't give the IRS full disclosure, the IRS could go to the U.S. Marshals, and they could go to a court, and they could get an order to come into your house, seize your computer, seize your files, and seize all your documents, right?
Right.
You could do that to them. You could go and say, look, they're not cooperating in discovery. I want to seize the IRS computers, the IRS case file. I want to see if they're doing this to anybody else other than me. I want to do this for the greater good. I want to help all of these other people that are being maliciously prosecuted like I have been. So I want to do this for the greater good. I want all their records. I want all of the people that they've done the same situation in court, the same procedure, the same taking people's houses. I want every single person that they've ever taken their house, and I want their case files as well. I want to see if this is systemic. I want to see if this is a pattern. I want to see if this is like racketeering. So, I mean, you could write a hell of a book. I mean, you could be a hell of a superstar.
We got to get paid somewhere or another.
No, well, like I said, God put you in that situation for some reason. And he brought me down to Texas for some reason, because, like I said, the odds of you and I meeting is like 1,000,000 to 1. I mean, I think you called me up on a Monday or a Tuesday, and I was down there on Thursday. I've never done it.
That's basically the way it works.
And I've never done that. Bolly was begging me for months to come to England. He started in July, and I finally said in November, okay, fine. He's like, oh, it's England. You know, everybody loves coming to England. I'll pay everything for you. And da-da-da-da. And I was like, yeah, you know what? No, I got better things to do, like sleep, take care of my house, take care of my animals. I got things to do. I got to clean laundry. I got things to do. I can't come to England. I'm too busy. Oh, I'm still super busy. I still got a house to clean, animals to tend to, cars and trucks and everything else that I got to take care of. But I don't know. For some reason, I just said, you know what? I'm going down. I'm going to go to Texas. You know what? I think this is a tax case, court case. Oh, boy, I'm going to go to the United States tax court. Oh, boy. Let's see if I can do something in the United States tax court, because a lot of people seem to be having problems with taxes. Maybe I could figure something out. And even though it wasn't a tax court, it's even a little more fun. Because now you have the judge read into the rules, the judge read into the into the court the rules of discovery that the plaintiff also has to participate. So it's like, oh boy, this is going to be fun. So the plaintiff is the United States of America. So you get to ask the United States of America all kinds of questions. And the United States judge said it's true that the United States of America has to answer your discovery questions. That's going to be a lot of fun. Because we're going to find out who talks to the United States of America. Does Eric Holder talk to the United States of America? You send your questions to Barack Obama. Who answers to the United States of America?
Not a man.
Somebody answers from. Somebody's in charge. Some man is in charge of Coca-Cola. Some man is in charge of the United States of America. Who is it? Right. We're going to find out. The judge gave you the green light to ask those questions. And then if the United States of America doesn't answer, you could have the judge sanction the United States of America. Too funny. So this is like a golden opportunity for stuff I could only imagine in my dreams.
Well, I started writing down 10 questions.
Yeah.
I've already got them down.
To the United States of America, you have the right, he said, you have the right to discovery from the plaintiff. So the plaintiff has got to now cooperate fully in discovery. So the United States of America wants your house. I mean, I don't think you understand how massive this is, how amazing this is. But for some reason, I got my foot on a plane, flew to Texas, never met you in my life, and I said, you know what? I just got to go. I got so much stuff I have to do. It's not even funny. How much like dirty dishes I walk home to, cars that don't run, animals I need tending to, property, the fields. I got so much for it, but thank God I only was gone for 2-3 days, so I'm not that far behind. But it was worth it. I mean, this is massive. I never had anybody who was told by the United States judge, you have the right to get discovery from the plaintiff. Because if you don't cooperate, they're going to come after you.
Well, the most important thing that I got from this, from you, Carl, was the fact that the issue before the court is not whether or not the IRS is constitutional, but whether or not they are going to harm a man and whether or not my constitutional rights were violated.
Well, the big thing is right. Does the United States of America have the right to cause harm to a man? That's the big thing. Constitutional rights? I don't have any constitutional rights. You don't have constitutional rights. There's a contract. There's a contract that somebody wrote 200 years ago, and I'm not bound by it. It's not expressed. Your name's not in it. My name's not in it. So it's implied that I'm a United States citizen. It's implied that I'm an American. It's implied. It's not expressed. It's not written anywhere. I certainly didn't write it. Does America have the right to harm a man? Period. Yes or no? No. That's all I want to know. Can the Gambinos hurt a man because the Gambino said that this man owes him a debt? No. The United States of America harm a man because the United States of America says this man owes it a debt? No. That's simple of a question. That simple of a case. That's how I do things. So effing simple. Just that simple. That's all I want to know. When we go in court in front of a jury, that's all I want to know. It's the only thing I want to work on. Can the United States of America harm a man? Can the United States of America harm its creator? The United States of America has duties, obligations, responsibilities, and it's charted. It has a constitution. It's bound by a piece of paper. A man is not. So where does the creation have the right to hurt its creator, cause harm to its creator, and still think that it's allowed to exist? Just like Frankenstein. Frankenstein harmed one of its creators. Frankenstein had no trial, no jury. It went straight to an execution. The land rose up, the people rose up, and killed the creature. And that's it. The creature has no rights to complain. it harms man. It's that simple.
That will be a precedent in court that I don't think the IRS, the OJ, or the United States.
Like I said, the United States of America, Canada, Mexico, Russia, China, they're all lovely, wonderful central governments. But when they get out of hand, when they cross over into the land of man, they're trespassing. They're guests. They have to act accordingly. They can't cause harm. If they want to intercourse with me, that's fine. But they better get my permission and my consent. And even if I give them my consent and my permission, like my wife, if I say stop, they have to stop immediately because they're causing me harm. They have to stop because I said stop. They can't keep doing it just because they have a license. Oh, the husband says to the wife, oh, I got a marriage license. I can keep causing you harm. No, you can't. I said stop. Stop, buddy. Stop. That means stop. That don't mean 2 more minutes, 2 more seconds. That means now. Well, I got a license. I own you. You got my last name. I got you by your name. The United States going to say, well, I got you by your name. I got you by your social security number. I got you by your birth certificate. You still have to stop. You're causing a man harm. You have to stop. And if you don't stop, you're obscene. You're just fucking evil. Because you know what the word stop means. And even though you're wearing like a big wig or a big robe, or you went to Yale or Harvard, stop means stop. Every freaking moron knows what stop means. So yeah, like I said, I mean, I'm glad I went to Texas. It was very interesting. It's taken a whole nother path. And it's just a great opportunity to see where this goes.
Well, it's going to open a lot of doors.
Yep, because like I said, half of my show is listened to by employees of central governments like Canada, the United States, England. So half of my audience that listens to me are government employees, and the other half are just normal people like you and me. I mean, so what's funny is when I went to Canada, the Canadian couple said to me, you know, the sheriff that Crown made listen to my shows wants to quit being a sheriff because he says Carl's right. What am I doing to these people? Why am I causing harm to man? Why am I driving people out of their homes over a debt, over money? Why am I doing this? It's just paper. The bankers didn't get hurt. The bankers all got recouped their losses. They're all insured. They're all indemnified. Nobody went home without a meal. None of the insurance companies, the kids didn't get Christmas presents. Everybody's fine. Why are we hurting these little old ladies now out of their houses? Why are we hurting this old guy? Why are we hurting these people for? Why? Why are we causing harm? Why? Because of a debt? This is ridiculous. That's not what I became a sheriff for. That's not what I became a U.S. Marshal for. That's actually what a U.S. Marshal told me when I went down there in Roanoke, Virginia. He says, can you try to figure out a way to, help little old ladies stay in their homes? Because I did not become a U.S. Marshal to home little old ladies. But the courts are forcing me to do this. The judges are ordering me to do this. The banks are ordering the courts to give me orders to go home this little old lady. I know it's harming her. I did not want to become a U.S. Marshal to home little old ladies. Can you please figure out a way to help these little old ladies? I said, sorry, I got a lot on my plate. All I want to do is take care of children or disabled children. I don't know if I've got it in me to try to figure out how to stop the federal courts, the United States courts, the United States attorneys, the United States, banks from causing harm to man. I don't know if I got it in me. I don't know if I could do it. I'll give it a shot, but I don't know. I'm just one guy. He's like, well, I'd appreciate it if you could figure something out. I said, I'll try. I'm just one guy. I can only do so much. So like I said, this kind of recording, this kind of show gets the message out. And maybe there's somebody smarter than me. That'd be even better. That could take what I do and go even further than I can. Hopefully somebody who's even smarter than me could put it together and say, wow, I got it now. I know how to do it. Call stop Tia. I can keep going forward. So hopefully I'll just, drop, that little seed into somebody's brain and they'll come up with something great. Or maybe that seed will go into 100 people's brain and they'll get together. and I'll have 100 brains working on this instead of just me trying to figure it out. So,
well, the fact is, Carl, is that one of the biggest challenges in our nations is the fact that united we stand and divided we fall, and everybody is an island sinking in his own quicksand.
There's a lot of good people out there. I don't think it's that gloom and doom. Like I said, remember we were talking when the United States government closed off a business for 2, 3, 4 weeks. Nobody cared.
Right.
And the United States government realized, holy smokes, we better open up a business, because if we let this go on for 3, 4, 5 months, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and nobody cares, they're going to laugh at us when we open the doors again. They're going to say, we don't need you. We got this covered. We're fine. We don't need you. The United States government, you can keep your doors closed. We don't need you. We got this covered. We figured out how to provide for our relatives and our soldiers and our Vietnam vets. We figured this out. We got it. We don't need you. Thank you anyway. You can keep the doors closed.
That's what we would really enjoy. If they would just go away and leave us alone.
Oh, yeah, they realized that. They realized, the only people that I saw in England complaining on CNN was German and Japanese tourists that Yosemite State Park was closed. Or 80-year-old World War II vets that some park was closed. It's the only people that CNN or anybody could find that was complaining that the United States wasn't open for business. Nobody else cared. It was funny as hell. I was like, wow, gloom and doom. The sky fell, like the Alex Jones kind of guy saying, the United States government's going to close. There's going to be riots in the streets. The black people are going to burn down L.A. again. They're not going to get their food stamps and welfare. Oh, my God, here comes the end of the world as we know it. And nothing happened. A couple of Walmarts got a run on in some of those poor neighborhoods. A couple of Walmarts got all their food taken out of the store. Big deal. Walmart's insured. They got trillions. They're okay. So some free food got passed out to people. Oh, wow, whoopie-doo. I could live with that. That's why they held you back, not because of a hat, because you yelled or something?
Yeah, on the ticket, the remarks were I yelled at the judge while court was in session.
Right, so what was the, tell Bali what the, he didn't know, Bali hasn't talked to me about this. Tell him what the strategy was this time that you and I were talking about.
Put on write on a piece of paper that I wish not to speak in court for fear of harm to my body, and if I speak to, last time I was here, I got contempt of court, and I wish not to speak in court. If I speak too loudly or softly, I wish no harm on my body. I wish everything to be in writing, or I require everything to be in writing from here forward. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Well, you can't remember.
It was the only one I had, and I didn't make a copy. I didn't photograph it. I was basically writing it while I was sitting in court.
All right, yeah, that's right. You called me up, and what were you going to put for the court? You called me. It's all about you wanted your property back.
Yes. I have done no wrong. That was when they asked me to flee, and then he who acts on my behalf bears liability, bears all liability.
Right, so then when you called me up, I said, let's change this up a little bit.
Right.
I said to you, the biggest thing is that you should be afraid that you're going to be held in contempt of court. Yeah. Because no matter what, always, the judge could hold you in contempt because you had a certain inflection. He didn't like your dialect. He didn't like your cadence, your rhythm, your volume, your tone. He could make it any reason why that you're in contempt of court. Any reason. There's absolutely nothing you can do to protect yourself if you open your mouth. So like I said to people all the time, and it's funny, because when they've had a little hearing trial for me in Canada having me extradited, the number one thing that the prosecutor and judge asks the investigators about me, what's the number one thing that this man tells people to do? What's the number one, like, most disruptive thing that he tells people to do? And the investigator said, he tells everybody and shows a million times, don't ever speak in court. It's their court. If you go in their court and you say something too loud or too soft, they'll hold you in contempt of court. The worst thing you can do is speak in their court. It's not your court. Hold your tongue. Put everything in writing. Require leave of court for paper, pen, and ink. Address them always in paper, because that's how they're attacking you with a piece of paper. Attack them back with a piece of paper. That's the only way you can do it. They're not coming at you with anybody testifying, so why should you testify? Nobody's testifying in court but you. Nobody's doing anything on or for the record. Everybody's doing everything in writing. The state prosecutor, the crown, everybody's doing everything in writing. Nobody's testifying in court but you. So why testify? Why convict yourself? Why show your belief? Because if you got a conviction, it's your belief. It's your confession. So why would I convict myself in court? That's ridiculous. Why would I confess? Why would I testify to anything? Why would I tell people what my beliefs are? If I'm having a belief, that's my conviction. Why would I convict myself in court? That's ridiculous. Why would I want to do that? I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do it in writing. You're coming at me in paper, I'm coming at you in paper. So that's what I was trying to explain to Mark this time. I said, instead of going to the court and, yelling out, was that an order, Judge? Or, whatever he ordered, what did you yell out exactly? F you, Judge, or what did you yell at him? Is that your order? Yeah. And that was enough. Okay. You didn't say, was that your order, you fucking judge? I mean, you said that was just your order?
That's all I said. Is that your order? That's the second time I said it, but the first time it was to the bailiff.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's pretty simple. So
so they gave me a continuance, and I signed it NA and then my initial, and then I spoke with some of my counsel on the phone after I left the court and realized that I got to go back and put in a notice of rescission and that I see no benefit in continuing this matter. I require immediate restoration of my property. And I drove back to the courthouse, and the court was over. Everybody was leaving. There were a few people left, and the lady that I last spoke with was there. And I walked up to her and gave her the piece of paper, and she said, "Gary's in the room." And I said, "Oh, great." So she gave it back to me. And I walked in the room, sat down on a chair, looked at Gary, and we kind of nodded that I could come up to speak with him. And I walked up and handed him the piece of paper, and he said something that's, "Do you believe all this letter writing or all this writing is doing me any good?" And I didn't answer him. And he filed the piece of paper I gave him, and then I said, "Can we speak man to man?" And he said no. And then he advised me that I need a lawyer, and then he said that that's not legal advice.
Yeah, like I said, the number one thing I would have done, as soon as this man asked me, "Do you believe that all the paperwork is doing anything?" I said, "Absolutely. That's called Hey, Polly. Watch everybody's watching you. Yes, okay. We're getting a bad echo over here. Is that better? Yeah, sounds better. But what I'm saying is, it's like I said, this just takes years of knowledge, or just years of understanding what these people are doing to you. So like I said, it's just because it's going to come with practice. When somebody said Polly's having a lot of fun over in England, I mean, I could tell, man. He was telling me a little while ago, and it's just funny. And even the people he's battling wits with are laughing, saying, "Oh, this is funny." And like I said, the same thing I would have done. I would have made that guy laugh his ass off and says, "Oh, do I believe this paper that I'm generating is working? Oh, absolutely. It's going to work in my case. In your case, you're going to totally ignore it. The judge is going to ignore it, but everybody's going to totally ignore it. In your case, you guys think my paperwork's a total joke. Wait until I open up my case, wait until I start my case. Wait until I convene my court. Wait until I move a claim against you folks. And then you'll see how effective it is. In your courts, it's not effective at all. It's a total waste of time. It's a total waste of paper, pen, and ink. But it's Exhibit A in my court, and it's going to be dynamite in my court. Your court is a total laugher. I know in your court it has absolutely no effect. It's a total waste of time. I can't use any of this stuff in your court, but you better believe I can use it in mine. If your court won't recognize that common law has precedent, that common law is the supreme law of the land and not your silly codes, you're going to find out. You're going to get a learning. You're going to get a lesson when you step into my court. So, like I said, Polly had a good time, though. He was telling me some lady, what was that you saying? And the lady was saying, is that you or is that we?
Oh, the national insurance lady.
Tell that story again, because that's pretty funny, man.
Yeah, so basically the lady rang up on the phone, and she just said, oh, by the way, you owe some money from last year in June, and we just wanted to clear the matter up, because I believe you wrote some letters.
Tell them what it was for. Just don't get into it. Tell them that it was for insurance or something like that. You see what I'm saying? You missed everything, you know. I know what you're talking about because we just talked about it, but, you know, try to tell other people what it was.
Yeah, so like in the UK, you have like your tax system, and then we have this additional amount called national insurance, which technically pays for, I don't know, like the hospitals and a few other things and pensions and things. So it's another form of tax. So you've got your normal income tax, and then you've got this little national insurance tax that comes out of your income as well. And this is the tax department, but the national insurance department, another department within a department, so another tax to bleed the average Joe. But yeah, she rang up and was saying, oh, I basically wrote them a letter in June of last year saying, oh, by the way, I finished this business, but I've got a couple of questions for you to answer. And they never answered them. And it was just using really simple logic, but I couldn't remember too much about the letter when she rang me up, and she just said, oh, and she went down her processed way of thinking, and she said to me, can you tell me when was what date did you stop working? And I said, well, I've already written it to you in a letter, and I said, I can't remember right now, because I'm just walking around, you just rang me on my phone. And she said, oh, okay. So what we'll do is, if you're not sure of the date, we'll make it the 30th of June. And I said, oh, that's amazing, lady. I go, with all due respect, I go, do you normally shortchange people? And she said, shortchange people? And I said, yeah, because I told you I wrote the date down, but you think automatically you interpreted that it came out of my mouth, but it was the 30th of June. No, I didn't say that. And she said, oh, no, but if you, okay, well, I'll ask you again, do you know the date? And I said, well, I'm not a liar. I wrote it down in the letter on purpose so that you knew exactly the date, and I handed it to you. I posted it to you. So you definitely got the letter. I said, have you got the letter in front of you? She said, no. We don't have all the letters on the electronic file. So I said, oh, how convenient. And she said, well, didn't you write it down? And I said, yes, I wrote it down in your letter. And then I sent it to you. She said, well, you know, our protocol is if you're not sure of the date, then it goes to the end of that month. I said, oh, okay, so that's brilliant. So what I'll do is, if you think that you really have to do this, you write it down in my file, and when I find my letter, and it finds out that it turns out to be, say, the 15th of June, which is half a month out from what you wrote, I go, guess who I'm going to sue? And she said, oh, sue? I don't know, the tax office. And I said, oh, right, okay, so do you think Mr. Tax Office typed in the 30th of June on the other side of the computer, on this, your side of the phone today? And she said, no. And I said, that's right. Who do you think I'm going to sue? And she said, me. And I said, that's right. It'll be the one who typed it in, because I told you and I wrote to you, and what you keep interpreting and doing your own rubbish, that's up to you. And I said, while I'm on the question, I said, I've just remembered what the two questions I asked. Right at the beginning, which you can't find these letters that you seem to have vanished or gone in the dustbin. I said, while you're on the phone, I'm going to get you to answer them. And she said, oh, okay, dare I ask? And I said, well, I'm going to tell you either way. I'm going to ask you the question because you're on the phone anyway. And I asked her, this national insurance contribution, I said, the contribution. I said, I looked at the word contribution, it says voluntary. So I said, so do I have to even pay this last month of payment? And she said, well, everybody has to pay tax. And I said, that's really nice. Who's everybody? That's not my name. And she said, oh no, you have to pay. And I said, all right, so you. And then it went through that scenario, and then she started laughing, and she was like, oh, I see what you're doing with the words. And I said, okay. All right, and that goes to my next question. What law or statute do you think I have to pay? And she said, oh, I've got it here, and I'll read it out to you. And I goes, oh, if you don't mind. So she started reading out the first couple of lines. And I said, I'm going to have to be really rude and stop you right there. I go, you keep talking about a person. So who's this person? And she said, we. All of us have to pay tax. And I said, I don't know even what these Japanese names, we and you are. I said, I don't know who they are. Because every time I look at my birth certificate, it has my name on it, Ballyman. So who is this other person that you keep going on about? And who are these other people? What have they got to do with me? And she started laughing her head off. And I really wish I recorded it. I was telling Carl earlier. Because she was having so much fun herself. She was learning quite a lot, which was what I was saying. And I said, right, so let me get this right. So it's voluntary. And she said, no, it's a contribution to your main taxation. And I said, oh, right. And I said, really? So you think the word contribution in there is a voluntary contribution to my taxation and not for me. It's mandatory for me to pay in, but you to voluntarily take it away. And I said, oh, that's quite interesting. Okay. So when I go to a McDonald's and I ask for a beef burger, do you think it's okay to get a horse burger? And she said, no. I said, oh, okay. So don't you have some sort of description, something act, or when you're buying stuff that it is what it is what it says on the tin, that it is what it is on the inside? And she started laughing. He said, oh, right, I see what you mean. You're saying voluntary, and then it being a contribution, but then I'm ringing up today saying you have to pay. So she started laughing her head off, and I said, you see what I mean? I go, well, you keep talking, and I go, the more you talk, the more nonsense I hear from you, and I go, it just makes more and more little sense, and now it's just making a lot of nonsense. I can't understand anything you're saying now, because none of it makes sense, and yet you keep saying that I have to pay this. And then she started laughing and joking, and we had a bit of fun. We were just joking for a while, and then she said, you know what? She goes, this conversation is not going to go anywhere. She goes, I'm just going to do this. You know what? I'm just going to put 0. And she goes, I don't really care anymore. And she goes, I hope you don't have to pay anything. I just started laughing my head off. And she started laughing her head off. And then we said, oh, okay. Then I said, I've only got one more thing to say to you. And she said, oh, God, please, what could you say now? And I said, I just wanted to make sure you had a nice weekend. And that's all I want to say. And she started laughing her head off. And I said, thank you. But it was just so hilarious when this lady's been doing her job for a few years. When you actually ask really, really basic questions, it all falls to pieces. And they've clearly been given a script to shortchange this man and woman on doing some random stuff. And I keep thinking, well, how many people have been screwed by that same process? And people have just not asked the basic questions. I mean, shortchanges is a great example of because it's not a massive criminal act, but average Joe on the other side of the phone can understand that, oh, right, yeah, so I might work for this great big shop, but when I do the shortchanging, who's liable? I'm liable. It's just a simple, easy way for people to understand. So I'm sorry, guys, I didn't get a chance to record that, but she just rang off this random number, so I didn't realise who I was talking to. Otherwise, I would have hopefully had a bit of good material there. But yeah, that was just one of the things that we had fun this week with. Went down to UK column. Just a queue of different problems, really. But yeah, we resolved all them. We're just waiting for some sort of response coming back from those letters and stuff that I wrote out. And should be doing I'll find out the dates and stuff, but there should be some sort of Tuesday night talk that I'll be doing on the UK column. But yeah, we've got to I've got to speak to Mike Robinson, the editor, to figure out what kind of format and stuff, because some of the stuff he was explaining to me, I thought, man, you know what, branch case, but the county court has put these amazing obstacles in the way, and I can believe it. I thought it was quite funny, but also a bit irritating. But they don't have an admin desk. They only have a post box. So whenever you want to file or do anything, you have to put it through this post box, and you have to leave like your phone number. So if somebody wants to ring up and take a card payment, or you put a check with it, and then you just cross your fingers and hope to God that somebody's actually filing this stuff. And so basically, she turned up for her own mortgage case in the UK, in London, and the judge railroaded her, couldn't drop her. And I wrote down a few questions for her, and I said, if you can ask a few of these, this will help hugely. So she did that, I, a woman, and then she asked a few basic questions. And she also asked the judge's name. He said, well, my name is Judge Hussein, and that's all we're getting. And she said, no, I have a right to know what your full name is. And if this is a public hearing, I should know what your full name is. And she refused, out and out refused. And I think she asked her a couple of times, but she refused. So when she came out of the case, she rang me up in the toilet as well, halfway through the case, so I need the toilet, and she rang me and said, I've given an offer, and I paid the offer, and I told them that I can only afford this offer at the moment. So I'm going to pay this for now until I've got some money, and then I'll be more than happy to play over the odds to compensate. But at the moment, this is all I can afford. And the judge just railroaded her and said, you know what, I don't want to hear this. And so general railroading. But I think part of the problem was a couple of little things, because just the way it was kind of presented at the time, just little small things. And also the judge, when she filed the paperwork saying, there's another case that's related to this, the judge kind of laughed and said, you're not going to get this case heard anyway. And I thought, really, that's quite interesting. So does she have some foreknowledge, or she's going to force this through? But yeah, I told her afterwards, I said, that's fine. You know what? There was an article I was telling Carl earlier where there was a reporter who went to a county court case in the UK in September of 2013, and what the reporter went to check out this case, and asked the usher at the end and said, I just want to, for a reporter, rule 101 is always to ask the full names of everybody that's there. So he said, can I ask the name of the judge, full name? And they said, no, Judge Smith, that's it. And he said, well, I can't just write an article on Judge Smith, because there's probably about 50 of them. Does it make any sense? He said, I need the full name. And they said, no. He said, what do you mean? Why are you saying no for? You've got to give a full name. This is like a courthouse, right? And he said, no, we're not going to give it. We don't have to give it. In fact, I'm not giving you mine either. So this reporter got really pissed off, and he wrote to the Royal Court for Justice, to the press office, and said, is that right? Do we have... This is the power of one letter. That's all this guy did, to be honest. And it's just far-reaching, just the power of one letter. He asked the press office, is that right? For these county courts or any judge, they don't have to give their full name, and they're not accountable by not giving a full name. So the Royal Court of Justice wrote back and said, no, we apologise, that judge has obviously made a mistake, but this is the full name of this judge, the one that you're asking about. And he wrote back and said, right, okay, so what stops this from happening again and administratively, 50 times a day up and down the country? And they said, okay, what we'll do is we'll send an email out to every single judge. When a member of the public asks your full name, you will give it. So I said, that's quite interesting, the fact that, this was September of last year, and this judge is still refusing to give a name. Is it public? Is it a case? Well, I don't even know what the hell it is now. But either way, I got the lady to show the document of the article, to point it out to her, but, she just said, I don't want to read it. Typical trying to file something in their case, they don't want to know. So I said, that's fine, so we'll do the powerfulest thing we can. We can write a letter, pen to paper, and write on the, please read the article on the other side of this paper, and I asked you in court today what your name was, and you refused 2 times or whatever it was. So I told her to file it, and she filed it now. So she should get an answer next week on that. But on the meantime, Queen's Bench case, she got a letter saying, you know, it was what was it? There was some, that was it. She received a letter saying they couldn't file it because they didn't have like correct payment details in order to take. It's just some really sub story of why they didn't file the Queen's Bench case in time, which I thought, well, okay, brilliant. So now somebody's going to be liable for this. And the fact that the judge knew, because she made a comment on record, is that there is a case outstanding. Whether it was correctly filed at the time or not, administratively, that's not her problem. She was made aware of it, but she still decided to make a decision based on information, and she thought she'd made a decision herself whether it was relevant or not. So, you know, it's going to be interesting. This lady's really, she's done like the worst thing to herself. She's set herself up on more than one way. So I'll keep you informed with that one, but it's going to be quite a funny one. What else has happened? Well, I can't think of much more. That's been a jam-packed week.
Lots of thrills and spills, huh?
Say it again?
I said jam-packed, lots of thrills and spills.
Yeah, I've got to tell you, it's been so much fun. Oh yeah, in fact, yeah, I should tell them about the parking ticket as well.
What's that about? What did you say?
That parking ticket.
Oh, yeah. Do that one. That's a good one.
Okay. That'll give you a chance to make a cup of tea or something. Yeah, so when I was down in London, I parked somewhere and I paid like my little pay and display sticker, I put it in there, but obviously not long enough. And some people start to gather now, I talk too much. So obviously I came back and it was 9 minutes over. And lo and behold, there's this giant big guy who's basically slapping a ticket on there. And my friend said, oh, you know, did you just put the ticket on there? And he said, look, man, yeah, I did, but it's my job. I don't mean to, but, you know, that's what I'm told to do, so that's what I've got to do to make a living. And I said, that's okay, man, that's okay, I understand. You know, everybody's got to make a living, and, you know, this is just your living. It's nothing personal. And I shook his hand, and he kind of looked at me and said, oh, man, nobody's ever shook my hand for giving him a ticket before. And then I said to him, that's because I know I'm not going to pay it. And then he started laughing and then said, but, you know, seriously, I think you should pay it because, you know, I'm only on this end giving the tickets out, but I hear a lot of people get in trouble from that sort of stuff. I said, shall I show you how I'm going to do it? And he said, yeah, go for it. And then what I did was I took about 10 paces back from the car, and then I got my phone out, put the camera mode on, and then I took a picture of the parking ticket on the car. And he looked and said, what? He goes, why did you do that for? I've already done that. And I said, yeah, that's all right, but that's for your case. But I'm about to file the fact that you trespassed with your property on my property. And then he kind of looked at me and thought, oh, right, I see. And he goes, yeah, so your picture is being used by you for your case, and my picture will now be used in my case against you, or against the council. Because let's face it, they're not going to throw you lot under the bus. You make good revenue. So the fact that one or two disappear, that's fine. We'll keep you going out there and generating revenue. And the guy started laughing his head off and said, oh, right. He goes, that's so funny. He goes, I've never thought about it that way before. And then he walked off, and I said, brilliant, I'm going to leave this car here now because it's already got a parking ticket, so I might as well stay for another hour. So I did. So I thought that's even funnier because that's actually worked out cheaper for me than what the ticket was. So
That's what we were talking about that before. It's like, yeah, something just a great big huge bumper sticker across your windshield, or you know, they just put, you know, a big old swap sticker on the side of your door. You know, that made you upset. You know, so he has no right to make you upset. He has no right to touch your property. So, but somebody has that have a good reason why they touched my property. You know. So, because it made me very upset to sitting someplace, you know. They put a sticker across your kid's forehead, say this kid was sitting here illegally or for too long, or they pick your kid up and take him into custody because they say, oh, you weren't watching your kid for 10 seconds, and so now, you know, that's neglect. Yes, that's all. The teaching these people that they can't touch your property. You know, that's my property. You know, go deal with your own property, but let my property alone. It's not your property. You know, go find something else to do with your life. And certainly not monitoring my property, touching it, maintaining it. You know, it's none of your business what I'm doing with my property.
When I got the ticket dismissed, I was not thinking properly and asked and to have it discharged actually. So at that point, I've been told by several people that being as it was dismissed, the judge could rehash this thing out if he so chose to. So a couple of questions here. Is there any way that I could send a claim in to clarify that dismissal as a discharge?
Molly knows the answer to that one.
Pardon?
Molly knows the answer to that one.
Do I?
Oh yeah, you certainly do.
Oh, I don't know. I'm half a do
You did it in your case, and not in their case.
Okay, so something about a part, trying to remove belt pocket over from a discharge.
Yeah. Okay. Let me do it real quick for you, Bolly. I'll go bring it.
I'm too sleepy.
That's simple for you, no, but you're going to finish it for the man, because you did one. Well, you did one, at least one, I know you did. What the man basically said was he went to court. The case was dismissed. He said that he realized when he left a little later on that he should have asked for a discharge. How does he go about saying that it should have been discharged and not dismissed? You did the same thing. You did the same thing. You wrote the same exact letter that he needs to write.
You mean that afterwards? Yeah, I just literally wrote a letter back and just clarified it, and then just got a letter back, and then that's what they did this time.
Yeah, what you did was that when the case was over, they said the defendants prevailed.
Yeah, that was it. Their wording was the case was in your favor, and then I wrote a letter back, because at the bottom where I'm not sure if it's the same in America, they say who the clerk was that actually wrote the document, who actually typed in the document, and further up it normally says who's kind of signed it and stuff, but nobody really did. So I wrote a letter to one of the clerks, I think it was the listings officer or something, and I said, who's been typing this letter? Because I was in the case, and the case was supposed to be discharged. And I wrote, that's it, I know, I wrote a letter to the judge, and I said, thank you very much for discharging my case. And I wrote a really nice letter to say that, you know, my parents are really happy with the fact that we have nice, trusted people like yourself in positions where you can make a difference to the public. And then I said, look, I've got one slight little problem. Somebody seems to have misinterpreted your wise words. Instead of writing discharge, they've written in my favor. Please could you give a nudge to this man, whoever this man is, to amend it and send it back out as your original wise words said. And that was it, pretty much you wrote back. And
there you go. Yeah. There you go. I had to wake you up a little bit, but there you go.
Yeah, so
I remember your stuff. I remember your stuff that you do, man.
Yeah. I'm scared. It's 2 in the morning, man. I can't even remember my own name.
Hey, man, I did a show till 5 o'clock in the morning 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but you're good at that sort of stuff, man. I'm not. I'm like a little baby. I need my sleep.
Okay, was it in Volley's case that he heard the judge?
Yeah, what it was. It was the Crown. The Crown had a case against Volley.
Okay.
And he discharged the Crown's case. But for some reason, the Crown did not want to discharge because discharge is beyond powerful. So they did not want to put that down in writing ever, anywhere. Because I said to Volley, I haven't seen a discharge in I don't know how many decades. So to see something that says discharge is going to be amazing. I said, if you can, I said, send me the ruling of the court. So then when he got a ruling of the court, it says the defendants prevailed or the in favor of the defendants. I said, bull. I said, you know what you're going to have to do? I said, you're going to have to give him an opportunity to cure before you go after them and say, look, this man, or this, like Bobby says, some woman, reinterpreted the judge's wise words. It says, look, you know, you were supposed to say discharge, but for some reason they felt compelled to minimize your words or, you know, reduce the impact of your words by just saying prevailed or it was ridiculous. Put down what put down the correct word. The correct word is discharge. Use the correct word, and can you please send it back to me? And he do it really nice, and we do it really polite. And like Bali said, he said his family was really happy. You know, it was a wonderful day. You know, we're glad we got to meet such an honorable judge. Thank you for all your wise, your wise decision. Blah blah blah.
I was listening to John, and he was talking about the Ferretti hearing and how the judge mentioned that he knew the prosecutor very well. That's something that's an absolute no-no. And the reason I believe he was doing that is he wanted to suck John into the jurisdiction of the court by trying to get John to file a motion to remove the judge because he was not qualified. He was not. He was biased because he knew the prosecutor. So I think that was an attempt to get John to put a motion into the court. The other thing is after that Ferretti, there was an order that came out, and in that order, the judge referred to John as the defendant, and didn't really. The order was kind of. There was nothing real significant about it, except that he talked about John as the defendant. So there's a lot of these things that they do that we don't really notice on the surface because we're so used to seeing that kind of paperwork.
Right. And you had very astutely pointed out that Barry, this is interesting too. I had asked the federal defender that they appointed to me to send me a letter, confirming what I said in the case. And Gus noticed that the letter didn't make the observation that I was not a defendant. She circumscribed that. In other words, she ignored it. That was the underlying issue. I mean, that is the underlying issue in all.
Something like that. What I normally do is in most interactions, especially when they're important to me, be that where I've turned up to a council, a court, or anything in that particular way, the first thing I do is, I think one of the ones, it was going on for about half an hour, 40 minutes, but all I wanted to know was just 1, 2, 3 points, that was it, that's all I wanted to hear. The rest was showboating, ho, 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 oh, why is your kid going on holiday? I don't know whether that was, inviting a motion to be thrown out or what. All I saw was it was a blatant attempt for intimidation, but in reality, they are all going to know themselves. They're all from the same society.
Don't you find it interesting that the same thing I experienced, a couple of 1,000 miles away, if not more here, you did there? I mean, do these people go to the same evil school?
I'm sure that it's from rule book. It's rule 1019 that says, in order to instill fear or something like that,
Right.
These kind of tactics you use, and they just say, oh, great, okay, so the first thing I do is I start saying, how's your wife, and da-da-da, and how's the kids? Yeah, I'll be going on holiday. Oh, I'd love to take that case in June. However, I'm going to Switzerland, and I'm going, oh, brilliant, you're going skiing again? Yes, we are. And you listen to this conversation, and what the hell's this got to do with the case? But they're all kind of little funny tactics. I mean, the other one I've seen once before was, it must have been about a year ago now. It was to do with a foreclosure, and the solicitor, the prosecutor, was getting very aggravated the fact that the defendant, so-called defendant, brought a friend with him. And she said, no, you can't go in. And he said, why can't I go in? And he said, oh, okay. So there was a bit of an argument going on. And then she said, well, why didn't you introduce yourself and put your name into the corner? She goes, well, you just asked me. Yeah, if you asked me a week ago, I would have put it in writing, but actually you asked me the day before. So she probably thought, well, he's obviously just some guy who doesn't know anything and just wanted somebody to hold their hand. But what she did after that, when I was in there watching this, she went up to Yosha, and she kept going up to her. And I was wondering, what are they talking about? So I got a bit closer and was listening to her, and all she was talking about was social stuff. But she was doing it in a low enough volume for us to see that she was very friendly with Yosha. Why would you do that? And it was just a nonsense conversation, and half the time she didn't even want to hear what she wanted to say. But what was going on there? There was something going on there, and I can only presume that, there was some sort of thing to show that, we're all one, and we're all against you. So you have to win today. Yeah, I don't know, whichever way you want to look at it. But
is this some kind of training that goes on that inspires that for it to be happening in two countries? And this is my... Yeah.
I bet you, there's a level as well. So, the stupid one who just passed the degree and, passed the bar exam and just knew and nobody liked, so don't teach him this stuff. And the one at the top of his game, he's taught all the stuff. Yeah, he's the expensive one in Washington, D.C. He pays, $150,000 per hour for turning up, and he knows everything. But actually what it is he knows the little rules and how to keep and piss people off. That's about it.
Right.
But you just keep sticking with basics, logic. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but you can do what the hell you like. I'll lodge my claim, and there'll be a civil action waiting for you whenever you're ready, and you can turn up, and you can answer over here. Oh, but that's nothing to do with this case. No, but you caused me harm, and wherever there's harm, you're in court.
Now I'm curious on that case that you're working on with that gentleman. What's the prognosis? What do you think's going to evolve? Will they negotiate and try to drop the case?
I've been running you for quite a long time, actually. I need to chase him up. I've been a bit snowed in there, and I've been busy in my own little private life, to be honest. But yeah, his case is supposed to be heard, I think, August time. His Queensbridge case, his court record one, and I think they moved his Crown case back to February of next year.
I see. So they don't let go too easily.
No, but if you think about it, you think, well, August is the first hearing. So you may have another hearing at trial before Christmas.
Yeah.
By February, you would have got clear documentation saying guilty or not guilty in his own court.
Right.
Of which that's going to be printed and handed over into that case. Of which you will say, okay, now I'm not really stupid, I'll make him guilty in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And so, just like a little tactic of their play. But like I say, it's funny, when you hear 40 minutes worth of chitter-chatter, hearing going on, well, actually, there's only one or two points in there which are actually interesting. Ignore everything they say because it's just showboating, it's how everything, uncle, yes, you're okay, yes, how many children did you bomb? It's just all sorts of crap that you don't really want to hear. So I just switch off to it all. Yeah, you want to talk about skiing? Great, talk about skiing, I don't give a shit. Let me, just wait, give me a note when you finished, messing around with each other, whatever you want to do, you just do that. Just let me know when you're done. And it gets quite interesting. You just start to switch off to a lot of stuff, and then really you narrow down to just what you say, if you do say anything, and just what their response is.
But what I'm curious about is something like that. That's a pretty serious thing that they charged him with. So when he put his claim in, his claim must have been pretty serious against them. It would just make sense. So I'm thinking if I was a spineless, gutless prosecutor, like most of these people are, they're real tough guys when they're on the offense, but when they're on the defense, I would think that they'd be more anxious to negotiate and try to.
Sometimes I don't think so, because from what I've seen so far, they'll always have a go. Yeah, because you can always say, you know what, now I'm prepared. Put my hand up. Okay, I'm prepared to sell. You can do that whenever, and in likelihood, most people say, oh, okay, brilliant. Okay, so get your checkbook out, my friend, and let's start talking about it. And so most people would say, yeah, that makes sense. We'll do that. So for them, the public is not prepared to go into their realm of their court case and say, okay, you know what, I'll have a go here anyway. But they are, because they say, well, we do this shit all day long. So you know what, I'll have a go. And when it all goes wrong, I'll say, you know what, stop, my client wants to settle.
Okay, that's a good. So they are willing to take a chance and go into the trial.
Yes, well, for them, they don't give a shit. If anything, they're just going to hand the bill to somebody else to pay for it.
I see.
I mean, if I think, oh, you know what, I really fancy going not just to Switzerland, that's only a few hundred miles, I fancy going a little bit further next year. Yeah, I fancy going to Russia, maybe some sort of mountain out the range out there and go Himalayas or something. Yeah, it's probably going to cost a lot more. I've got to get some more money in. How do I get overtime in? Okay, more court time. Okay, I'll drag this one out a little bit longer. This case number 13, yeah, I can drag that out a bit more. Yeah, and then before you know, you've got 10-20% more money than what you had at the beginning.
Right. But if you're suing them in their capacity as a man, you still think they can hand the bill out? I don't think their bonds and their mechanisms for protecting them help them when they go outside the law. In other words, they go outside their role as a government officer. They're acting, because certainly they're not authorized to commit fraud and extortion and all these.
Come on, my friend, you know the score, right? It goes stand in your court, right? Most people get railroaded. They have no clue what they're doing, and when they do figure it out, they don't put anything in writing, and they never make a claim. So where the hell is that justice going to come? It ain't going to come from them.
Right.
And if you did that day in, day out, screen people, or let's say one of the better words, that was just your job, I didn't know what I was doing, I just had to prosecute these cases, that's my job, whatever the excuse is. But in reality, what was going on there? They were just waiting for a man to turn up.
Right.
A man to turn up and challenge them. And guess what? Day in and day out, there was nobody there. There was just people turning up saying, yeah, I'm a punching bag, punch me. Okay.
So that tells me that the letter writing phase is really important.
Oh, yeah. You put everything on it. If you think about it, you go in a retail shop, so you have your Home Depot, right? You buy something, and you take it back, and you have a little moan about it at the desk, return desk, and say, I bought this product, it was rubbish, as soon as I pressed the start button, it blew up in a million pieces. What the hell is this? And then the woman's just going to say, oh, yeah, yawn, wait for you to stop talking, and say, brilliant. Okay, well, all I can do is give you a refund. So you think, oh, okay, so in a week's time, if I did the same thing and I come back and just say, hi, I just want a full refund, yeah, okay, fine, give you a full refund. You think, well, did anything happen out there? No. Because nobody responds to just gassing and talking.
Right.
Yeah? Sometimes you do if you get a bit loud and a bit vocal, but that's just not me. Yeah? I don't really want to go in there and make corner things. That's just not my way. But I can write letters all day long. And when I write letters, things happen because you write it to a man. It's just simple rules. You write it to a man, you define who you are, you define who they are. This is the basis for every court case that I've ever seen. Yeah?
Right.
They define you as you, but as a fiction. I'll define myself as this, and also I'll define you as an end user, and as an end user, I have jurisdiction over you in this licensing capacity, and and before you drop to this Alice in Wonderland, and you forget to ask the most obvious question, shit, what did you say again? Who the hell was defending again?
Right.
Alice in Wonderland am I in? And who are you? And why am I? Okay, end all this bullshit acting. I'm just a man.
It's so true what you just said. It's so true. I remember the night Gus was on the phone with me, and Carl and him were. Carl was working on his car, and he was telling me what to put in my letter. And I remember it was like it was the weirdest feeling. It was like you felt like you got run over by a train without any pain. And he gave me these questions. He said to ask, "Am I the defendant?" You know, and all these I've been fighting them for 12 years, and all with statutory, complex, complicated, I mean, really difficult stuff. So my mind wasn't used to thinking so straightforward and simple. But man, I'll tell you, I appreciated it when I heard it. So he said, you just ask, am I the defendant? That's question one. Question two, am I the plaintiff? I think question three was, is this your case? And question four is this my case? That's it. I sent that letter off. Of course, they didn't answer it.
That's why I say, you see what I mean? When people say, well, there's got to be more, and there has to be a lot more, and well, no, it's just the basic shit.
Right.
Don't come off the basic shit. You just go back there and just ask really simple stuff. Because I think there was one case I saw the week before, where it was to do with this internet UK column stuff. And this government department wrote to them and said, we define you as an editor, and we define you as a TV station, and we define you as just, it was almost a joke. The first page is just definitions. And then they got into the nitty-gritty, and you just think, well, hang on, this definitions is really important. Well, they just called me, I don't know, the ANCAS. And for some reason, they must, why have they mentioned the ANCAS? But they've not, you know, they said, from now on, your name's Bob Smith, but you're also an anchor, and inverted commas, saying we define you as anchor from now on. But later on, they literally just start saying, well, as an anchor, you must do this, and you must do that, and da. So, forget about the 50 pages that followed that. The first question you ask is, well, who the hell's an anchor? It's something to do with shipping. Sorry, I've misunderstood what you're talking about. Well, come on, don't be stupid. You work in the media, you know what an anchor is. I went, yeah, but I just don't know what in context that you're coming from. Yeah? What the hell are you talking about? Who the hell are you again? Let's start all over again. Let me reintroduce myself. This is me, this is you. Right? Oh, okay, so that's you. So where the hell are you coming from again?
Right.
Really, you just define the very basic things. The answers are there.
I said, we just got to give you access to the court because I see what's going on here. I said, the other side is paying off the court, and they got big money, big pockets, and everybody's involved with this. I see exactly what's going on. I said, so you got to bring your own court into that Queen's Bench, into that municipal, that public courthouse. You're going to have to establish your own court. So what's kind of good with them is that they said that they could have a jury trial if they had for libel or slander or somebody broke their promise on a proposal for marriage. There's like 7 things that they could have a jury trial for, but not for what he was claiming. So what we're going after this is we're going to say, well, they're a special class of citizen. You say that's a special class of individual. Are you saying that you're discriminating against us because of prejudice? You're prejudicing against us, like prejudging us, because we don't fit one of those 7 classes of special people to have access to a jury? Really? So then I said, this is going to be fun. I said, going after like a discrimination and prejudice, like a lawsuit against the court or the court personnel, that they're making these rules saying who can and cannot have a trial by jury. Oh, really? You mean if I'm willing to pay the same amount of money as that guy, you tell me I can't have a seat on the bus, the same seat he can have? Really? Are you saying that I can't have standing? Are you saying that I can't stand on the bus if he pays that much money, $400, I pay $400? Are you saying he gets special privileges that I don't get? Well, he's a special class of person? Oh, this is just lovely. I said, man, this is going to be a fun one. I said, then we'll worry about going after the land that they seized from you. I said, right now, we're going to go after access to the court, because that's my whole trick, is access to the court. There's a public courthouse. I'm going to bring my court into that courthouse. You know, it's a courthouse. I'm bringing my court. It's that simple. Is that the dance hall? I'm bringing my dance into that dance hall. Courthouse and court isn't the same word. It doesn't mean the same thing. I'm bringing my court into that courthouse. I'm bringing my dance into that dance hall. Dance and dance hall mean something different. Courthouse means something different. It's not a synonym. It doesn't mean the same thing. And that's why we say to people, look at any kind of, you don't believe me, look at the United States Supreme Court ruling to say that, like say Hale versus Hinkle 1902, let's say in the Hinkle case, in the Hinkle court. That's what it says. It doesn't say in the United States Middle District Court of Michigan, where Mr. Hinkle appeared. No. Oh, well, it was in New York State, sorry about that. I think Hale versus Hinkle was two people, it was an attorney general from the state of New York who wanted to have access to fruit and vegetable import-export company. And the export company, the import-export company said, no, you only want to know our bananas that we had shipped in. We're not going to turn over all our records because that's going to, logistics of that is going to take us a year. And New York State Attorney General said, tough. You're going to tell us the whole damn entire, every piece of paper you got in this building. We want it now. They said, no, we'll turn over the bananas that you're wondering about, the banana paperwork, but we're not doing apples, cherries, plums. We're not going to do it. So it went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. But if you read the case, it says in the Hinkle court. That's how it reads, in the Hinkle court. So it's the Hinkle court. Huh. So when I bring my case into court, it's going to be the Lentz court. Huh. Got it. Who appeared in the lower district federal court of New York in 1902? The Hinkle court. Oh. Who's going to appear in that court? The Lentz court. Oh. Got it. Got this. So my court's appearing in that courthouse. Just like the Hinkle court appeared in that courthouse. Just like the Hinkle court appeared in front of the Supreme Court. The Hinkle court. Holy crap. So like I said, it's just took me a long time, a lot of studying and research like this, man, just to make it all make sense, because they just want to give you a nice little blueprint map. Because like I said, I think it's all intercompartmentalized until you get way up there near the top, and then they tell you everything. But until then, it's just, and even still then, I still don't think they tell you everything. Like my uncle who works for Visa, he's a vice president in charge of collections. He just says, he says, all the stuff you told me about credit cards and all this other stuff. He says, I don't have a freaking clue. He says, I'm sure I studied all this stuff in college like 30 years ago. He says, but honestly, he says, I have no clue what the hell you're talking about. All I know is my secretary brings in a stack of paper. I make sure all the lines are filled in. Everything looks like it's filled in. I stamp it. And we send it off to the legal department. He says, nobody knows what the hell you're talking about, Paul. We all do our 8-hour job and we all hell home. We don't care. So it's like an assembly line. We put the nuts and bolts together. We don't have, couldn't care less what it's doing. Like say you work at a gun plant or somebody making rifles, machine guns. All you know is you stick the screw into the hole and that's it. You don't give a damn what the hell the end result is. It's like, hey, look, they pay me to put this screw in this hole. I don't give a damn what they're building. Oh, well, don't you know that they're building weapons of mass destruction machine? Look, I get paid $10 an hour. This is all I do. I do my 8 hours and go home. I don't give a shit what they're doing on the other end of the line. How do I care? I do my job, I go home. Yeah, you see what some crazy people do sometimes in their claims, man?
I noticed I did something really crazy, huh?
Nah, not you. I mean other people.
I haven't seen, well, I was looking at, I was looking at it, and I had switched it so many times. I went back to, you know, the $80,000 a day. I figured that's absolutely, you know, absurd and obscene, and it's just it's way too much money when I look back, you know. And are they really going to pay that?
Yeah, no, that's like I said, $1 a second is for when something is called kidnapping or holding somebody in prison. That's what I base it on, something like that. You're holding somebody in prison.
Can I put that in my bill of particulars for the 12 hours I put in?
How much money you make an hour? That's basically what you want to be compensated. You can't say no.
Thank you. All right.
If the judge is going to, well, the jury's going to say this was outrageous. It's called like the tort of outrage. You could Google the tort of outrage. It's when it shocks the conscience of the community. And believe me, you getting arrested and pulled over for having pot in your car is not going to be considered outrageous behavior that the police arrested you. No. That's when you can make a claim for like a massive compensation. When you can claim outrage. That's actually
what about the fact that he did not get a, you know, he didn't follow his procedure?
Okay. What I'm saying is the last case for outrage that I heard of that kind of went somewhere was that there was two cases. We both dealt with funeral homes. One, it was a funeral home. People took the dead people's bodies, and they were making they made like a slideshow presentation, and then somebody realized that was one of their relatives, so then they say, hey, that's like my uncle, that's my brother. What's he doing up here? You know, what's he on? That was one of them, and then the other one was the funeral home was telling people down in Georgia, in Carrollton, Georgia, right out there by you, and come back a little bit from Carrollton, a little bit towards the land.
Are you talking about they were throwing them out on the concrete?
No. This guy was taking them out and just burying them in the backyard like in a swamp.
Oh, there was a guy there was one of those in North Georgia. They took them out and they put the bodies outside. They were throwing them in the backyard, and they had what used to be an old driveway back there, and I guess they just laid them on the concrete, and they ended up looking like frogs on the road.
Yeah, no, that's what's funny. That's the only two torts of outrage that I remember reading about lately. Was
this isn't close to that.
Right, he was given the what was funny is how the one guy got caught. It was funny as hell. How the one black guy got caught in Georgia from doing that was that he was just taking up people's bodies, and it was like this marshland swamp next to the funeral home, and what he was doing was just taking a backhoe and just burying them in the swamp, which is real easy to dig in. You know, so he was just, you know, making some quick bucks, just dumping them in the mud, basically. So what he was doing was, and then this ain't no shit, somebody, he gave an urn full of ashes to, you know, it had like a bone in it. So what happened was, is the person who had the urn, you know, obviously they opened up the urn and dumped the ashes out, whatever, and a chicken bone popped out.
Oh no!
So they had the bone analyzed, and they found it was a chicken bone. That's when it all fucking came to an end for that guy. He was actually grabbing ashes out of his barbecue. That's giving people barbecue ashes, man.
He doesn't give a shit.
No, he's in jail for a really long time. I'm trying to remember where that was. It was just outside of Carrollton. I'm trying to remember that little town. Carrollton is south of I-20. He was just north of I-20. And but that part of Georgia, western part of Georgia out there, it was hysterical, man. Chicken bone. You can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make this stuff up. But yeah, like I said, man, I wasn't. That's why I didn't say your name. But yeah, you guys gotta use a little bit of common sense. You know, you gotta put on your old lens sense thinking cap there, and just say, what do we do? Let's be reasonable about this. like I said, when you see me put $1 for every second, it's because that resulted in a kidnapping. I mean, when kidnapping was considered a capital crime. I mean, you kidnap somebody's kid, that was a death penalty. You know what I'm saying? That was a major crime, kidnapping.
Somebody on the chat put Noble, Georgia.
Oh, is that where it was? That's funny.
I don't know. He just typed the name in, so whatever. I'm just reading it.
Somebody. So, like I said, that's the sort of outrage. The people came and made a claim against a funeral home and funeral director because that shocks the consciousness of the community. That's outrageous.
It was in Noble, and they put a gag order. No comment on the search.
Okay. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is that's outrageous. So when something happens to you that's outrageous, then maybe think about $1 a minute or $1 a second. But not just because some cop stopped you, he didn't get the search warrant and took the pot out of your car. You know what? Because that happens every day. In this country, that's not outrageous. That's basically what's to be expected.
To get divorced is very expensive, and I was just wondering what Cole's opinion on, instead of asking permission to get divorced, is to just put in an affidavit or a notice that, you know, basically that we declare in good faith that we are sound mind, and we just want to give them notice that, you know, that our marriage is nullified. And I wanted to see what Cole's opinion is of that kind of approach.
Did they have, you said, how much is it to get divorced, you saying?
Well, if you use lawyers, it can go into the thousands, but just the court fee is $450. But they have all these hoops you have to jump through and papers you have to fill in. I mean, I've been battling just to find out if I did want to just notice. They've given me a runaround. I can't even find where I can just put this into a file, you know. So it's been difficult.
Okay. Yeah, so they said that they, and what is the purpose of getting divorced? What are you trying to accomplish by doing it, by making it known? You see what I'm saying? To known to the world that you're divorced.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a question of, I don't know, doing the right thing, just letting them, and it's basically that legal, I mean, we are separated. My ex has a lot of debt. I have no debt. But we have no property. We have no children. It's really just, you know, a very easy, we really just want to let the state know that we're separated, so that, because a lot of people keep on advising me that half of his debt could become mine, and, you know, so I just wanted to basically, you know, give notice that it's done, or I don't know, that's why I wanted to talk to you about it. I just wanted to see how you approach it.
Yeah, because like I said, if there's no marital assets, nobody's arguing about who gets what. Nobody's arguing about who gets what, right?
No.
You just want to go separate ways.
Exactly. We both want it. It's friendly. It's just cut it, and we just want to let them know. But my friends are saying, you're living in California, you're liable for half of his debt, and he runs up credit cards day and night.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And you just don't want to be held liable for his debt.
Yeah, so whatever, you know, back then we asked permission and we got the license, and so whatever that is, we just wanted, I just thought it would be a good idea to let them know, well, it's no longer like that. But I don't want to go ask them permission, please, can we get divorced? And they want to, we've seen the forms you have to fill in. You have to tell them how much money you have, what's your bank account. They want to know everything about you, and I just don't feel why I should do that. And unless you give that, they won't grant you the divorce.
Well, what you're saying is, in the state of California, it's $450, and even if both parties show up in court and they just say, we just want, like, you know, just a default divorce. They can flip up this money.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting. First of all, if you go to the courts and you start talking to these people, it's literally what you've been saying on your calls. Each person is only trained for that one thing that they do all day. If you ask them any question outside of that little box, they don't know what you're doing. They send me from court to court. Eventually, I wrote the affidavit, and I was driving to the different courts where you registered, where you go get the licenses, and they don't even know. They just say, no, we don't do that. We don't do that. So I have been trying just to find out from the courts themselves where I can go, nobody knows anything. So I don't know, I found an address on the marriage certificate, and I eventually felt like I'm just going to send them the notice. Well, they are the ones that registered it.
Well, one of the best things that's funny is if you had a secretary, is supposed to find this information out for you, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I tell people all the time is, Canada or the United States, I tell them all the time, just make a very simple question to the Secretary of State. And the Secretary of State will say, you know what, honestly, I don't have a clue, but you know what, I'll send it over to the Department of Justice, or I'll send it over to the Court Division, or I'll send it over to the Homeland Security, or I'll send it over to the Department of Motor Vehicles. And the man who works there, his name is Bob, he's in charge, and you can direct all the further questions to him.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so the Secretary of State, see, because the governor is supposed to represent the people, and then the Secretary of State is supposed to be like the Secretary of the Governor who represents the people, so the Secretary is supposed to represent the people. So it's very simple. I just write a nice little simple letter to the Secretary of State that says, hey, I believe you're the Secretary of State, hi Susie, hi Bob, I believe you're the Secretary of State. I have a very simple question. I am trying to find the correct agency here in the state of California in which could just handle a simple divorce. Both parties, wish to have the state take notice that we are no longer obligated for each other's debts, and what would be the proper agency to communicate with to, move this action forward. Something just simple like that.
Yes, brilliant. And then I can just send it to them.
Yeah, just say kind regards, and they'll say, they'll say, honestly, that's not, they'll say, hi, Susie, whatever your name is, I'm Bob, and, honestly, I do not know that answer, but I know there's an agency here in the state of California known as whatever, the judiciary, or known as, the Office of the Interior, or known as whatever, and
right.
This is what they specialize in. The man's name who runs that as commissioner, his name is Joe, and so if you wish to communicate any further with, the state of California, go to the Office of the Interior, and ask for Joe, and Joe will direct you from there.
Okay.
They write back really quick. They write back in 2-3 days. They don't drag it on and on.
Okay. Yeah, because the certificate of vital record is the active registrar county clerk, registered recorder county clerk.
The Secretary of State's office is massive, so believe me, they'll have somebody in there who will be able to answer that question for you really quickly.
Thank you. And what was your thinking when you said, why do you want to put that in the public notice? I was just trying to understand your thinking. It's just like you don't feel like you don't need to give them any notice?
What is anybody's business? What is anybody's business who I sleep with and what I sleep with and when I sleep with them or when I don't live but do live with them? What's it anybody's business to the world? I honestly can't possibly get divorced. What does it have to do with anybody out in the public other than you and your husband?
Right, exactly. That's how I feel. But if they ever had to come to you for your wife's death, what would you do?
I'd say, who are you looking for? It's like, I'm looking for Linda, I'm looking for Mary, I'm looking for Lori. I was like, yeah, and? What does that have to do with me? It's like, you married these women. Yeah. Well, you never divorced them. That's right. Well, you got to pay that debt. Who's talking to me again? It's like, well, the Bank of America, you don't look like Bank of America. You don't look like Wells Fargo. You don't look like Visa. You look like a guy named Joe I know. Nobody's going to come forth and tell me I owe a debt. Who's going to say it?
You're right.
I never get divorced. Waste my time. What's the point?
Yeah, that's how I feel. But you know, there's always these benefits that you get, and then my friends would say, you got to do that because if you meet a nice guy and you marry him and you can't get his benefits.
Well, no, like I said, what's the point? You know, if they want to go get a piece of paper and go get married, let them do it. You know, I don't.
Yeah, I will never again. I mean, this is it. I mean, I understand now what it's all about, you know, but I did it back in the day.
Right, paper doesn't make the person love, honor, and obey you and death do you part. A piece of paper isn't going to guarantee that. You try to wave that at a cop and say, look, he said death do his part and he's gone, so I want you to arrest him. They'll just laugh at you.
Yeah.
It's like you breached the contract, you know, it says the death do his part, you know, make him come back to me. They'll just laugh at you.
Wonderful.
But if somebody took your car, if you had a license for your car and registered your car and you registered your marriage and you have a license for marriage and somebody steals your car, a cop will run right out there and go get your car and bring it back for you. Right. But he ain't going to get the husband to bring him back for you. And say, well, wait a second, I registered and now I'm licensed. Why don't you go get him and bring him back? You know, so it's like they do when they feel like it and they don't when they don't feel like it. So what's the point?
Yeah. We just need to get your confidence. You know, you really have that best with me attitude, and that's what we need. You know, to say you have equal right and standing, and when a person speaks to you, they just know you do. We have that inferior, scared of authority thing going on, and that's a mind control thing that's gone for years. You know.
Well, Gus will tell you that I got that certain je ne sais quoi.
Okay, thank you so much, Carl. Can I just ask you one more question that's a different subject?
No, Gus speaks French, that's why I'm messing with it.
Okay. I had a court case against an ex-employer that owes me $28,000 for commission and stuff. And I got a judgment from the court where they've given it to me. But I have to now go and collect it. My lawyer will no longer go and try and collect it from me.
I don't know what. So you're trying to collect $28,000 from somebody from past sales commissions and they haven't paid you yet?
Yes, but I got the judgment. I won the case in the court. I've got the judgment against me. But now my lawyer called me and said, we're no longer interested in collecting. You must get another collection company or another lawyer to collect for you. So I just wanted to know if that is, can I do it myself or should I just go with another legal man?
That's when you get to warrant in debt, where you could have a police officer, the sheriff's department will go to his house and actually take that much money out of his house, or you could do a lien on his property. Or
yeah, and the thing was, the guy...
you could garnish his salary, right.
He covered himself like neck deep into corporations, so he's never used his own name. It was always that fiction. So can I still go after the land?
But like here in Virginia, I'm telling you, here in Virginia, I don't care if I'm incorporated, I'm telling you, the sheriff's department's going to come into my house and they're going to take everything out of my house. And they're going to auction it off until it comes out to $28,000. And when they take everything out of my house and they auction it off for 15 cents, I still owe the $27,909.85. So no, why don't you just go study what a warrant in debt is?
The first thing is to, in my opinion, is the linchpin for them to bother you in a court is the assessment. Okay, that's real important. Like think of you got a locomotive train and it's pulling a chain of other boxcars. Well, between the locomotive and the boxcars, there's a hitch and there's a linchpin. You pull that linchpin out and all the boxcars get left behind. So the linchpin with a case with the IRS is the assessment. If they don't have an assessment, they can't move against you civilly or criminally, with only one exception that I know about, and that's obstruction. So if if they wanted to come into your business or your home and take your records, and you block the door, they could charge you with obstruction. But I've never heard of them doing that as a standalone charge. That's something they usually just add in. So the point is, if you're in trouble with the IRS, the first thing you want to do is find out who did the assessment against you and send them a letter. So that's the first thing. So you do that by a Freedom of Information Act request. So it's a one-sentence question. Who is the agent that did the assessment between years, whatever, 2010 to 2013? And so that now, if you can attack that, you're attacking that linchpin. And you get the letter out to that agent, and you ask the usual questions that we asked that expose that they didn't have any authority to do what they did. They can't verify the debt, and you do your letters, and now you're set up to do your claim. So people have asked me this many times, and I always try to, I hope I'm getting better at articulating it. That assessment is crucial. Knowing who signed that assessment is crucial. So let me approach it from another angle to make it clear. If you've got a levy on your paycheck, or you've got a lien on your house or your business, the levy or the lien came from an assessment. It can't be a levy or a lien without an assessment.
Well, it can't be a lien or a levy without a judgment either.
Well, that's true if we were dealing with honest people. I've got a $565,000 lien on me filed in 4 counties, and they never got any kind of judgment from anybody.
But like I said, if you hear what's going on in Texas, the state of Texas isn't putting up with that baloney anymore.
Right. See, that's great. And I think there's another state. I think it's Oklahoma. Hopefully,
if Texas knows how to do it, this is what I'm trying to say, and Joe Harris should be able to do it the same exact way.
Right.
All you have to do is take it into it. And if somebody tries to put a lien or levy on you, I don't care who it is. All you have to do is say, you know what, I'll meet you up, like say they're putting a lien on you in, say, Douglas County. I don't even know if there is a Douglas County. Just say Douglas County. All you got to do is to go to the Douglas County District Court and say, someone's got a lien on me through the county recorder's office here, I heard. Yeah. I require a hearing, or, it's like a trial. I require a hearing on this matter. I want this lien lifted off my property immediately.
Right.
And you have a right to a trial.
See, I agree with that, but let me just give you a different angle on it. And it's okay. So what you just did is you solved the civil side of them being able to enforce that. But what you didn't solve, and as we now know, in my case, is you didn't get rid of the underlying assessment. So what they'll do, even more likely, is retaliate and come after you criminally because you didn't get the assessment.
They can't come after you. They can come after I, and all I have to do is separate the man from the person. And they say, right. Who are you coming after again? You're coming after you? No, you're not coming after you. You're coming after I. You're coming after a man. Wait a second. You can't do that.
Okay. No,
and I'm not going to give you guys the Supreme Court case in which you could cite it from. If you guys don't believe me, go F off. No, but I'm telling you, man, there is a Supreme Court case that says that. So what I'm trying to say is, because people say, well, give me the citation. It's like, no, because you guys are going to go run down, get the citation, you're going to write exactly word for word what the United States Supreme Court said in this case. And that's an opinion. Right. So what? Right. And I got to get you guys to stop saying that. Just Ronnie said, well, Bob said so, Carl said so. So since Carl said it's got to be true, since the Supreme Court said it's got to be true, since Jesus Christ said it's got to be true. No, what do you believe is true?
Right, right.
And that's how you got to stand in court. Not because, well, Carl said so, that's why I did this. Oh, Jesus Christ said so, so this is why I'm doing it. It's like, oh, yeah, is Jesus here today? No. Well, then who gives an F? Is Carl here today? No. Then who gives an F?
Well, if you were going to go down that road and do it that way, then I would suggest augmenting it with doing a Freedom of Information Act request for what's called a proof of claim. The official... So that way it's a one-page answer. I've done it several times. So what happens is you get back a single-page answer, and it says, and it will always say this, by the way. I've done quite a few of them. There is no proof of claim. That's what it says. So now when you walk into court with your case, like you just suggested, you've got something signed by the director in the IRS in blue ink, because they sign all the FOIAs in blue ink. So the judge is in a box. Or the magistrate.
Right. Well, it's not right. It's not even so much the judge or the magistrate's in the box. It doesn't matter because it's your court.
Right.
You're not surrendering it to them. You're just saying to them, look, this is I'm having a hearing on this matter. So, like I said, it's still your court, and you're the one who informs the judge or the magistrate, says, this is what I want you to bear witness to.
Right.
I don't want you to touch anything. I just want you to bear witness that this was true, and nobody came forth to rebut it. I don't need your opinion. I just need you to bear witness that and then because that's what, like, Gus told me that you forgot to do when you created your own little court there. You forgot to create the order of the court.
Right.
You know, so when you guys make the claim, you guys got to make the claim, and you got to bring forth an order at the same time, not just a claim.
Well, the other huge...
If you don't bring forth the order, what are you ordering from them to do? Nothing. They just say, okay, you got a wonderful claim. Now what?
Well, we did put an order in.
What I'm trying to say, he told me you put it in the last second. What I'm trying to say to people got to understand they got to do both. Right. And then not to do it in 2 seconds while they're standing outside of the courtroom.
Yeah.
I'm trying to show you there's two things. It's like you said, you say the county recorder, you discovered gold. I was like, okay, I made a claim that I discovered gold, so I don't want nobody to jump my claim. So, you're creating an order at the same time. So, you create the order, so then I wish for nobody to trespass upon this claim.
Right.
You just make a simple claim. Yes, I found gold. Okay, great. Now, what do you want us to do with that? Well, I want you to file into the county recorder's office that I discovered gold and I don't wish anybody to trespass, and I'm going to work this field for 7 years, and after 7 years, anybody else can have at it.
Right. Yeah.
So you got to place a claim, and you got to place the order at the same time.
Honestly, I'm glad that things went the way they did, because if I won, I wouldn't have learned much. But because it went wrong, we did a forensic on it and figured out everything we did wrong, or I did wrong, and I learned a lot from that. I mean, it was just a great education.
Yeah, it's like the one guy up there in Canada. I'm trying to remember the guy up there I think his name was Brian. Like, he won in a Canadian court. He said, like, when he was like 20 years old, it's like, yeah, but it's easy to win by default. It's easy to win when the other side didn't show up. So if the Chinaman didn't show up against you, you would have said, oh boy, I won.
Right.
How do you know? The guy didn't show up.
Right.
So I can't tell if it's truly a win unless you really had your day in court and everybody was there. And right. Like I said, I want to see from beginning to end. Everybody was there. Everything went from beginning to end. That's what I want to see, and see how the results are then.
I'm trying to remember if that's what you wanted me to answer on that IRS thing, but those are my two best learning lessons from 14 years of fighting them. Is do the FOIA to get the assessment, or in the example that you gave where, maybe you're strained.
No, remember you went on and on for about an hour explaining, like, I don't remember if it was the monetary or something. You were talking about something beyond. It was really interesting.
Now I remember. So let me go back to that. That's an administrative approach that if you didn't know the common law and you weren't going to go down this path of filing a claim and getting your own lawsuit, there is a very powerful administrative process in their world. And so now I remember what you're talking about, so I'll explain that, and I'll do it more briefly. What happened was, in the mid-'90s, congressmen across the country were just getting thousands and thousands of letters about abuse. I remember watching it on CNN late at night.
That's what we're talking about.
Right. So they were flying these people, these victims, let's call them, in and interviewing them on the floor in Congress. And I mean, it was horrendous stories, like people getting pulled over at the traffic lights and IRS agents surrounding them and pulling them through the window of the car and taking their wallet like a robbery, going into old age homes and taking wedding rings off of old ladies. I mean, it was just awful what these people were doing. So long story short, they held all these hearings. Then they began to put together a new law. It was called the Internal Revenue Reform and Restructuring Act of 1998. Very significant. Also known as the Taxpayer Bill of Rights 3. I've read the whole thing many times. And the bottom line, they'll go into all the detail. The outcome of it was there were certain remedies, and I've used these remedies for other people, and they worked very, very well. One guy got over a $500,000 lien that was on his personal account, his restaurant, and his wife's businesses. It got removed in 10 days.
So that was done by what's called a 911 form. You can Google that.
That's right. That's what we were talking about. Now I remember.
So a 911 form, now think about this law that they passed as a funnel, okay? And the output of that funnel is these remedies. So the 911 form is one remedy. The other remedy is they said no longer can an IRS agent or officer do things without the prior approval of the Tax Inspector General. So it was almost like the Congress said, okay, we're going to make the Tax Inspector General the internal police force of the IRS. And so without going into a long thing on that, it has to do with criminal prosecution, certain types of assessments. So you can do a Freedom of Information Act request and say, hey, I want to see the matching contract, that's what it's called, that gave this agent the authority from the Tax Inspector General to do this action. I've done numbers of them, and every single time it comes back, no authority was granted. So that's remedy number two. So backing up a little bit with the 911 form, make sure you follow. It's actually pretty simple, but you can screw it up if you don't read the instructions. A key thing in there is that they have to be causing you some type of harm. It can be mental terror. It can be the possibility of loss of your job. It can be that it's got to be some kind of hardship. It can be strain in your marriage. It can be you're not going to, if their assessment or levy or lien or whatever they're going to do goes through, you're not going to be able to pay your bills. So you got to be sure when you fill that 911 form out that you articulate what the hardship is. Now here's the interesting thing. You file that with the taxpayer advocate. Every state has one. And the taxpayer advocate has the authority to stop any and all functions of the IRS relative to that matter, even criminal prosecutions. Now, I haven't personally seen that happen on a criminal prosecution, but I definitely have seen levies come off. I've seen the last guy that I helped when I showed him how to do it and we did it. They not only removed the liens off the property, which is, that's kind of a major exercise. They've got to go to the county and lift the lien. The guy was an aggressive, mean, nasty guy. I'm sure nobody's ever heard that before. All of a sudden, he was a lamb. He was nice and polite and trying to help this guy. So it is a powerful tool. Now, there's a third tool came out of all this. This is my personal favorite. It's called if you Google 1203B, 1203B, allegation referral form. So it's form number 12217. So I'm rusty on this. 12217. So 12217. That's the form number. But the title of the form is 1203B because it's named after the statute at large. That's section 1203B. So if you Google 1203B allegation referral form, there's a number of items for reporting malicious or fraudulent conduct by IRS agents. And I was told by a certain person that I know that works there, I don't know if it's true or not, that when one of those is filed against them, they can't go any higher in their career. So it can be for violation of constitutional rights, it can be threats, false assessments. You'll see it, it's right on the form. So that's a pretty good form. What I learned to make it effective is you want to have your congressman mail it. What I told the last guy I helped with one is take it to your congressman and have him mail it on your behalf, and they will do that for you. And that seems to put a lot more teeth into it. But start with the 911 and then follow up with the 12217 allegation referral form. And there's information out on the internet about using those. My personal favorite is the lawsuit in a common law court. But anyway,
but still, I try to show people that there are other. It's not just like this common law stuff that I'm doing isn't just some crazy concept of mine. I said, in statutes, you can also find this very similar style that I use in statutes. Right. It's like you're saying, you have to show that you're causing me harm, and I know the IRS would never want to ever cause anybody harm. I know you lovely IRS, all you want to do is help people.
Well, you just raised a really good point, because you caught it right away, but I bet a lot of people listening didn't quite catch it. These are actually common law remedies. Yeah, they're precipitous of statutes, but think about what I just said. The 911 form is that they're causing you a hardship. Man cannot cause another man a hardship.
Right, and certainly his creation certainly cannot. You know, the creation of another man can certainly not cause harm to another man.
So yeah, what you're saying is it reinforces what you've been talking about.
Right. I just keep it super simple. But like I said, you know, you could say they also keep it very simple, but they want to do billable hours, so they're going to make it 10,000 pages long.
Right.
But in essence, it comes down to the same thing.
Right.
That's what we tell people. You could go statutes and you could go around the world, or you could just take one step backwards and do common law and you're done.
Well, let me just add two things that are real important. On the 911 form, you have to file that with a taxpayer advocate. And believe me, if you send it to the wrong person, they will not tell you. They won't send it back to you and say, oh, geez, let me make sure you get this done right. No, they'll just stay silent on it. So you got to put that through the taxpayer advocate. The 12-217 allegation referral form, that's a really touchy thing, because you're reporting an agent who's doing something bordering on criminal, if not actually criminal. It's a very serious thing to file one of those. You got to file that with what's called the Commissioner's Complaint Department. It's a special office that was set up specifically for that form by statute. And you'll see that, when you get the form. But a lot of people, when they do them, like most people do things, kind of, they're frightened or they're desperate, and they don't stop and think and take their time to do it right. They'll send it to the IRS commissioner or the chief counsel or somebody else. If it doesn't land in that department, I'm telling you right now, I've seen it over a dozen times, they will not come back to you and say, oh, no, you need to send it over here. So you got to make sure, you got to take responsibility that you're sending it to the right person. Right. And another great remedy, geez, don't let me forget to say this, is when you do those forms, you should CC them to J. Russell George. He's the Inspector General, the Tax Inspector General for Tax Administration. His job, what he's paid for, is to watch over improper actions of IRS employees. That's what he's supposed to do. So you're getting him on the hook, and he's going to be sensitive to that now, because he's been called into congressional hearings. I'm sure everybody knows what's been going on in the news for over 2 years now, with Lois Lerner and all that stuff. So he's not going to want to ignore your stuff. 2 years ago he probably would have, but I don't think he would now.
Well, we won't say that.
Yeah, that's just an opinion.
Yeah, that's just an opinion.
I believe.
I'm sure he can.
But probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 85% of the time, those remedies are going to work for you.
Yeah.
Every now and then you're going to...
All I'm just trying to tell people is, that's why I said I'm not going to give you guys the United States Supreme Court case where you've got to separate the man from the person. I'm not going to involve that. Because, like I said, then everybody starts studying all these ridiculous cases again. And then they're going to say, oh, no, and the IRS, the Supreme Court overturned it in 2011. They said, da-da-da-da-da. It's like, oh, no. I said, look, I'm just trying to show you people that, a lot of the stuff that I do is they do it as well in statute. But like I said, it's billable hours. I was underneath a car. It's just billable hours, and it's they're going to make a 20-volume series over this stuff, get thousands of people employed, and put a big centralized government in place to make sure all the the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, just to make it seem like it's more plausible if you got this huge organization behind it, other than just one guy saying, look, just separate the man from the person. That's all you have to do. Right. And you'd be like, well, that's too easy. It's like, yeah, that's right. Well, there's got to be more to it, Carl. No, it's not. Because you look at all the Supreme Court decisions all the times, it's usually just a one-sentence
conclusion, one sentence answer why they either, in their opinion, ruled in favor or ruled against the moving party. It's usually just one little simple thing, but then they go on and on and on and on with all their freaking opinions of why. Right? You know, it's because it's that thing. I'm trying to remember one of the most famous cases ever in the United States history was I'm trying to remember off the top of my head right now. It was a slave that was in a free state that was brought back to a slave state, but there was in the contract between him and the original owner. Oh man, somebody's got to know this case. Off the top of the head, you know, black civil rights folks know this case at the back of their hand. And then when he died, his sister didn't honor the contract. She was from Massachusetts, and the Supreme Court ruled against the man. Oh, I wish I could remember what the name of the case is. As soon as somebody says it, I'm going to say, that's the case. But like I said, I was just upside down under the dashboard of my car, man. So I'm a little lightheaded. It's pretty funny. But the opinion was the longest opinion. That's what everybody Googled. What was the longest opinion in the United States Supreme Court? And it was that case. All right, let's do that. Yeah, but what's funny is that it said the very first sentence was all you had to read is the court lacks jurisdiction to hear the matter. That was it. The court lacks jurisdiction to hear this case. Wow. And then they went on and on and on and on. It was with the longest opinion in history of the United States Supreme Court. And that's what I try to tell you guys. Is usually, if you want to know the opinion of the ruling is one sentence long. Now, if you want to hear every one of the 9 judges, or however many judges they had back then, 13 judges, whatever they had, you can go on and on and on forever with listening to the opinions if you want to. Right. But it just clearly said that, no, this court does not have jurisdiction over this matter. What it was is why they didn't have jurisdiction over the matter is because the man was considered property, and the court doesn't have this. The court doesn't have the capacity to tell another man what he can and cannot do with his property. So as far as the court was concerned, that black man was in a slave state, and the daughter, the sister, inherited the black man. So as far as they were concerned, it's property. But if you want to hear the most ridiculous, you know, beat around the bush, go around the answer, you know, go around the direct answer, they wouldn't just say property. They wouldn't use the word property. The courts have this huge aversion, this huge fear of using the word property in any of their rulings, because they know if you guys figure out what the word property means, they basically don't have a job. There's basically nothing left for them to do.
Carl,
so, let me discuss real quick, man, what was that Supreme Court case?
Hey, Gus, what was that?
What was that famous Supreme Court case? You know, very famous civil rights Supreme Court case back in like 1863. Supreme Court case, yeah, back in 1863. Yeah, right. It was just the most famous case, the most longest written opinion ever in United States history. It's the most famous. No, that's like 1802. No, so like I said, if we go civil rights, just Google civil rights, United States Supreme Court case 1863. It'll pop it up in 2 seconds for me. But that's funny. That's because let's find that out for me. I figured as soon as you tell me, man, as soon as somebody tells me, man, that's my buddy starting up this little motorcycle here. Hang on there. I should mute myself out. I'll mute myself out for 2 seconds here. You there, Polly?
Yeah, I'm still down. Just muted out.
There's one more thing. I actually saved the best for last, but I want to wait till Carl.
Yeah, just wait for him to come back.
Well, can I ask you a quick question while we're waiting?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got this other item I want that's going to answer his question that he asked me, but we'll save that when he's back on. It's how you can get $1 million settlement from the IRS, or at the very least $100,000. But my question, which is unrelated, is, you know, Carl says, like, if you're doing a return for property claim, like, you know, if you child's taken, or your son or your daughter's taken away from you, and you put an exhibit with your claim that's just a picture.
Yeah.
Well, how do you do that when the property that was taken from you is, say, your reputation? You know, let's say the state or the United States files a complaint against you, or in your case, the Queen's Bench, and then you go down in your county courthouse, you file a claim, and you say, see Exhibit A, which is their complaint, and then see Exhibit B, which is my property that was taken. How would you do that when it's a type of property that's intangible, like your reputation or your innocence?
I'd probably put that in writing in some form of affidavit.
In the form of an affidavit.
Yeah, and if there's somebody else that can witness that as well, or somebody else who, you know, to say, yeah, you know what, he was okay up until this, and then after this thing started to be around him, then some of his clients, some of his people left him.
Okay, that's good.
Like that. Or also, if it's a business, it may have a physical hallmark. So if you were doing, I don't know, $1,000 a week, ever since these guys have been sniffing around, I've only been doing $200 a week.
Okay.
Look at the time spans. This is what happened. This is when they started, and it may have a hallmark somewhere. But the other thing is, like you say, is if you're just going for like reputation in I suppose, a very broad method, then you're going to struggle to find evidence for that. The affidavit or other supporting affidavits to be filed with it probably easier.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. So you take for example somebody who gets pulled over and they get, I don't know, some marijuana in his glove compartment. He gets arrested, and that goes into the newspaper. You know, so now this guy, his reputation is hurt. So yeah, they took maybe his dignity, maybe his marriage, maybe his wife moved out on him. You know, he's not getting kisses anymore. Seems like you ought to be able to put that in. If you can put other things as an exhibit of your property, you should be able to put those intangibles as an exhibit of your property.
Yeah, that's what it was. There's the Scott Sanford case, there's Dred Scott case.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
There was no master's property can be interfered with or ruled upon or made any decision on what a master could do with his property. It's very simple ruling. So it's funny. It's like that's why I call them my damn property. And that's it. There's no ruling. It's never been overturned. That a master can't be told what he can and cannot do with his property. I'm the master of that child. That is my property. It's not a child. It's property. Don't you worry what I define them. Don't worry what I call them. Well, we call them child. Well, I'm not we. I'm the master. I'm the creator. I call it property. Don't you worry what I call it. It's property. Believe me. Trust me. It's mine. Is it yours? No. Then back off. Well, we have a consensus here among our agency and our groups and our panels. It's an F your agency, F your consensus, F your learned studies and panels. It's not an effing child. It's my property. So see cases like that, man. Like I said, it's a two-sentence, it's like a ruling, but it's the longest ruling in United States history, the longest opinion. And it's ridiculous. All they have to say is we got no right to tell a man what he can and cannot claim is his. If it's his property, there's nothing we can do about it. Next case. But no, they had to make it the longest opinion in the United States. That's the case that started the Civil War. Right. Some people were trying to be like these greeny-weeny tree huggers and say, oh, no, you know, a man has no right to property, like Karl Marx people. Karl Marx was popping up right around that time, too, you know, saying that the first thing that, you know, the state has to abolish is man's rights to property. That way man can't own slaves. Well, that's a little extreme, saying that nobody can own property. You know, just say, hey, how about we just all agree that no man can own another man? How about we start with that? Because that kind of makes sense. You know, that kind of sounds silly, that no God can own another God. That kind of makes sense, that one can't own one. It's got to be something subordinate, something lower. It can't be something that's equal. So that's what it was the Scott Sanford case, and I couldn't remember it. the Scott Sanford case or Dred Scott. Like I said, I couldn't remember. I'm upside down and under. He took photos of me, a video of me on May 13th. May 3rd. You call Lentz May 3rd, whatever, on YouTube, or May 13th, you'll see me working on a car, doing one of these shows. So right now I couldn't talk because I was upside down, so it's kind of hard to talk upside down. I'm a pretty big guy. So to talk while I'm upside down is almost impossible.
Carl, I got one more mega remedy to talk about, but if you want me to.
Yeah, Gus. Yeah, go ahead. Gus is here too. You're talking to me and Gus. I'm going to go back under, but Gus and I are right here. So.
Well, before I did that, I just want to ask you one quick question. I was asking Barley this while you were away. You know how you say, for example, when somebody wants return of their son or daughter in a claim, and you just put sure of that person? Or is that,
no, I don't say son or daughter. I just say property.
Property, okay.
I don't know how you say something, daughter. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I have no effing clue what a son is. I got no effing clue what a daughter is, but I know what my property is.
So how do you do that?
And that's what that's what you have to do. You have to start learning to say, I have no effing clue what the word son means. I have no idea what daughter means. But what words, the limited, very limited words in my vocabulary is that's my property. Give it back. Back off my property. No trespass on property. That I know. That's my whole vocabulary. That's all I know.
Okay.
And you just keep repeating it over and over and over.
How do you do that for an intangible, like your reputation? Let's say, something.
You're going to have to prove it. You have to prove it.
Okay.
You're going to have to bring some third-party impartial witness forward and say, I didn't give him a job because I was led to believe he was a crook because of what that man over there said.
Okay.
It's still going to have to be a third-party impartial witness. It's going to have to be flesh and blood. It ain't going to be some spreadsheet. That ain't going to prove anything. They ain't going to say, well, look how my business plummeted. Maybe. That's speculation. That's circumstantial. You still need the voice of man.
Okay.
For anything.
So you want me to mention that other remedy?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, man. I'm back under the car again, man. I'm going to be upside down in about 2 seconds.
Okay, the other remedy is found under 20 USC 7433. Again, this is in the statutory world, in their world, but this was also came out of IRS abuse. Congress passed this law that said if you can show that they did it willfully, which you can easily establish, if you write them letters saying, hey, why'd you do this to me, and they don't answer you, that's it. You've got them for willful. The remedy, the amount they have to pay you is $1 million. If it was by negligence, so they levied your pay and you were the wrong person, which does happen. I have a friend right now who has a monstrous lien on her, and it's because her name is the same as another person's name and her social security number is 1 digit off, and they won't remove it. So that's kind of in a gray area. But that's $100,000.
Oh no, that's not the lady with the 401k, is it?
I don't know what the type of account is, but
yeah, it's the 401k lady down there in Oklahoma, Texas area, whatever.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I told people you're all complete morons if you ever invested in a 401k because you know who controls it, right?
Well, even worse, they can pull it anytime they want.
Of course they can because it's theirs. It's not yours. You voluntarily gave them the money to do whatever they wish to do with it.
Exactly.
You never put the terms and conditions on it.
Yeah.
You never said, hey, when I retire, I expect this all back. You do know that. No, you just assumed it, which means you bear all the liability when you assume something. Like I said, this is what I always told one of my friends back in the 80s and 90s. Everybody's trying to say, oh man, the investment 401k is such a great deal. Oh, I got a 401k, I got this 401k. I said, you're out of your effing minds. You understand the IRS is in total control of that. You do know that, right? You do know you're just basically investing your money with the IRS. You do know that. And they're like, no, it's going into some retirement fund. I said, okay, under what title section can I find the 401? Subsection K. Where can I find that? What title section? What title section? What title section is the IRS under?
Yeah, no, it's true.
We know what title section, so other people know.
Oh, what title section? You mean the creation of the IRS?
No, what is the title section? You know, like section 5, section 16, section 26, what section?
That created the IRS?
Yeah, what title section can the people find in the United States, I'm asking you, because this is all you do.
Bro, nada. There isn't any.
Okay, but there is a title code section. What title code section is the IRS?
Well, the title where their codes are is Title 26.
Right, so this is what I'm trying to say. If people want to find out where you can find your 401k section, it's under Title 26.
Right.
So you go to Title 26, you know, Section 401, subsection K. You'll find out where your 401ks are under the control of the Internal Revenue Service.
Yeah.
And I told people that. I said, are you people out of your mind? You're basically just giving the IRS your money and saying, look, I hope that you give it back to me when I'm 65, 70 years old. They're like, didn't you people even ask where your money goes and who's in control of this 401k? No, they never ask. People just don't care. It's because their friends tell them, oh, this is a great plan. Oh, this is a great deal. Oh, really? And then whatever the IRS says, for any reason that you forgot to cross the T and dot the I back in 1993, so we're going to keep your 401k plan because of all the interest, taxes, and penalties that's accumulated since 1993, has come out to $1.7 million. And honestly, not only are we going to keep your 401k, we're going to lend your house and everything else until we get the rest of the remainder of the 1.7. It was such a scam, it wasn't even funny.
Well, to corroborate what you just said, last year in Spain, I read they dipped into every single person's retirement plan and savings accounts and took out 6%.
That's great.
Yeah, because it was early last year because they were having financial problems. Pretty much everything.
That's right. That's great. I love it.
If they can take 6%, they can take 60.
That's right. They can take 99.6. They can take it all. And they can come up with some crazy bullshit, and there's absolutely like nothing you can do about it. And everybody just laughs at you. And you run around, you know, like you said, there's this lady. She's running around trying to say, but wait. And nobody cares, lady. As long as it ain't happening to them, they don't care what's happening to you.
Right.
And she's screaming, this is so unfair. It's like, okay, then why in all that's holy did you not and just take the money under your pillow and just, you know, and just be happy? It's like, well, they told me, you know, I wasn't going to get any, you know, interest on the money. It's like, look, okay, before you hand somebody your money, it's like, okay, why don't you just hand me all your money, and I'll tell you in 40 years I'll give it back to you. Would you do it? Like you say, F no. It's like, okay, well then you're putting into a 401k plan, who's in control of that? It's like, well, I don't know. Well, but you're still just going to let a complete stranger hold all your money. So
I think some companies mandate it though, Kyle. Like if you're working for a big corporation, I think.
Hold on. No, it's all voluntary.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Oh, yeah. It's always been voluntary. They can't order you to invest in 401k. They try to convince you that it's the best thing since sliced white bread. You know, like we'll match your funds. We'll do fund for fund, dollar for dollar.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Right. So the company would say, "What do you got?" Believe me, I've had tons of companies ask me to join their 401, and I told them they're out of their effing minds. And it's like, "Oh, but look, we'll match you dollar for dollar." I don't give a f. They were like, "Well, how could you possibly lose?" I said, "It's run by the IRS." What do you mean, how could I possibly lose? I'm sure when I was 12 years old, I forgot to cross the T or dot the I somewhere, and they're going to hold it in interest and penalties and fees. It's going to be a couple of $1 billion I'm going to owe by the time I'm 65. Then I'm never going to see that money. What are you, out of your mind?
I'm thinking back 20 years ago when they offered that. I've been out of corporate America for 25 years, but when they offered it, I can remember I used to tell people, you know, they can take that anytime they want, and people would say, they're not going to do that.
Yeah,
I must have heard that phrase 100. They're not going to do that.
Well, they wouldn't do that to me. Maybe you, because you're dishonest.
Yeah.
But me, I'm a good person. They would never do that to me.
Yeah, right.
That's right. He just laugh, he just smile. You go, okay, you'll see.
So that's great that they did that, to paying 6% across the board. The little old ladies, good, bad people, everybody. Oh well, everybody. All the good people they did it to. Oh my goodness gracious! I can't believe they would do such a deed. Oh, that's so horrible. Yeah, yeah. What do you think they were going to do? Actually give it back to you with interest? Oh, you're too funny. And you believe them.
See, now I think this is an example of where I think her approach should be. I wonder what you think, is to get that assessment that served as the basis for that lien, and then go the claim, do her letters, and then do her claim.
Yeah. You mean the lady with the 401k?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, the only thing bad about it is what happens when you surrender something unconditionally?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read the wording, but I think the magic.
They own your ass. They own your ass. Well, ask Japan what happened after the war. Unconditional surrender. Ask them what that means. Read that treaty. That's a lot of fun. Where it basically says, well, not basically says it, like literally says, we own your dogs, your cows, your chickens, your sheep. I mean, it's so funny. There was nothing like the United States government left out. Like, don't think for a second that we're just taking over your government. No, we're taking over everything. Your cows, your chickens, your dogs, your cats. We're taking every effing thing. Yeah. So that was funny. That's unconditional. And we mean everything. We're taking everything. Not just your tanks and your planes. We're taking every effing thing. The only reason why you're going to be allowed to exist is by our blessings and our good graces. That's the only reason why you're going to exist on planet Earth. So like I said, when you unconditionally surrender your property, you better make sure you know who you're dealing with.
Yeah.
And everybody just goes in nilly-willy and saying, I trust my company. They'll be there for 30, 40, 50 years. Oh, my company would never do that to me. They're good people that I work for. Like General Motors, They said, as goes General Motors, as goes the nation. That was the slogan when I was growing up. And then when all these little old ladies were getting ready to retire and start taking all their money out of General Motors stock, all of a sudden General Motors closed up. That stock collapsed. And then the little old ladies, stocks were worthless. Then they just issued new stocks like the following day. And all the ladies that invested trillions of dollars into GM stocks, and all the union members who thought they were going to get, their union benefits from GM, they were all told, nope, GM restructured, sorry. I was like, wait a second, GM just closed the business for 13 seconds. What do you mean none of our benefits are going to be recognized? It's like, no, they restructured. They're sorry. And you just got to laugh. It's like, you mean you worked for them for 40 years and you expected something? Well, yeah. Well, what did you wind up getting? Nothing. Well, how are you going to sue them? We can't, we were told. That's right, you can't. Oh, well, next time you better you're dealing with the devil, you better get it in writing.
Yeah.
You kind of feel bad for people. You kind of feel bad for people because, like I said, they always nail people after they, when they're 50, 60, 70, 80 years old. They don't nail you when you're 20.
Right. That's what they're doing. Well, because the account's so much bigger when you're older.
That's right. They're not stupid. They're not going to come and get you when you're a kid. They're going to nail you when you're worth something. So you wasted not wasted. Well, you kind of did waste your whole life. Just building up this, what you thought was a nest egg, so they could just come and take it in 10 seconds. And there's nothing you can do about it. And they all just laugh at you. They stand there and they laugh.
Do you think she'd have a remedy if she was to do a lawsuit? And
I don't know, man. How's she going to stylize it? What did they do wrong? What did the IRS do wrong?
Well, I realize I've never read a 401k contract, but who's going to come in and take the witness stand and say X, Y, Z is true? I know that you don't argue this, but the simple truth is that Internal Revenue Reform and Restructuring Act I mentioned earlier in 1998, it eliminated the office of district director. District director is the only person who can do an assessment. There is nobody else who can do an assessment.
Yeah, the language said, yeah, but who said they did an assessment?
Well, there has to be. They can't do a lien or a levy.
They just took the 401k from her and they made up whatever reason they wanted to. They don't even have to give a reason. Let's put it that way, man. If you totally unconditionally surrender something and you complain about it 2 or 3 days later, I don't have to give you a reason why I took it. You signed the paper when you got into this 401k 35 years ago. You go read it. You go figure out how this happens. That's what I say to people all the time, man. Most bosses are stupid if they give you a reason why they fired you. If I fired you, say, get the hell out of my building. Why? Because it's my building and it ain't yours. Get out of here. Well, why are you firing me? Get the hell out of my building. I'm not making any simpler to you. Get the hell out of my building. Well, I want to know why I'm fired. Too bad. I give you 10 more seconds to get the hell out of my building. I'll have you escorted out of my building. I ain't telling you a reason. Because as soon as somebody gives a reason why they were fired by their boss, the next thing you know is a lawsuit is coming. So if anybody has employees and you don't want to be sued, just do what I just told you to do. Don't give them a damn reason. Just throw them out the damn building.
So she has to read that contract to see what she signed.
I don't. Like I said, I have no idea. Like I said, I could not care less about. When I was a kid, I knew it was a con job. Yeah, it's just investing in any kind of like mutual funds or anything like that. It's a con job. These guys are billionaires driving around in billion-dollar cars and not doing anything for a living. This money's coming from somewhere, and when the fund collapses, then what? Who's held liable? Nobody, because you know why? It's called gambling. You gambled that you were trusting this other party, this other person, to do the right thing, and gee, it didn't pay off like you thought it would. I guess it's called like a Ponzi scheme. And gee, I guess I got burned. I guess I should have got out earlier. Now the money's tightening up, and they're going to start burning everybody like crazy. Right? It's like, oh well. It's like, you know, you just totally trusted these retirement funds and these retirement agencies and these government agencies. You just totally trusted them. And how's that working out for you? You know, and I try to keep from laughing at poor people who do that. It's like, look, you people didn't want to listen to me back in 1980. You didn't want to listen to me, you know. Now that it's happening, now you're like, oh my God, you know, we were so stupid. It's like, no, you just, you know, bullshitted, and you were just bedazzled into believing that what they were saying was true, because they had a three-piece suit and tie, they looked pretty, or they sounded smooth, or they were con artists. Don't worry about it. It's been going on since time began. Believe me, I'm sure con men existed during caveman time.
So what would be the most practical approach for her to take using the common law?
I guess you'd have to try to find the man or the woman who actually is in charge and say, what gave you the right to take my property? And start with that. But they're going to say, look at the form you filed in 1987. In 1986, when you first started entering this 401, it says that anytime we will, and you know, anytime we wish. You know, like nobody ever reads these stupid terms and agreements of the contracts. Right? I mean, it's a shame. I mean, can you imagine all these little ladies who call me up and say, "Oh, General Motors collapsed overnight." Oh, the union people call me up. Oh, no, we're not getting any union benefits. What should we do? I guess go work for Ford. You know, what can you do? You've got conned. You know, and they'll say everything was totally above the board. We always did everything in writing. We always gave you full disclosure. You did not have to put your money in here. Nobody put a gun to your head and told you. You had to do this. This is what you wish to do. It's like I always tell people all the time, man, you make a deal with the devil, you sign a contract with the devil, now it's payback time, now it's time to pay your dues, the devil is dues, and you wind up in hell, you're like, holy cow, how did I get here? Like, didn't you read the fine print? Oh, no. Well, how about you got a rest of eternity to read it? Why don't you read it now? Holy crap, did I sign that? Yeah, you did. I guess I was young and impetuous and stupid, but you know what I'm saying? That ain't his problem. You know, your mommy and daddy didn't teach you. You better read everything before you sign it. Like I said, my dad told me a million times, thank God he couldn't read or write English. He said an honest man would never be ever told to sign anything by another man. And an honest man did go his whole entire life without ever signing a document. If you sign a document once, okay. You sign it twice, you signed 2 times too many already. And everybody runs around planet Earth now signing their names away like it's You know, like it's a monopoly money. You guys are just throwing your names around and signing every damn thing they throw in front of you. And people aren't stopping and saying, look, all I got is my good name and my word. My word and my good name is all I own. It's all I possess. And you guys are throwing your name around like crazy. The cowboy says, give me your name. They say, well, give me your name. They'll say, well, no. Well, then why should I give you mine? Are you going to give me yours? No. Why? Well, he's like, I don't know what you're going to do with it. Well, I don't know what you're going to do with mine.
Yeah, they got hurt good.
They're trained. They're taught better than to be willy-nilly with giving out their names. They're not stupid. They know their name is very important, very valuable, and somebody could take their name and use it to their disadvantage. So why should I just give my name willy-nilly to everybody? That wouldn't make any sense. If they're not doing it, somebody taught them correctly. Their supervisor taught them correctly. Their daddy taught them correctly.
Yeah, they got her good. I feel bad for her. That was her only asset in the world.
Oh, well, that's what she thought was her assets. But like I said, you know, I mean, it might sound like, oh, cold, man, you're so cold. You know, it's like, okay, you gambled and you lost. It's like people telling me they went to Las Vegas and they gambled everything. How could I sue the casino? It's like, what do you mean, how can you sue the casino? Well, you know, it was very deceptive what they did. They put this funny carpeting on the floor. They put all these neon lights. They put half-naked women in front of me. They kept giving me booze all night. How do I sue the casinos? I said, you're kidding me, right? Well, no, it was very deceptive what they did. That was very unfair. You know, they tricked me when I was very vulnerable. Okay. And? What would you like me to do? Show me how to sue the casino and get my money back. And sue and for everybody who ever lost their money in these casinos. Because they're doing all these psychological profiles on us and they're scanning us when we walk in and the lights are very dim and there's no clocks on the walls and you can't see windows and it's very confusing and the next thing you know, we lose everything we got. Oh, really? And you're telling me this hasn't been done since caveman time? And somebody put a gun to your head and told you to do it? It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's a lot of fun dealing with human beings. Because nobody wants to take liability for their own actions. Nobody wants to do it. Right? And people say, Carl, man, you're so cold. Like, Carl, you're so cold. It's like, no, I'm just telling you as it is. I'm sure you could call up whatever, a Rush Limbaugh guy or a Michael Savage or something like that, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, those Jew bastards, man, they run Wall Street, and yeah, those bastards, man, they always trick us. Oh, they've been pulling these scams for 5,000 years. Oh yeah, those dirty bastards." No, if you want to play that game, you better be a master at it or stay away. You want to deal with the devil, you better be a master at it, or you better stay away. You know, you guys jump in with both feet all the time, man, and you feel bad for people like that. You're like, holy jeez, you guys didn't fall for this again, did you? Not again. Well, it's a whole new generation. We got these people, too. Didn't you do that during the Great Depression? Yeah, didn't you count all the... How did the people fall for this again? How did you guys do that during the Great Dust Bowl down there? How did you get the people all mortgage everything up to the hilt and take their farms and homes? How did you do that? Well, 60 years passed and we did it again. And we're going to do it again in 60 years. We're going to do it again. And we're going to keep on doing it. A new generation is going to come and they're going to forget. And there's going to be commercials on TV again in 30, 40 years. That's going to say, oh, I bought 3 houses, no money down. This is so easy. Anybody could do it. It's the same scam, man. They're just going to do it again to us. And our kids kids. It's just a con game. It just keeps doing, I'm sure I could have been doing this radio show in 1670 and say, hey, they con us with all these tulip bulbs. How did we ever fall for this? It's like, well, they do it to us all the time. Why? Because we're human beings, and they know the nature of the beast. Like monkeys, they know how we're going to react. They're not stupid. They have actuaries that actually just sit around and calculate and figure out the odds, percentages. Or can we pull this off again? You know, it's a lot of fun. So like I said, what did that lady actually do to try to get her 401k back? Honestly, I can't see anything on the common law side. I mean, she's going to have to go through their, you know, through their way. I really can't see anything in common law when you're talking about surrendering something to the IRS. If you surrendered something, you know, like you made a deal with the devil, you know, how are you going to withdraw the contract?
But do you think they would actually show up in court with that contract and defend themselves with it?
Yeah, in their administrative court, they sure will.
But how about
if you go in front of a jury, they sure will. The jury will throw you under the jury. Will hang you faster than anybody hang you. But you might be in front of a guy with a black robe, and if a guy with a black robe knows that corporations can't do anything that goes harm to man, that's fine.
That's what I was thinking. Was if she went in there and did a claim against the, let's say, the agent that put the actual levy on her 401k.
Now that's actually the actual man who's an agent.
Right, the man.
They don't go to the agent; they go to the man who acted as the agent.
So she brings that man in who acted as the agent.
But that man, basically, if I was that man, I'd just say, sir, look, I'd say to the court, I said, honestly, I'm just following policy. This is the policy in which she subscribed. This is the policy in which she put her blood-stained hand footprint oath upon. This is what she said that she was going to do. And this is what we said we were going to do. We are not in breach of contract. We are following it to the letter of the law. She signed a contract. And this is what I try to say. You guys try to find a billion freaking excuses. Did you sign a piece of paper more than once in your life? Yes, then it's all your fault. But if you don't want to go kick your daddy in the ass and not teaching you, you better not sign more than one piece of paper in your lifetime. Because one time was bad enough. So if your daddy didn't teach you that, so they say, why am I signing this again? Really? Do I know how to get out of it? Okay, what is this going to control or not control me? How is it going to control me? Okay. This is like I tell people all the time who get busted for transporting pot or something like that. I say to them all the time, it's like, how many times have you transported pot? And it's like, I don't know, thousands. And you've been lucky, you know, for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, right? Yeah. What did you think was going to happen when you got caught? Well, I figured it's going to. And how did you figure you were going to get out of jail? And how did you figure how you were going to move to court? Well, that I never figured out. I figured that once I got caught, I guess I'd have to get a lawyer, or I could just go to jail. Really, why didn't you figure out the game all the way to the end before you started playing? Why? Why did you just jump in and only know 3/4 of the game? I buy the pot, transport the pot, sell it to somebody else, I get my money, and I go home. Okay, that's 3/4 of the game. The next quarter is, okay, one time I get stopped by a cop, I get arrested, I get arraigned, and now what do I do during arraignment? Well, what do I do for the trial? Well, what do I do when I get in front of the judge? What do I do if I get in front of a jury? Now what do I do? How come you didn't figure the rest out? How old are you again? 12? How old are you again? 30, 40, 50, 60. So how old are you? And you didn't figure the game out to the end. And where and since you had an IRA, when did you not have enough time to just sit down and read the damn contract? Why didn't you bother to read it? Why didn't you bother to put in stipulations and say, whoa, 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 do you see what clause number G, do you see what G says on this thing? Do you see what this reads? Holy crap. Oh, no, I'm going to go back and modify this, or I'm going to take all my money out. I mean, effing now. No. Nobody bothers reading the terms and conditions of the contract until it's too late.
Kyle, if the contract references the Internal Revenue Code to empower this man that acted as an agent to do a lien, and the Internal Revenue Code itself says that the person who's authorized to do that doesn't exist anymore under their own code, wouldn't that debunk their argument, their position?
If it's your court or their court, under their court, any rule goes, anything goes. They could just do it by. They could just, it's just like, what do they call that? It's the nature of the, what do they call that when it's just a, when a judge just says, you know what, I'm going to allow that to be entered. I'm trying to remember what that says. I'm trying to think of the actual technical term.
Prima facie?
Yeah, basically, it's basically, on its face, or this has been the custom, and this is the way it's been for so long, and this is the way everybody's known it to act and how to be. So we're going to we're just going to hold it, we're going to maintain the position as it's always held. We're not going to, create new, precedent. We're just going to maintain status quo here. That's the judge's main job. That's all the guy in the black robe's main job is to maintain status quo. He is not really supposed to get in there and interpret any damn thing. If this is the way the contract reads, and this is the way that all the parties have been acting, and this is the way, 99% of the people who have the similar contract and similar agreements, that this is how they act, the number one job, you could probably Google it. The number one job of judge is to maintain status quo. Leave everything right the hell the way it is. Not to make precedent, not to create new case law, to just maintain the position as the positions have been held for eternity.
But if she does her own lawsuit, what man is going to come in as an agent and say, there is a code that allowed me to do this when there isn't one?
Well, I'm saying whether there is a code, she's not going to, if she has her own lawsuit, obviously she's not going to be able to rely on any code, because she's not a code decipherer. She can't put code into a suit. It's not her property. It's all trademark, registered, copyrighted. She can't use code in her lawsuit.
I realize she can't, but with the man who comes in as the agent that took the money,
well, what's the man going to be? All he's got to do is say to the court, read the contract that she signed. Did she make a person liable for her acts as the woman? Yes. Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. You guys are always trying to figure out a loophole how to get out of your liability, your responsibility. You're always trying to figure out the cheat. You're always trying to figure out the way out. And this is going to be a great, this is what I'm saying. Maybe this baby boom generation, maybe this is going to be the last stupid fucking generation on planet Earth, hopefully. Maybe people from now on, younger people, listen to people like me and say, you got to read every damn thing and don't sign any damn thing. And if you read it, then modify it. Modify it to the terms and conditions which you wish to live under. Like I said, I started a satellite installation company with my buddy down in Georgia. And what was funny is I just decided to work out in the field. I can't stand working in an office, but he's got a nerve problem. He got hit in the head with a box, and he's got like a spinal problem. He fell off a couple of roofs. Well, this is another company before he worked. He's like, he tried an ice cream parlor. And I was like, come on, so he started a satellite company instead. And so I was the outside guy, and he was the inside guy. And after 3 or 4 years working together, he had an accountant who said, all the employees here have to sign contracts with the corporation, with the new corporation that they started together. And so I was explaining how wonderful it is to be a corporation, how the IRS will work with you, how you get credit cards, how you can lease everything, drive new vehicles, buy brand new homes, and use it as an office expense. I said, he was loving it. He went from being like dirt poor, living with his mama, to living in a beautiful house, driving, palatial cars and trucks. I mean, best tools on planet Earth. He was loving life, dealing with the IRS. You can. It can be of a great benefit if you know how to play the game. So it was funny as he had me. I said, "You are not asking me to sign a contract, are you?" He said, "Well, everybody." The attorney said, "We got an attorney for the company now." He says, "Everybody's got to, so nobody could sue the company." I said, "Oh, really?" So when I went home, I took the contract, and I said, "You really don't want me to do this?" He said, "Yes, you did." Well, I do. So I took the contract, brought it home, cut, copied, and pasted, changed all the modified everything. It says, if I no longer work here, no longer happy here, this company is to pay me $5 million, within 14 days, I changed it all. So I brought back the 7-page ridiculous contract, but it was mine. I brought back 2 copies. And I said, now you sign one and give it to me, and you keep one. He says, oh boy, he says, never in my wildest dreams did I think I would ever see you sign a contract. And I said, well, I did. He said, well, I never thought that day would come. And he was laughing his ass off. He's like, after all you say about signing a name and contracts, I said, hey, don't worry about it, buddy. It makes you feel happy and your attorney happy now, right? He says, well, absolutely. He's going to be amazed. I said, that's right. He will be amazed. And I said to myself, wait until the day you try to fire me or I decide to quit. I'll own this effing company because you have no idea what you just signed. So like I said, believe me, when somebody hands me a contract, I read every damn thing. If I know how to play the game, if somebody says, here's a driver's license, sign it, or here's a passport, sign it, I know how to play every damn angle, how to get in and out of that damn piece of paper. I'm not just going to sign it willy-nilly and just say, gee, I guess when I get stopped at the border and I got more than $10,000 of Canadian U.S. money, what do? Which I had a hell of a lot more than that one time. And then the Border Patrol guy asked me, he said, how much money you got there? I said, only God knows what's true. Me, I would just be taking a guess. I have no clue what the monetary value is that paper that's sitting in front of you. He said, well, how much money do you have? I said, whatever that paper value is, I have no clue. But I tell you, everything that's sitting in front of you is mine. It's not yours. That is my property. So how much Canadian and U.S. money do you have? I said, I have no Canadian money. I have no U.S. money. I don't have Bob's money, Bill's money, or Susie's money. All that money you see right there is mine. If I had Canada's money, Bill's money, or Bobby's money, wouldn't it be proper of me to give it back to Billy, Bobby, Canada, or the United States? Wouldn't it be kind of wrong of me to keep Canadian, U.S., Billy, or Bobby's money? All that money is mine. Carl Lentz is my property. That's my property you're witnessing in front of you. So see, like I said, you better know how to play the whole entire game from one end to the other. You better not just come across the border with a wad full of money and say, well, that's more than 10,000. I got to file this form and claim, and if I don't, then they're going to give me all rations of hell, and I'm going to go to jail, and they're going to arrest me and seize my money, da-da-da-da. No, you better know how to talk. You better know how to get it from one end to the other. Because that was great. The man actually said to me, he says, how much money do you believe is there? So I knew this man was trained really well. Oh, believe, because the only thing you can hold me for is my convictions. You're waiting for me to convict myself or due to my beliefs. Oh, lovely. What do I believe is there, sir? All I believe is there is in front of you is my property. What the value is of that, God only knows. What's true, God only knows. But I'm telling you, what you're witnessing in front of me, in front of you, is my property. There's no one else that's going to claim that that's their property but I. So it's a lot of fun dealing with people who actually know the words like will and believe and believe. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. We had a great border stop. I mean, I always say how wonderful those guys were, because he could have said, you know what, I'm going to ignore that, this guy knows the words and I know the words and he's playing the game masterfully and I'm playing it masterfully. You know what, honestly, I'm just going to break his balls and take all the damn money and arrest him. He could have done that to me. That man certainly could, but he was honorable. And we played the game like two chess masters. It was a lot of fun. And like I said, just like when that sheriff showed up to my sister's house one day and we went around and around the driveway, he grabbed me by the shoulder and says, God love you. He says, God bless you. He said, I love people who know the law. It makes my job so much easier. I don't want to execute this warrant on your sister. He says, but do you think she could answer this warrant, sometime, because tomorrow, if I'm not here and you're not here, what's going to happen? I said, my sister's going to be handed this warrant. She's going to shit a brick, and she's going to be tasered. She's going to cry, and it's going to get real ugly. I said, right. You better handle this for your sister while you still can. I said, oh, yeah, I will. I said, I'll get right on it. It's 3:30. I'll have this settled by 5. Trust me, before the sun goes down, it'll be settled. There will be no debt. So like I said, when you know the game, it's a lot of fun. When you don't know the game, your daddy didn't teach you. You didn't listen enough to my calls. It ain't my effing problem. I'm just grateful that folks are starting to understand just because they got a warrant, it's got to be bonded. And I think you understand really well about bonds now.
Yes, sir. If they don't have a bond, then the warrant itself is